Preface to The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times by G.P.R. James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times by George Payne, Rainsford, James. Preface. Change of scene I believe to be as invigorating to the mind as change of air is to the body, refreshing the weary and exhausted powers and affording a stimulus which prompts to activity of thought. To a writer of fiction especially the change may be necessary, not only on account of the benefits to be derived by his own mind from the invigorating effects of a new atmosphere, but also on account of the fresh thoughts suggested by the different circumstances in which he is placed. We are curiously constructed creatures, not unlike the mere brute creation in many of our propensities, and the old adage that custom is a second nature is quite as applicable to the mind as to the body. If we ride a horse along a road to which he is accustomed, he will generally make a little struggle to stop at a house where his master has been in the habit of calling, or to turn up a by-lane through which he has frequently gone. The mind, too, especially of an author, has its houses of call and by-lanes in plenty, and so long as it is in familiar scenes, it will have a strong hankering for its accustomed roads and pleasant halting-places. Every object around us is a sort of bough from which we gather our ideas, and it is very well, now and then, to pluck the apples of another garden, of a flavour different from our own. Whether I have in any degree benefited by the change from one side of the Atlantic to the other, a change much greater than when physically considered, it is not for me to say, but I trust that, at all events, the work which is to follow these pages will not show that I have in any degree or in any way suffered from my visit to and residence in America. I have written it with interest in the characters portrayed and the events detailed, and I humbly desire, without even venturing to hope, that I may succeed in communicating some portion of the same interest to my readers. A good deal of laudatory matter has been written upon the landscape painting propensities of the author, and one reviewer, writing in Blackwood's magazine, has comprehended and pointed out what has always been one of that author's especial objects in describing mere scenes of inanimate nature. In the following pages I have indulged very little in descriptions of this kind, but here, as everywhere else, I have ever endeavoured to treat the picture of any particular place or scene with a reference to man's heart or mind or fate, his thoughts, his feelings, his destiny, and to bring forth, as it were, the latent sympathies between human and mere material nature. There is, to my mind, a likeness, a shadowing forth, a symbolism, in all the infinite variations which we see around us in the external world, to the changeful ideas, sensations, sentiments, as infinite and as varied, of the world of human life, and I cannot think that the scenes I have visited, or the sights that I have seen in this portion of the earth, the richness, the beauty, the grandeur, the sublimity, can have been without influence upon myself, can have left the pages of nature here a sealed book to one who has studied their bright, mysterious characters so diligently in other lands. Nay, more, I have met with much in social life, well calculated to expand the heart, as well as to elevate the mind, which I should be ungrateful not to mention. Kindness, hospitality, friendship, where I had no claim, and enlightened intercourse with powerful minds, in which I expected much and found much more. Sweet and ineffaceable expressions, ye cannot have served to deaden the feelings or to obscure the intellect. I will rest, then, in hope that this work, the first which I have commenced and completed in America, may not be worse than its many literary brethren, and merely pray that it may be better. Let the critics say Amen. G.P.R. James, Stockbridge, Massachusetts, 30th of July, 1851. End of preface. Chapter 1 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times by George Payne, Rainsford, James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. There is no mistake more common among historians, nor mistake more mischievous, than to take for granted without deduction all the statements of the satirists and splenetics of past-by ages as to the manners and customs of their own times, and of the people with whom they mingled. There are half a dozen at least of the pleasant little passions of human nature which lead men, especially men of letters, to decry their companions, their friends, and their neighbours, nay, even their countrymen and their country. To say nothing of envy, hatred, malice, and all uncharitableness, sins common enough to be wisely prayed against. Pride, vanity, and levity point the pen, direct the words, or furnish forth a little drop of gall to every man who is giving an account of the times in which he lives and the country in which he dwells, for those who are living or who live at a distance of space or time from himself. It is pleasant to place our own brightness on a dark background, and the all but universal propensity of mankind to caricature derives an extraordinary zest in its exercise, when, by rendering others round us contemptible or odious, we can bring out our own characters in bolder relief. But there are other, perhaps even meaner motives still, which induce men frequently to portray their own times in broad and distorted sketches. The faculty of admiration is a very rare one, the faculty of just appreciation a rarer one still, but everyone loves to laugh, and everyone feels himself elevated by the contemplation of absurdities in others. There is a vain fondness for the grotesque lurking in the bosoms of most men, and a consciousness that sly or even gross satire, and delicate or coarse caricature are the best means of giving pleasure to the great mass of mankind, is probably one reason why we find such depreciatory exaggeration in the writings of all those who have given pictures of their own times. The letters of Petrarch, the statements of Hollingshead, the pictures of Hogarth, the romances of Smollett and Fielding, all furnish, it is true, certain sketches of their own times, from which we can derive some valuable information, but so distorted by passion, by prejudice, and by a satirical spirit or a love of the ridiculous, that the portrait can be no more relied upon in its details than Bunbury's caricature of a Cantab for the general appearance of Cambridge scholars. To give such pictures is mischievous in itself, but I cannot help thinking that for an historian to follow them without allowance is more mischievous still. If there be a deviation on either side, though any deviation should be avoided, if possible, surely it would be better for every moral object to paint the past more bright rather than more foul. As the past alone contains the just objects of imitation, though we may emulate contemporary virtue or aspire to ideal perfection in the future, truth, plain, simple truth, with such reflections upon the verities of the past as may tend to benefit mankind in the present and the future, forms all that the historian can desire. But he might as well hope to draw truth from the pages of the satirists of any age as a future portrait painter might represent Lord John Russell or Lord Brougham from the caricatures in Punch, where a certain likeness is kept up, but every peculiarity is exaggerated with the grossest extravagance. I enter my caveat against the picture given of the state of England in the year 1685 by Mr. Macaulay in his great and fanciful historical work, and especially against that part of which refers to the English country gentlemen of those times, and to the English country clergy. That such men did exist as those from which he has drawn his statement, there can be no doubt. That they did exist in a greater proportion than at present, there can be no doubt either. But that the great mass was such as he has represented may be very safely denied. Pickwicks and Tupmans and Winkles are full of truth, but society is not made up of these, and the reign of Victoria would appear very ill in history if, by misfortune, it should be for its future historian one inclined to paint the state of England in 1850 from similar sources to those which have been pressed into the service of Mr. Macaulay. Nor does his reasoning afford any support to his statements, for when important elements are left out of calculation, the result can never be admitted. Thus, when he says, "A country gentleman who witnessed the Revolution was probably in receipt of about a fourth part of the rent which his acres now yield to his posterity," He was, therefore, as compared with his posterity, a poor man, and was generally under the necessity of residing with little interruption on his estate." End quote. The historian forgets to state what was the comparative value of money at the period he speaks of, and therefore cannot draw as a fair inference from the amount of rent, that the country gentleman of those days was condemned by poverty to perpetual seclusion in the country, which is, in fact, what he attempts to show. The tastes, the habits of a country gentleman of that period kept him probably more in the country, but it was not poverty. Even in the 18th century we find gentlemen of an estate producing £2,000 a year, keeping a pack of hounds without burdening their property, and every true picture of country life which has descended to us shows that the country gentlemen in general lived more at their ease than the same class in the present day, and were as numerous in proportion to their population. If their enjoyments were not so refined, it was because the age was not so refined, and though the picture of Squire Allworthy may be a pleasing exaggeration on the one hand, that of Squire Weston is an unpleasant caricature on the other, while the truth lay between, and a multitude of country gentlemen existed of a very fair degree of polish, without all the refined virtues of the one or the brutal coarseness of the other. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne, Rainsford, James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. On the borders of Lincolnshire stood an old building, which had preserved the name given to it more than 2 centuries before, though the purpose which had given significance and propriety to that name had passed away. It was a long, tall edifice of stone, somewhat like the body of a church, and as if to give it more resemblance still to a religious edifice, another building had been added to the end of the first, a story higher, and having some resemblance to a tower. This additional part was built of brick, but moss and lichen had reduced both stone and brick to very nearly one colour, for though, when viewed nearer, a variety of hues were to be discovered in the cryptogamous vegetation which covered the walls, at a distance the general tint was a brownish grey. The windows in the longer portion of the building were placed in pointed arches, somewhat rudely and carelessly decorated. Those in the taller and newer portion were, on the contrary, generally square, with a stone label above them, though some had that flattened arch peculiarly characteristic of the worst Tudor architecture. The whole building was not very large, and it was clear at first sight that the long portion was devoted to barns, stables, cart-horses, etc., while the other was separated for human habitation. At the distance of some 60 or 70 yards from the house, a long triple row of old elms topped a high bank, affording nesting place for innumerable rooks, and a little clear stream, not unconscious of trout, ran babbling along, mixing its melody with the music of the birds. A stone wall, breast high and in some decay, encircled the whole, with 2 large uncouth posts ornamented with fragments of urns, giving entrance, unimpeded by any gate between them, to any one who might wish to approach the front door of the dwelling-house. There probably had been a gate there once, for some ironwork on the posts seemed to show that they had been intended to support something, but if so, the gate had long been gone, made into pikes in the Civil War for aught I know. The scene around this old house, when viewed from the top of the bank, was desolate enough. A wide fenny piece of unenclosed land stretched out far toward the north and east, only interrupted at the distance of some 3 miles by an undulating rise of woodland. But nevertheless the colouring was often fine, especially on autumnal evenings, when the moor assumed a solemn, intense blue tint, and the pools and distant river gleamed like rubies in the rich light of the setting sun. On the other side, behind the house, the country had a more cheerful look, with some well-cultivated fields sloping up, as the land rode to the west, and many a knoll and gentle wave, and scattered trees, with a thicker wood beyond, while sweeping away southward were hedgerows and a hamlet here and there, the tower of a village church, and the chimneys of a distant manor-house. Such was the aspect of the building and the scene around it, and now let us say a word of its history and its name. In former years, when Plantagenet was the royal name of England, when popes were powerful in the land, and it was sinful to eat beef on Friday, among the best fed and best taught people of the country were the abbots and priors of the various monasteries, who somehow, notwithstanding vigil, prayer, and fasting, nay, even occasionally vows of voluntary poverty, got fat, prosperous, and wealthy. Large domains had these good men, and productive fields, besides tithes and dues of various sorts, which were usually paid in kind. As the abbot and the abbot's bailiff and other officers made their little profit upon the sale of such commodities as they did not consume, and as, in a benevolent and Christian spirit, they took good heed to have plentiful stores laid up to aid the people in time of scarcity, it was requisite that they should be provided with barns and garners to preserve the fruits of the earth which they received. These barns were called granges, and very often had a small farm attached to them. The masonry of the edifice was generally solid, and the style of architecture in some degree ecclesiastical. When the grange was built near the abbey, it usually stood by itself, without any dwelling house attached; but when it was at a distance, on one of the abbey farms, as was frequently the case, a good mansion for grieve or farmer was often added by the care of the monks, and a farmer who had pretty daughters or brewed good beer generally contrived to get very comfortably accommodated. The house I have been describing was still called the Grange, and such as I have stated had been its original destination. The long building had been the real grange or barn of a neighbouring abbey. The taller building had been added afterward for the convenience of the abbot's bailiff. When the monasteries were suppressed by the arch plunderer Henry VIII, we all know how many and how great were those who shared the pickings of the defunct fowl of Rome. The grange and the farm attached to it fell to the lot of a nobleman in the neighbourhood, together with much other valuable property. He bestowed it upon a younger son, and from that younger son it had descended in unbroken line to its present possessor. The fortunes of the house had varied considerably. Some had proved gamblers, some had been soldiers, some had been profuse, some penurious. Some had even made love matches, and now the farm, and the house, and the family were all in a state not very prosperous, not very disastrous, somewhere between decay and preservation. It was lucky indeed that the owner thereof had but one son, for had he been blessed with as many babes as a curate, there might have been some danger of a dearth in the pantry. As it was, he could afford comforts, an occasional bottle even of claret. Punch was a frequent accessory to digestion, and good sound ale, which would have done honour to any Cambridge audit, was never wanting for a friend or a poor man. The owner of that house, however, was a man of a peculiar disposition, which prevented him from enjoying as much as he might have done the favourable position in which fate had placed him. I do not mean to say that he was of a discontented mood, nor that he was precisely a melancholy man. He was whimsical, somewhat cynical, and certain it is he had always the art, though a good and kind man at heart, of discovering the bad or ridiculous side of everything. He was a learned man withal, and could often fit an occasion with a quaint quotation, often twisted considerably from its just application, but always serving his own purpose very well. He had passed a long time at the university, and gained odd habits and some distinction. He had then suddenly married a very beautiful woman of good family and small fortune. For her sake he determined to exert himself, to strive with the crowd for honours and distinctions, to place her in the same position in which his ancestors and hers had stood. For this purpose he went to the bar, around which he had been indolently buzzing for some previous years. He was engaged in one cause, circumstances favoured him, the senior counsel was taken ill, the weight, the responsibility fell upon the junior, but with them the opportunity. He made a brilliant speech, a powerful argument, carried the court and jury along with him, and saved his client from fine and imprisonment. Then came the heaviest blow of his life. His wife died and left him with one infant. The law was thrown up. The object of ambition was gone. All his old habits returned, more wrinkled and stiff than ever. He retired to his small property at the Grange, and there he had lived ever since, cultivating his acres and his oddities. But let us venture within the old walls and see the proprietor in his glory. Mark the knocker as you pass, reader. That great truncheon of iron, I mean, suspended by a ring surrounded by a marvellously cut plate of steel, with a large boss at the lower part, just beneath the obtuse end of the hammer. The door, too, is worth a look, with oak enough in it to build a modern house. Then we come to a low passage, none of the widest, and diminished in space by 2 chairs with tall backs, each back having round rods or bars joining the 2 sides together, ornamented with round, movable pieces of wood, which may be rattled from side to side, and resemble exactly those upon the curious machine with which in popular schools we teach the infant mind to count, now that we have discarded nature's original numeration table, furnished by our own 10 fingers. Between the chairs, in order not to have space for intruders to pass too readily, is a suit of complete armour, somewhat rusty, while on the other side are 3 cuirasses and 3 steel caps, with sundry pikes, swords, and gauntlets, arranged with some taste and garnished with much dust and many cobwebs. Now take care, there is a step, not up but down, for the floor is made to accommodate the ground, not the ground levelled to accommodate the floor. Then this small door on the left hand, with the sundry names and capital letters carved in it with a penknife, to prove the universality of idle habits in all ages and countries, leads into the room where we would be. But ere we enter, let us take a glance around. Seated at a small table near a fire, with one foot resting on the massive carved brass dog's head which ornaments the end of the andiron, at the imminent risk of burning the slipper, and with the other drawn up under his chair, which, by the way, was as tall and stiff-backed as the corporal of dragoons, and would have been a most uncomfortable seat had it not been well cushioned and partially covered with Genoa velvet, sat a gentleman of perhaps 55 years of age. He wore his own grey hair, though wigs were even then beginning to domineer over the crown, and the somewhat slovenly easiness of his whole apparel forbade the supposition that he would have ever consented to embarrass his cranium with a load of horsehair only fitted to stew the brains of the wearer into an unintellectual mass of jelly. He had upon his back a brocade dressing-gown, which might have been handsome at some former epoch, say 20 years before, but which, though not actually dirty, was faded, and though not actually ragged, was patched. He wore stockings of grey thread, and breeches of a chocolate colour, and by some antipathy between the waistband thereof and the fawn-coloured silk waistcoat above, a large portion of that part of his shirt which covered the pit of his stomach was exposed to view. But then that shirt was of the very finest and cleanest linen. Every man has somewhere a point of coxcombry about him, and fine linen was his weak spot. The ruffles and the cravat were of lawn, and white as snow. On the table before him was a large candle, shedding its light upon an open book, and ever and anon, as he read, he raised one finger and rubbed a spot a little above the temple, which by long labour of the same kind he had contrived to render quite bald. The room was by no means a large one, and the ceiling was of black oak, which rendered its appearance even smaller than the reality. But the greater part of 3 sides was covered with bookcases, and an immense number of curious and antiquated pieces of furniture encumbered the floor. The chairs were of all sizes and all descriptions, and in use. The tables were as numerous and as various as the chairs. The latter, moreover, were loaded with large brass tankards, curious specimens of Delftware, some exceedingly coarse in material and colouring, but remarkable in device or ornament, richly covered wooden-bound books, strange daggers, and fragments of goldsmiths' work, with 1 or 2 pieces of china and enamel of great value, besides coins and small pictures of inestimable in the eyes of an antiquary. The large centre table was tolerably clear, for supper time was approaching, and on it he took his frugal evening meal, although he had a dining-room on the other side of the passage, furnished with the most remarkable simplicity, and paved with hard flagstones. It was enough for him, however, to be disturbed once a day, and he visited what was called the eating-hall no oftener. This elderly gentleman, however, was not the only tenant of the room. On the other side, as far as he could get from the fire, for the evening, though in early spring, was by no means cold, sat the son of the master of the house, a young man of about 21 years of age. His father might have been pronounced a good-looking man had he taken any care of his personal appearance, but the son had inherited his mother's beauty, with a more manly character, and although youth was still very evident, though the moustache was scant and downy, and the face fair and unwrinkled, there was a good deal of thoughtful decision about the eyes, and a world of resolute firmness about the mouth and chin. He, too, was reading, and sometimes the book beneath his eyes excited a smile, sometimes engaged his attention deeply, but more frequently his mind seemed to wander from the page. He would fall into deep fits of thought. He would play with a knife which lay beside him, but, more often still, he raised his eyes and fixed them anxiously, thoughtfully upon his father's face. It seemed as if there was something working in his mind to which he wished to give utterance, and it was not long before he spoke. But let us reserve what followed for another chapter. It affected too much the fate and the immediate course of the personages before us to be treated briefly at the end of a mere descriptive passage. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne, Rainsford, James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The father looked up from his book and closed it with a slap, saying, Et tamen alter, si fecissent idem, caderet sub judice morum. It is a bad book, and if another had written it, he would have been put in the stocks or whipped at the cart's tail. But this man will get fame and honour and wealth by it, not that I am affected by the tristitia de bonis alienis. Each man should rejoice when he sees a worthy neighbour successful, even if he may detect some flaw or fault in his performances, for envy is the basest and most destructive of passions. Nulla pestis humano generi pluris stetit. But when one sees a man of some ability direct all his efforts to produce that which can only work evil to his fellow creatures, gild vice, decorate folly, and corroborate falsehood, and yet be lauded and rewarded, it does excite anger and produces a sad conviction of the unworthiness of our kind. This was not a very auspicious commencement of the conversation to which the young man was looking with some anxiety for an opening to propound certain schemes and purposes of his own. Nevertheless, it was some satisfaction to him that his father had left off reading, for that was an occupation not to be interrupted, and he hastened to make a reply in hopes that some turn would afford the opportunity he desired. Bad books are sometimes very useful, I think, sir, he said, with a good-humoured smile. Ever in paradoxes, Ralph, said his father. How may they be useful, boy? By giving better men than their authors occasion to refute them, replied Ralph. Not that I mean to say, he continued, knowing the peculiar argumentative character of his father's mind, that the mere refutation would be sufficient, for that would leave matters just where they were before. His father waved his hand. But because in the act of refutation 1,000 new arguments would be drawn forth in favour of truth and right, which might not occur to the multitude if no controversy ever elicited them. You have not put your case as strongly as you might have done, Ralph, replied his father. Complete refutation would not absolutely leave matters exactly where they were before. It is with a truth, with a principle, as with a sword blade. Its strength cannot be fully known till it is tried. True, the strength, whatever it is, remains the same, but to those who have to use it, the trial adds confidence. It is not of half as much importance to be armed with a good sword as to have one and know that it is good from having proved it. The abstract truth of any proposition remains the same, whether it be assailed and defended or not, but the question before us involves another element, namely, the effect of the assault and defence upon the minds of men, and therefore, as you say, books assailing the truth may sometimes be useful in calling forth a complete vindication of the truth. But the man who writes them is equally culpable, for even were we to admit that he might desire to establish truth more firmly by calling forth a strong defence, he would fall into the offence of promulgating falsehood with the knowledge that it was false, and truth refuses to be served by deceit. He paused for a moment, and his son carefully abstained from furnishing new matter for subtle arguments, well knowing that his father had no mercy upon hobby-horses. At length the old gentleman laid his hand smilingly upon the tome, saying, "I do not suppose that you intend to refute this work, Ralph. First, because I imagine that you do not know what it is, and next, because I have remarked anything but a vaulting ambition in you, my dear boy. Indeed, perhaps too little. Now, ambire semper stulta confidentia est, ambire nunquam dices arrogantia est, as has been said, in not the sweetest Latin that ever flowed." "Your pardon, dear father," replied Ralph. "I am very ambitious, not indeed of refuting the book of any author, living or dead. That I leave to you, in every way fitted for the task, if falsehood be the exponent. But anxious am I, most anxious, ambire palma, on the great stage of human life. To speak straightforwardly, I have been thinking for some time of asking your permission to go forth and try my fortune on a wider stage. I think I have not done ill at Cambridge." The father nodded his head approvingly. "But yet none of the paths which a collegiate life opens to a man have temptations for me, and I would fain see whether I cannot carve one out for myself." "What, at the court?" asked the father, shaking his head. Ralph, you forget the means, and know not half the expenses which a court life requires, even before the slightest advantage can be gained. With the rich and the courtly, only the rich and the courtly find favour. Su sui canis canae, bos bovae, et asinus asino, pulcherimus videtur. "Oh no," cried Ralph, "no courtly life for me, sir. Some powerful friends I may need, but those I know you can procure me. For not only they who are connected with you by blood, but they also who have had the stronger bonds of personal friendship with you in former years, will assuredly value your recommendation too highly to slight your son. As to means, the small sum I receive from my college, and a part of what you were kind enough to allow me there, will be ample." His father shook his head with a somewhat doubtful air, and asked, "But if you should fail, Ralph?" "I can but return here," said the young man, "and matters will be just where they were before." "You are fond of that phrase, Ralph," replied his father, "but you are mistaken. All are mistaken who use it. Nothing that has passed through any change is ever the same as it was before. There is always something gained or something lost. It will be so with you, and who shall say, in all the various complexities of circumstance and character, of accident and conduct, which life in the great world implies, how the balance may incline when you visit this old dwelling again?" He fell into deep thought after uttering the last words, and his son would not disturb his reverie, for the ice was broken, the first announcement made, and he was very certain of gaining his point in the end. Oh, how eagerly did the youth long for the attainment of that point! What was it that attracted him so strongly? No truant disposition, no idle weariness of the spot where his ancestors had dwelt, no gilded dreams of sport and pleasure, no over-coloured picture of the world's brightness. But it offered him hope, one small spark of that sacred fire, the extinction of which is death. He felt within him strong energies. He had proved somewhat severely his own abilities. He had a great purpose before him, a strong passion to lead him, and all he wanted was hope and opportunity. He dared not tell his father all that was in his heart, for there is a cold mist about age in which the flame of hope will hardly burn, and if prescience were equal to experience, youth would never struggle on so far and overcome so much for want of sunshine on the way. The father sat gazing thoughtfully into the fire. The son remained with his head leaning on his hand, till both started at a sharp rap upon the door of the house from the heavy iron knocker which I have mentioned. There was indeed no need of starting, for both knew they were to have a visitor that night, to taste a bowl of punch and chat over the affairs of the country round. But they had been so deeply involved in personal feelings that they had forgotten the flight of time, and the guest was upon them ere either was aware that the usual hour of his visit on a Wednesday night was actually come. The father buttoned up a portion of his waistcoat, and drew on again a slipper which, under the pressure of cogitation, he had kicked off his foot. The son put straight several of the chairs, which somehow or another had got into a state of confusion, and in the meanwhile was heard a sound, such as might have proceeded from a seal new caught scrambling about the bottom of a boat. but which in reality was caused by the movement through the passage of a short, thin-legged maid-servant, eager to open the door without delay to his reverence the parson, of whose weekly visitation she had been more mindful than her master. Hardly 2 minutes elapsed after the stroke upon the outer door when that of the little library opened, and not one visitor but 2 presented themselves, and both bedecked with cassocks. I cannot but regret the rubbing of the face of the coin wherever I see it in society. I love local colour, I love class costume, though not class interests, however they may be disguised. Every profession, every calling, honourably exercised, is honourable, and there is nothing so vain as the vanity, nothing so pitiful as the pride, which would conceal any external indication of a position we have no right to be ashamed of occupying. The Norman peasant girl, in love with her immemorial white cap, would feel herself degraded were you to dress her head up in hat and feathers. The New Haven fishwife has an honest pride in her yellow petticoat. The doctor in former times could still be known by red roquelaure and gold-headed cane, the divine by the garments of his order. The soldier aped not the civilian, nor the civilian the soldier. Each ship carried its own colours, and could be known by those that sailed by it. I see not those inconveniences of the system which have produced a change in our day. However, in the times of which I write, each parson could be known by his clerical garments, and both the 2 gentlemen who now entered were evidently churchmen, though very different both in appearance and demeanour from each other. The first was a fat, rosy personage, in a brand-new cassock, glossy and black as a raven's wing. In personal appearance he was no mean representative of the old friar, wanting, however, the shaven crown and the bare feet. The glance he gave round the room had just such a degree of strangeness in it as might imply that he was not a frequent visitor there, though not altogether unknown. The second was an older man, perhaps 60 years of age, tall, pale, and thin, with garments well worn, yet whole and decent, though they not unfrequently held the spade in his own garden, were peculiarly fine and delicate, and his face had seemingly been very handsome in early life. Now, from the time of the suppression of monasteries and the reformation of the Church of England under Henry VIII, if reformation that movement could be called which took place under the wife-slayer, to the present day, some 5 or 6 complete revolutions have occurred in the state and character of the clergy of Great Britain. Those are now living who remember 1 or 2. By a very natural reaction, the fishing and shooting and hunting parson of the early part of the 19th century, the man unmindful of all outward observances, and very little careful of even the more solemn duties of his calling, had given place either to the man of forms and ceremonies, of surplices and genuflections, of crosses and candlesticks, or to the eager, laborious, anxious evangelical minister, ever visiting the sick, attending to the school, or frightening the wicked with vivid pictures of damnation and diversifying labours, almost too much in themselves for any one man, with missionary meetings, propagation of the gospel societies, and tract and Bible distribution. The parson Trollober, I know not if I spell the name aright, as I have no books with me, the parson Adams, the vicar of Wakefield, although each certainly very much overdrawn, if we consider them as representatives of a class, give us some idea of the various phases of the clerical state in the last century, and innumerable memoirs, histories, and essays show the real condition of the clergy in the end of the 17th and beginning of the 18th centuries. At none of these periods, be it however remembered, was there not among the clergy of the day an infinite difference in manners, character, and condition, between different individuals according to circumstances. The man placed at a distance from refined society, in some remote country parish, was apt to lose the more polished manners acquired at college. This was especially the case where, as sometimes happened, the shameful smallness of the stipend compelled the parish priest or curate to eke out the means of subsistence by hard manual labour. But even then it was not always the case. The hands that have held the plough or dug the glebe have often, washed and clean, during the evening hours, penned words of fire, which have not only found their way to the hearts of men, kindling a flame of pure religion in the breast, but have lighted the writer himself on the road to high preferment. Again, the chaplain of the lord or great landed proprietor, depending upon his patron for advancement in the church, and sometimes even for his dinner, was often inclined to be subservient and lickspittle, to undertake degrading and sometimes shameless offices, to forget the dignity of his calling and the dignity of man. But this was merely occasionally, and occasionally also you would find a chaplain as stern and harsh as the most fierce reformer, keeping the whole household in awe, and even reproving the faults of his lord himself. These, however, were the extremes, and the general course lay between. There you would find the domestic priest plodding on quietly in his duties, doing as much good as a not very zealous character could accomplish, bearing the crosses of his situation meekly, and looking forward to a better and a freer day, when the long-expected living should be bestowed. All the coarse caricature daubing in the world cannot alter the lines of the picture left to us by the authentic records of those days, and though it may make the idle smile and the ignorant applaud, yet it will not deceive those who are really conversant with the manners and customs of other times. 2 clergymen of the 17th century are now before us, reader, but they belong to neither extreme, and the difference between them, though very great, only serves to show that even the middle ground admitted of much variety. The first who entered advanced, after a momentary look around him, directly towards the master of the house, and took him by the hand with kindly warmth. "Mr. Woodhall," he said, with the slightest possible touch on an Irish accent, "I am delighted to see you again. It is full 6 months since we last met, for I stayed behind my lord, being obliged to remain in London on account of having to go to Dublin about some little affairs of my own. My dear aunt having at length thought fit to take her departure for the realms of bliss, when, faith, I thought she had put off the journey altogether. She left me, God bless her, a neat little comfortable income of £200 English, a large china bowl, and a pair of Tangier slippers. Heaven reward her, as I am sure it should, for she never troubled it till she could not help it." "I am glad to see you back, Mr. Maffili," replied the master of the house. "You have been much wanted to bless the venison up at the Hall." "Oh, the currant jelly does that mighty well without me," replied the chaplain. "Mr. Ralph, I am right glad to see you. Alma mater abandoned, I hear. Done with the old lady, eh? Well, it must be so with all fathers and mothers. Children will quit them, must quit them, and there is no use of going cackling about like a hen after a brood of young ducklings, when first she sees them take to the water. Every animal knows its own element, and you will find it sooner or later. My poor mother, rest her soul, was sadly afraid that I might fall into the errors of popery, and yield to the seduction of the Scarlet Woman. But faith, I had no turn for vows of celibacy, and so I came over to England to be out of harm's way. No, no, wedlock is an honourable estate, especially when there is another estate to back it. And as to being married to the church, upon my soul and conscience, I never yet saw the church, be it stone or wood, that I would like to marry anyhow." While this part of the worthy gentleman's discourse was going on, addressed to the son, the father had been welcoming his other guest, the parson of the parish. "Good evening, doctor. Give you good evening," he said. "You have caught me here, the lean and slippered pantaloon. But, good faith, Ralph and I were so earnest in talk that I forgot how time went. Nevertheless, 'tis well as it is. Conversation never walks so much at ease as when slipshod, and we will scant ceremony to-night. Come, lay aside your periwig, and we will have a bowl of punch anon." We will pass over the brewing of the punch and the conversation which sweetened it, whether that conversation turned upon the decline of lemons, which the chaplain declared were not half as juicy as when he was a boy, or upon the enormous price of sugar, which the good parson mourned over sincerely. After the first 2 ladlefuls had passed round, however, other more important topics were started. Rumours from London, tales from France, an epigram, a court ball, a passage of Lucan, and a newly discovered method of solving some very puzzled questions connected with the conic sections were all mentioned and discussed. Ralph Woodhall had no interest in any of these things. Of some he was ignorant, of some he was tired, and at length he rose, saying he would go out and take a walk for half an hour. "To study the stars, Ralph?" said his father. "Nay, to write a sonnet to the pale-faced moon," replied his son, laughing, and away he went. "The boy has lost his wits," said the Irish clergyman, "to leave such a bowl as this, and such edifying conversation, for a green lane and a moonbeam. He must be melancholic." "Indeed, he has been somewhat heavy and thoughtful of late," said the father, "but he always loved these rural walks. Visere semper amnes nitidas." "Not by darkness," replied the parson. "He was never a night walker." "The lad's in love," exclaimed the Irishman. "That is the plain truth, as sure as my name is Maphili. You never see a lad of about 20 get moping and walking by moonlight, looking into babbling brooks, or sitting with his hat off under an elm tree, but you may be sure that he is infected with that sauntering, hey-ho, lamentable idleness, love, rightly called a passion, if passion means suffering, and is rightly called a madness or a disease by some doctors, whether the seat thereof be in the liver, or the midriff, or the brain, or the heart." "Hold, doctor," exclaimed Mr. Woodhall. "Pray make some distinctions. There are various kinds of love, some honest, noble, ennobling, others base, evil, and degrading, to say nothing of divine love, holy love, and all kinds and descriptions of honest affection. Even the love of man for woman is often too pleasing and blessing to be called a disease. It may perhaps be termed a sort of mental titillation, which, when not extravagant or in excess, is agreeable and even salutary. Many Eastern nations take the greatest delight in being gently tickled. The Chinese enjoy having the soles of their feet titillated either with the finger or a feather, and yet we know that, carried to excess, the tickling of the feet has produced convulsion and death. All depends upon moderation. Every excess is evil, on whichever side it be committed. Nay, I hold that an excess of abstinence is more sinful than an excess of indulgence, for the one is a despising of God's good gifts, while the other is merely a superfluous enjoyment of them. I cannot but think that the saint who stood on a pillar, and the anchorites of the Thebaid, were not only great fools, but blasphemous fools, for if they did not convey by speech, they signified by action a foul and false imputation upon the character of the deity, for which they deserved to be burned, if ever any man did merit such a fate. "But if your son be in love, who is the person with whom he is in love?" asked the parson. "There is no one in the parish for whom I think it at all likely that he should conceive such a passion." "He is not in love at all," replied the father. "The truth is, my reverend friend, he has conceived a strong desire to go forth and seek his fortune in the world, and we were speaking of that very subject when you came in. I had neither consented nor prohibited, and probably doubt, the most painful of all modes or conditions of the mind, has made him wander forth to-night." "The boy's in love," grumbled Mr. Maphili, authoritatively. "The boy's in love. But as to sending him forth to seek his fortune, that is the very best thing that can be done for him. It is the best remedy for love in the world. He'll puff and sigh like an angry cub for the first fortnight, then he'll find there is something else to be done in life than sigh. Then he'll struggle on, all for the loved one's sake. Then he'll forget the loved one in the struggle. Then he'll find she has forgotten him, and he'll console himself by saying, 'There are more fish in the sea.' Bless your soul, Mr. Woodhall, when I left Ireland, with what I could scrape together, to study at your University of Oxford here, I was dying for love of no less than 9 of the prettiest girls in all the north of Ireland. Not one of them didn't swear she would die a maid for my sake, and yet you see I'm a bachelor over 40, and they are all matrons, some of them grandmothers, I fancy." "What do you say to it, my worthy friend Barry?" asked Mr. Woodhall, addressing the parson. "I do not like to part with my son so soon after his return from college. I do not like to throw a lad like that upon the wide world without any decided prospect before him. Yet, if it be for his good, I will cast away parental fondness and parental anxiety, and let him go." "You will let him go in the end, Woodhall, whatever you determine now," replied the clergyman, with a look of kindly meaning, "and it is better to do that graciously, which you will do eventually. Besides, I think you will do right. The most important part of education is the education of the world. Those who keep their children back from this till they are themselves gone, leave them to receive the hard instruction, without anyone at hand to render it more easy. You have given Ralph every preparation. His mind and his heart have been cultivated highly. Let him go to receive the lessons of experience, while you are still here to give aid in case of need." "Well, he shall go," said Mr. Woodhall with a sigh. "I have still some friends left in the great world who will lend a helping hand, and to them he shall have letters." "I have but one," said Mr. Barry, "but he is a good and faithful one, and Ralph must know him." "Bless your soul, I will get him 20 letters from my lord in a jiffy," exclaimed Dr. Maffili. "The lad is a great favourite of his, and I have nothing to do but to write them, and my lord will sign and address them." Thus it was determined that Ralph Woodhall should go forth to try the world. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. I mentioned the stream. Surely I mentioned the stream. Oh dear, yes, I certainly did, although in the hurry of telling a story one is sometimes apt to forget small particulars. But I know I informed the reader, in describing the Grange, that there was a small pleasant stream, not unconscious of trout, which wandered past the back of the old house, and then, as if it had a peculiar affection for the place, made a graceful turn round one of the sides, serving for a fence, even if there had not been a dilapidated old wall there for that purpose. It was a very beautiful little river, for it deserved a grander name than rivulet, seeing that it was at that spot some 12 or 14 feet broad, and although the country to the north and east was flat, yet a number of little hills and eminences, and a great sloping tendency of the country to the south and west, from which it descended, was contrived to give it a rapid and hurried motion, which was accelerated by several miniature cascades and rapids. There were trees growing by its side too, and often overhanging it, canopying its glistening waters with interlacing boughs and green shimmering foliage. Sometimes they swept afar, leaving broad open meadows, where the angler might throw his fly with fearless sweep of arm, but sometimes they crept close to the bank, so close that their great brown rounded roots would obtrude from the rugged bank, mingling with the mossy turf and oozy rock, and curl down into the stream, with many a twist and many an aperture, affording fit concealment for the whole of the water-rat or otter. On the left-hand bank, however, whether along green meadow or among the dim shadowy trees, close to the margin of the stream, and following all its turns and windings, ran a broad, dry, well-kept path, and as beautiful and pleasant a walk it furnished for anyone who loved quiet musing, or was studious of the tranquil face of nature, as could well be found in the wide world. The very bounding, rush, garrulous boyhood of the stream, as it rushed on, struggling with the rocks and impediments in its way, overleaping some difficulties, rushing round other obstacles, and still, in spite of all, making its way onward, might furnish fancies to a poet or thoughts to a philosopher. Then the view over some of the open fields often indeed broke with hedgerows, and often dotted with church spire, and cottage, and farmhouse, but not unfrequently extending for miles and miles away over blue fen and dusky moor, had something wide and expansive in it, which seemed to open the heart and make the breast heave more freely, and where the trees fringed the stream, the eye could still wander far, for there was no thick wood, but a mere belt of planting without undergrowth, leaving smooth banks and grassy slopes between the old trunks and stems, over which the sight might range along tracks of sunshine, and often catch a glimpse through the green avenues of a far extending distance beyond. Oh, the homilies of nature, how they pour into the heart of those who will hear them lessons of peace, tranquillity, and love, which might well reform this harsh and jarring world, if man would but study there. The characters which man's hand traces, even if spared by the wearing course of time, whether written on parchment or graved upon the rock, pass from comprehension, become a riddle or a mystery. The learned scrutinize, the bold or the wise interpret, but the interpretation is denied, and the dead man's tongue becomes a matter of dispute and contention to the living. But the wisdom of the page, ever open before our eyes, is written in the universal language, and man has but to look and read to find himself wiser, better, greater from the permitted commune with a spirit above his own. It was a fair and pleasant walk, that path beside the stream, pleasant in the early morning, when dew was upon the grass and flowers, and the slant rays peeped under the green branches as if the first glance of the day at the new world were timid and doubtful. Pleasant at noon, when the green boughs afforded shade, and the brief walk across the meadow rendered the shade more grateful, and the fresh air from the ever-moving stream more sweet. Pleasant at evening, when the rosy light tinctured leaf and moss and blade of grass, and painted the old trunks of trees, and sprinkled the foam with rubies. Pleasant also was it, most pleasant, when the yellow moon was hanging high in air, and her beams, weaving themselves with the shadowy branches, spread the way with a network of black and silver. Then how the stream would seem to dance and gambol and leap up as if to meet the looks of the Queen of Night, and how every little cascade and rapid would sport with the shower of diamonds that fell upon it from on high. Along that path, under the moonbeam, Ralph Woodhall took his way, with slow and thoughtful pace, while the next step in his future course was under discussion in his father's house. He paused at the first meadow and looked up to the broad moon, and then moved on again, sometimes gazing at the stream and drawing dreamy images from its flashing waters, sometimes fixing his eyes upon the path and giving up his whole mind to commune with his own thoughts. They were somewhat sad and dark, at least the groundwork was so, but still a gleam of hope stole through, and checkered with brightness the gloom of the untried future. Onward he went for about half a mile. There the stream approached the little village, yet it came not too near, but sweeping past the foot of the little rise on which it stood, left a single field dotted with one clump of trees between its bank and the first house. Ralph paused there and looked up at the church, and strange fancies passed through his mind. They were like those embodied in Schiller's Song of the Bell, full of association, partly sad, partly joyful. Oh, how many a scene, and himself an actor in them, all passed pageant-like through his eyes during the brief moment that he spent there. All life's great epochs, all their emblems, the cradle, the bridal ring, the coffin. He walked on, musing. He came to a low wall with a stile of hewn stone and thick trees beyond, and passing over he followed the path, still running by the side of the stream. Through the trees the moonlight could be seen resting upon the open waving ground, with many a dell and glade, and here and there a deer lifting up its antlered head at the sound of a footfall. Presently another sort of light gleamed between the branches, but more directly on his path, a redder, less placid beam, and shortly after a tall irregular house was seen upon a terrace, to the foot of which the path approached very close, with a bright blaze coming forth from 3 casements on the lower story, while a ray or two shone out of the lattices above. The young man took a few steps aside to a spot where the trees approached nearest to the house, but remained under their shade, and gazed up at one particular casement with a look intent but sorrowful. What might be his thoughts and feelings at that moment? What might they not be? The ringing sound of merry laughter came from the fully lighted windows below. There were men there, carousing jovially, but their merriment had no music for his ear. Did he envy them? Oh no. Perhaps he might think how strangely fate shaped men's lots. Perhaps he might think why he, in whose veins flowed the same blood as in some of those rejoicing there within, who was conscious of as high a mind, as bold and true a heart, should be placed in comparative poverty, should be looked upon as in an inferior position, because his father's great-grandfather, about a couple of centuries before, had chanced without his own consent to be born a younger son. Yet he envied them not. He coveted not aught that they possessed. Nay, of all within those walls, longed for but one thing, But for that how he did long! He could not obtain it, and yet the only bar was the lack of that which those revellers possessed. That thought added to the objects of desire, but their wealth, their rank, their station were only coveted as means to the great end and objects of all his heart's desire. Thoughts came in crowds, but still he fixed his eyes upon the lattice. A shadow crossed it, and he said to himself, "She knows not I am gazing here." Then again he said with some bitterness, "If she did, what would she care?" But the next moment added, "Yet I wrong her. She would care, she would grieve, perhaps she would come forth to cheer me, at all events to bid me farewell. Would I could let her know." He was taking a step forward with some unfixed purpose in his mind, when a small door at the side of the building, not far from the bright casements, emitted a momentary light, which was instantly obscured again. The next instant a figure, a woman's figure, passed along the terrace, crossing the blaze from the hall, and Ralph advanced a step or two, but he retreated as rapidly, for the figure turned suddenly from the sound of the revelry, descended the steps of the terrace, and approached the very path by which he had come. Oh, how his heart beat at that moment! Hers, perhaps, might have throbbed wildly had she known who was near. But it was quite still, though somewhat busy, and she took her way on, paused for an instant to look up at the sky where the moonbeams veiled the stars, and then entered the path beneath the overhanging boughs. Ralph Woodhall took a step forward. It fell upon some of the withered leaves of the last year, and the sound startled her. She stopped suddenly, and fearful that she would turn and fly, he pronounced her name. "Margaret," he said, "Margaret, be not afraid. It is Ralph. I am glad you have come out, for they seem merrymaking at the hall, and I did not like to go in, though I longed to see you." Margaret gave him her hand, and whose heart was beating then? "They are making a terrible noise," she replied, "more than usual, I think, though perhaps it may be that my head aches, and that makes their mirth sound louder than at other times. I fancied that the cool air would do me good, and therefore came out to stroll along by the stream." "I will guard you on your walk, Margaret," replied Ralph. "It may be the last time I can do so for a long time to come." "The last time?" said the young girl, for she could not be more than 17 or 18. "You are not going to leave us, Ralph?" "Yes, indeed, for a time, dear Margaret," he replied. "I am going away into the wide world to seek my fortune. At least, I have asked my father's leave to do so." "Fortune!" said Margaret in a musing tone, walking on slowly along the path. "What can there be in fortune that makes men sacrifice so much to seek it?" "Nothing in itself," replied Ralph, "but everything as a means, to me at least, everything." "I see not why it should be more to you than to others," answered Margaret. "Why is it?" "I will tell you in an instant," replied her companion. "Here I am, hardly at home from college, when I wish to go away again, to part from my father and you and all my friends. That is what you would say, I know, dear Margaret. But if I stay at home, content with the little that fate has given me, without an effort to make it more, or to win honour and station and renown, there must come a bitterer parting still. I must see the one I love best in all the world leave me for another home, not only deny me her presence, but deny me her thoughts, bestow her heart and hand upon another, and be to me almost as a stranger." Margaret trembled, but answered nothing, and Ralph went on. "Shall I wait tamely, Margaret, and without an effort, see all this come rapidly, or shall I, with a strong heart, battle with fortune, and try to conquer her for the hope of her I love?" "Oh yes, go, go!" cried the girl eagerly. "I may not succeed, perhaps," continued Ralph. "All my efforts may fail. It is very likely. I may have to endure the same pang, to undergo the same loss, notwithstanding the utmost exertions. That is in God's hand. But at all events I shall have one consolation. I shall have striven, I shall have laboured, I shall have done my part. And you, Margaret, you will think better of me. You will remember me and my disappointments with sorrow. You will pity, if you must not love me." "I shall always love you, Ralph," she replied in perfect simplicity, and then suddenly stopped, adding with a deep sigh, "I speak foolishly, I fear, but you will not misunderstand me." "Margaret," he said in a tone of deep feeling, "Margaret, we must fully understand each other. I love you, Margaret. I shall always love you. I shall never love any but you. Yet hear me, dear girl, and do not tremble so," he continued, drawing her arms within his. "I seek to bind you by no tie to one in whose dark fortunes it needs the eye of eager love to see one spark of hope. I ask of you no promise to be mine, for I know right well that in my present state it were well nigh madness for either you or me to dream of a far-off bliss. I have that madness, Margaret, for I still dare to hope, but I would not have you share it, lest my own bitter disappointment should be doubled by breaking your heart too. It is well for me to go, and leave you free to act as your own heart may dictate or circumstances may impel. It is well for me to go, and to seek with the energy which only love can give for all those bright jewels of the world which are but too estimable in the eyes of those in whose hands your destiny must lie. So long as you are Margaret Woodhall, hope will live, exertion will continue, and strength will be given me to struggle on. But should I ever hear of you by another name, the light of life will have gone out, and, as my father has done, I will sit down to fade in darkness." "What shall I do? What shall I say?" murmured Margaret, as if speaking to herself. "Oh, Ralph, if I could add to your hopes, if I could strengthen your efforts, how gladly would I do it! But my fate is in the hands of others. I have no right to promise anything, and yet a promise might strengthen me myself. It might give me vigour to resist, should resistance be needful. Still my father has been very kind to me and to you. Ought we, Ralph, ought we to do or say anything that he would blame and condemn?" "No, oh no," answered Ralph Woodhall firmly. "I ask it not, Margaret. I only ask, let me still hope. Keep your heart and hand for me as long as may be, and though it may seem wild, rash, insane, to dream that in a few short years I may accomplish enough to lessen the disparity between your state and mine, yet so long as the beacon burns before me, I will go on, let the road be ever so rough and perilous. These are strange and stirring times, Margaret. Changes come suddenly and often. All men are struggling. Let me struggle too, and if Margaret will but bid me hope, my heart shall never fail." Margaret laid her fair hand upon his, and looking up in his face, replied, "Hope, Ralph, hope, hope away, hope always. I too will hope, and struggle likewise." As she spoke, the moonlight poured through the branches on her fair face and lighted her beautiful eyes. The look and the words were too much to be resisted. Ralph bent his head over her, and their lips met. "Hark!" said Ralph, after a moment's trembling pause. "I hear footsteps coming up the path. Let us turn back toward the hall." "Yes, yes, let us turn back," said Margaret, unclasping his arms from around her, yet gently, kindly; and then, as if she would not leave him wholly comfortless, she added in a low voice, as they walked onward, "There is at least one thing I may promise, Ralph. I will not plight my faith to another. I will not yield to any entreaty, nay, or command, till I have given you notice, and allowed time sufficient for you to come and deliver me from that which would be 1,000-fold worse than death, if deliver me you can. But now let us be calm, for I hear the steps coming quick behind us." When those steps were nearer still, Margaret was more calm than her lover, for such is woman's nature. Perhaps he had been less deeply moved than she had been. He could not have been more, but the stronger spirit, like the deeper water, when once in motion, remains longer agitated. "Aha, Mr. Ralph," said the voice of Dr. Maffili behind them a moment after. "Upon my life and soul, this is my country's way of taking a solitary ramble. You go out to walk alone with a companion, eh? Why, fair Miss Margaret, does my lord know of your night roaming?" "Quite well," replied Margaret, with very little sign of emotion. "I often walk through the park in the moonlight, doctor, but do not often have such good luck as tonight in meeting Ralph to keep me company. Ralph loves books better than the moon, I fancy." "He loves a pretty face wherever he can find it, I fancy, be it the moon's or not," replied the chaplain. "As to my solitary ramble, doctor," said Ralph, "I believed when I set out it would be solitary enough, but I cannot say it has been less unpleasant for not being so." "I devil doubt you," said Maffili to himself, "but moonlight walks are pretty dangerous things, as I know to my cost. There was the widow McCarthy, but no matter for that. The moon is considered a cold planet, but, on my faith, I think she has a greater knack of scorching than any sun I ever saw." All this was uttered in an undertone, so that no distinct sense was conveyed to the two by whose side he now walked. It was evident, however, that his suspicions were excited, and Ralph, somewhat impetuous in disposition, and ever ready to confront a danger, asked boldly, "What are you talking to yourself about, doctor?" "Oh, nothing at all, but some of the queer freaks of nature, my boy," replied the other, and Margaret interposed, saying, "Ralph has been telling me of a queer freak of his, doctor. He says he is going to travel, and leave us all here in this dull place. He has not been home from college a month, and is weary of us already. Can you not persuade him to stay a little, if but for civility's sake?" "By my conscience, but that is the last thing I shall do," replied Dr. Maffili. "It is the best thing for him to go and see the world, and may be just as well for other people too. No, I have promised the old gentleman to get my lord your father to give him letters to all the great folks he knows, who may help him on in life, and the sooner they are given the better." "Well, I do not know what I shall do when he is gone," said Margaret, following unconsciously a policy almost instinctive in woman's heart, and showing a portion in order to conceal the whole. "I shall have no one to talk to but you, doctor, and no one to draw me out of the river if I fall in, as Ralph did when I was a little girl, for you would never wet your cassock for my sake." "Wouldn't I, though, darling?" cried the jolly priest. "I can help you at a pinch, and will, depend upon it. And as to conversation, mine will do you a world more good than that of any young scapegrace in the land. But now, as to asking my lord about these letters, can it be done tonight? Is he in a fit state to be talked to, Mistress Margaret? There was an array of bottles on the table when I left, and the Bordeaux was none of the worst." "Fit to be talked to!" cried Margaret. "Fie, doctor, to be sure he is. Would you have me tell papa that you think he gets tipsy every night?" No, for heaven's sake, not such a word, or there goes the living," cried Dr. Maffili. "Oh, you little fox, so you have turned the tables upon me. Well, you shall see how discreet I can be. And you be discreet also, and don't say a word. We'll keep one another's counsel, and mind, my darling, when you have an opportunity, speak a good word for me about the living. I have been 10 years in the house, ever since you were a little thing not up to my knee, and not a benefice has been offered me but that horrid marshy hole of Aigueborough, come Flushing Gap, where I should have had to read prayers to yellow-bellied frogs, and preach to the sea-mews. I shall never be a bishop at this rate, and am resolved to comfort my arms in lawn if it be possible. But now we are coming near. You trot up to your own room, Mistress Margaret, and I and Ralph will go in. Then the old lord would never be a bit the wiser as to your moonlight rambles." "On the contrary, I shall go straight in," said Margaret boldly. "That is to say, if all these drunken sots are gone, and will ask my father for the letters for Ralph myself. You are altogether mistaken, my reverend friend, if you suppose that I care about my father's knowing where I have been, or that I met Ralph accidentally. Only take care not to put any wrong construction upon my walk, doctor," she added in a warning tone. "For the plain truth, I fear not." When they reached the house, however, it was found that the party in the hall had not yet broken up, and the sounds that issued forth warned Margaret that it was no scene for her to appear in. Dr. Maffili judged also that his presence would not be acceptable, and the three parted at the door. It cannot be said that Ralph's fingers did not press more warmly on Margaret's hand than on that of the chaplain as he bade them severally adieu. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Fate A Tale of Stirring Times by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. It was too much for the warmth of those lovers' hearts to part in the cold, frozen solitude of even the little world around them. The many makes a solitude for the few. No prison walls are harder, sterner, no fetters more rigid, more binding, no penitentiary cell more silent, more solitary, than the wall of hard human faces, than the fetters of conventional forms, than the dull, hemming in, unresponsive circle of an unsympathizing crowd for hearts that feel together and would speak to the ears that can comprehend. They could not bear it. They risked all for the sake of pouring out the thoughts of each bosom to the other, and on one bright morning, the day before Ralph's departure over the brown heaths and moors, heaven knows how they found the opportunity. They hardly knew themselves. It was the impulse of the moment. Fortune favoured. The skies winked at the lover's wish, and there they were. No eye, it would seem, perceived their going forth. None whom they knew met them in the lonely lane, and once in the wild commons, they were but a speck upon the wide extent. They heard the cry of dogs afar. They saw hounds and mounted horsemen sweep over the distant hill. They felt little alarm, for so broad was the expanse that it would have required long calculations to discover how many chances there were to one that the hunt would not come within seeing distance of themselves. Sometimes they walked on together, sometimes they sat side by side on the dry, sandy bank. Margaret's hand rested in Ralph's, and their eyes looked into each other's. "You will not forget me, Margaret, among all the gay and proud and high who throng your father's dwelling?" "Can I forget myself, Ralph, and all the memories of which my existence is made up? But will you not forget me? You are going forth from me into a giddy world, where all is new and untried to you, where thousands of sights and feelings and hopes and passions and efforts and changes may well wipe away Margaret's image from your heart. Do you believe it, Margaret? Do you think that in aught I meet with I shall ever forget for one moment the object of my going forth? What will be to me all that the world can give or show? What haughty grandeur, what supple flattery, what upstart wealth, what official insolence, what eager, hasty business, what cunning policy and low cabal, what lordly halls and crowded courts, and glittering gems and eager strife, without the hope, the one bright leading hope, which, like the mariner's star, may lead me away but to guide me surely home again. Oh no, these things form but the waves of a sea through which my bark must steer, but if they once break in, then I am wrecked indeed. Would, dear Margaret, while I am gone, that you could see every thought and feeling of my heart. Behold, as in a glass, every act in which I am engaged." Margaret mused. "Would we could both know the future," she said, "at least as far as our own fate is concerned. Would we could see how all this will end. They tell me there is a man lives yonder, down by those few scattered houses on the moor, who can read horoscopes, and tell by various means the destiny of those who will consult him freely. What think you, Ralph?" she asked, with a laugh and a blush. "Shall we go and ask him our fate? What if he were to say you would prove untrue, and love some fair lady of the court, and forget Margaret? Are you afraid to inquire?" "Not in the least," he replied, "for I should give no weight to his words, Margaret, whatever he said. The stars tell us of God's might, and everything throughout nature of his love and bounty, but man's fate is a sealed book, which no stars, nor aught else in the great creation, can aid us in reading. Had the Almighty ever designed that the destiny even of the next coming hour should be known to us, he would have given us clear means of learning it. For the same being who has taught us all that is necessary for us to know for our conduct here below, and for our salvation hereafter, would not have left us ignorant of anything that could be beneficial to us to comprehend in our after destiny. However, I have no fear, so let us go." It may be a question whether Ralph really felt the full amount of scepticism in regard to arts, which obtained almost universal credence in those days, which he assumed. Reason is a fine thing, but alas for poor human nature, reason but too often fails to convince. There would seem to be intuitive convictions against which argument the most logical fails to operate. Ralph had 1,000 times pondered and discussed with himself all the points of superstition that affected the age in which he lived. He had proved to his own satisfaction that the calculations of the astrologer and all the terrors of supernatural visitants were either impostures or dreams, to his own satisfaction. I have said, but not to his own conviction, and the two are very distinct. However, he did not suffer the lingering feelings of unwilling belief in that which his reason rejected, ever to affect him in his conduct, and he again expressed his willingness to go. Margaret, on the other hand, had never argued the question with herself at all. Not that she gave full credence to all the wilder and grosser superstitions of the day, for a mind naturally strong and bright had guarded her against much, though not against all. She had heard with horror and indignation of the trial, condemnation, and execution of some unfortunate persons for witchcraft not very long before the period of which I speak. But yet, when we remember that Sir Thomas Browne himself, the great reformer of vulgar errors, could not free his mind entirely from the superstitions of his day, it was not to be expected that a young girl of Margaret's age should be entirely devoid of them. She went on, then, with her lover, with more faith in the experiment they were about to make, and of course with more eagerness also; but at the same time her fears and agitation were naturally greater likewise, and before they had taken 100 steps she almost regretted having made the proposal. Curiosity, however, was stronger than apprehension. Perhaps, I might say, hope was stronger, for undoubtedly one great motive of the inquiry she was about to make was to strengthen her own heart in the coming hours of trial by the assurances of after happiness which she fondly trusted to receive. The scene around as they advanced, and the way that they took, were well calculated to impress the mind with that feeling of awe which was a good preparation for that which was to follow. The base of all superstition is awe at the thought of some great unknown thing, and whatever tends to impress the mind with great and solemn fancies naturally aids in that direction. I never saw the cause of superstitious fears, so universal in the mind of man, clearly and rightly reasoned but once, and that was in the work of an American writer less generally known, at least in England, than he ought to be. He makes one of his characters speak as follows: "Fear is not cowardice. You may encounter unmoved the greatest danger that can threaten you, as death in any shape, and yet be frightened at a trifle merely because its exact magnitude is unknown to you. And this convinces me that there is something somewhere in the universe more terrible than death, or any ill that we know of, or whence comes this all-pervading instinct of fear, which begins in the cradle and follows us to the grave. There is some undeveloped cause of fear somewhere, some terrible evil which the imaginations of men have not been able to find a shape for. Anything that strikes the mind and produces sensations of awe, even of sublimity or grandeur, has a powerful effect in rousing up all that is superstitious in our nature, and the scene through which the two wandered on was well calculated to have that effect. I know nothing more solemn and impressive than a wide, far-extended, uncultivated moor upon a dim day, when no bright gleams of sunshine diversify the expanse with catches of golden light, when the sky above is all grey, and the eye rests upon nothing but long lines of brown and purple heath, like a broad, desolate ocean spreading everywhere around. Such was the scene which presented itself to the eyes of Ralph and Margaret ere they had gone 1/4 mile. The undulations of the ground had by that time hidden the ploughed fields and meadows around. The grange, the hedgerows, and tall trees were no longer seen. The church and the village and her father's hall were shut out from sight, and the only part to be discovered of the higher country to the south and west was a dark greenish black line of hill covered with sombre wood. The small scattered houses toward which they wended their way, and which were to be seen distinctly when they stood upon the upland, were now lost to the view, and not a trace of man's habitation or his industrious hand greeted the eye to relieve the prospect from its air of utter desolation. Even the path, if path it could be called, which they followed to arrive at their object, showed none of the rich colouring which could relieve the general sombre tints of the view, but formed of the dark grey sand of a peaty soil, harmonised well with, but enlivened not at all, the black and swampy ground that lay on either side. Here and there a pool lay glistening upon the moor, but the effect was not cheerful, for it reflected nothing but the grey sky above, and round the edge, where the grass and heath had rotted under the action of the water, the dark tangled roots and dull brown moss, ragged and tufted, gave a more dreary look to the ground. The distance was greater than Margaret had supposed, for the cottagers, who were in reality intruders on another man's land, had taken care to build at some distance from the cultivated ground, not indeed in the hope of escaping observation, but in order to render it not worth while to dispossess them. The solitary man, too, who had established himself at no great distance from them, was not inclined to court the proximity of the gay general world, and he had planted his dwelling even some 400 or 500 yards further in the moor than the cottagers themselves. Thus the walk was nearly 2 miles in length, and the ever-recurring sameness of the view, its vastness, its desolation, sunk more and more heavily upon Margaret's spirits as she and her lover walked slowly on over the numerous slopes of ground, where the prospect was only varied by a different arrangement of the same monotonous materials and hues, and she literally trembled as she approached the lonely dwelling, where, she more than half believed, her future fate might be made known to her. The house itself was a sad and solemn-looking one, not a mere clay hovel like those which had been passed before, but a tall dwelling of rough stone, with a perpendicular row of 4 windows, and 2 low and narrow doors. It had evidently been built a long time, for moss and lichen clung about it, and a thick stem of ivy rose at one corner, and sent out its matted foliage of dark green over the greater part of 2 sides of the building. It might have been a tower erected in times of trouble for watching the fens, and if a lodge or a garden of cucumbers afforded to a Hebrew a good image of desolation, an Englishman could conceive no habitation much more gloomy and dreary than a solitary stone house in the midst of the marshes of Lincolnshire. In one respect it had the advantage over the little hamlet situated near. It was placed upon the top of the highest elevation of the low grounds, probably for the purpose of descrying afar off any object that moved across the fens. It was on a little mound, rising about some 20 feet above the general level of the moor, and consequently the situation was drier and more secure than could have been found anywhere else in the neighbourhood. But still it looked damp and cold and miserable enough. At the door which the 2 young people approached hung a large bell, and laying his hand upon the pulley, Ralph drew it sharply down. It gave forth a dull, melancholy sound, which made Margaret start. No one appeared, however, at the door, although they waited for several minutes in expectation. At the end of that time Ralph rang again, but still no one appeared, and at length he lifted the latch and opened the door. As he did so, he saw the foot of a tall stone staircase before him, and at the same moment a loud, deep voice called from above, "Come up!" When the young man turned toward Margaret, he saw that her blooming cheek had become very pale, and that she was evidently much agitated. "Shall we go on, dearest Margaret?" he said, taking her hand tenderly in his. "Oh yes, yes, let us go on now," replied Margaret in a low voice. "Perhaps if I had known I should be so frightened I might not have asked this, but I will not turn back now." "There is no occasion for alarm, dear girl," rejoined Ralph. "I will go first, but let me have your hand, Margaret." And thus, hand in hand, they ascended the long staircase, while the voice from above repeated in a tone of command the words, "Come up!" They passed 2 doors, one at the top of the first, and one at the top of the second flight of steps, but Ralph judged that the voice sounded from a place higher up still, and went on. The staircase was very dark, only illuminated by a narrow loophole here and there, but in the middle of the 3rd flight a brighter light began to shine upon the steps, and Margaret detained her lover for a moment to recover breath and courage, saying, "Stay a moment, Ralph, let me stop my heart from beating so." Then, after a short pause, she added, "Now let us go on. I am ready." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times by George Payne, Rainsford, James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. At the top of the stairs there was an open door, from which what light there was in the sky streamed out upon the landing place, upon the old oaken banister which guarded the descent, and upon one half of the flight of steps to the floor below. This light was so bright, so clear, compared with that of the common, especially when separated from it by the darkness of the staircase, that Margaret and Ralph both thought for a moment that the clouds had cleared away, and that the sunshine was streaming through some window that they could not see. Such is the common effect of mounting to a high point when the atmosphere is very thick, but these two young people had never experienced it before, and they were surprised when they found, on looking up, that through what they termed a window in the roof, in other words a skylight, the sky appeared as grey and clouded as ever. Now these skylights are supposed by many to have been unknown at the period I speak of, and the vanity of modern discovery leads men to believe that many things are new inventions, which were as well known to our ancestors as to ourselves. It is the general introduction of comforts and conveniences that is slow. The discovery of them is often made centuries before they are applied. There was a regular skylight, with a small portion giving light to the top steps, while the larger part served to illumine the room beyond, the door of which was open. The interior of the room was visible entirely to the eyes of Margaret and Ralph as they ascended, and very different was it from that of the learned Doctor's Sidrophel, as described by Butler. It was nearly destitute of furniture. There were 2 chairs and 1 table, formed of old hard oak, upon which stood a telescope, pointing toward the skylight I have mentioned. Beside it lay a number of mathematical instruments, and an enormous number of pieces of paper or card, on which were inscribed an infinite quantity of lines and figures, only understood by the initiated. There were no stuffed beasts in the room, no skin of alligator or large lizard, but upon a board at the side were inscribed with a piece of chalk innumerable inscriptions and strange figures, which Margaret did not at all comprehend. Near the table, the only table which was to be seen, stood the master of the house, dressed in long black garments, with boots of yellow morocco leather. In short, his whole dress was singular, and at once denoted the profession of an astrologer. It was not gaudy, nor in bad taste. It seemed not as if he thought to proclaim his pretensions, but merely adopted a peculiar garb for his own convenience. His figure and appearance were impressive. He was a tall, powerful man of more than 6 feet in height, and unbowed by the weight of years, although many must have rolled over that tall, smooth brow, and the bald crown above. The hair on the temples and the back of the head was as white as driven snow, but the eyebrows were still black as night, and but few wrinkles appeared in the soft, smooth skin, which was as fair and soft as that of any lady in the land. At the moment when the lovers approached the door of the room, he was looking anxiously at some papers in his hand, and he seemed wholly engrossed by the subject of the moment. He moved not from the position in which he stood, but simply repeated once or twice the words, "Come up!" and it was not until Margaret and Ralph had been some moments in the room that he moved his eyes to ascertain who were his visitors. At length he fixed a keen and eager glance upon them, and asked in no very gentle tone, "What brings you here, young people? Come you to seek information of the past, or the present, or the future? I can tell you either, and will tell you, for I know you too well to fancy that it is some lost spoon, or strayed sheep, or any idle nothing of village life which brings you here, as so many are brought, to inquire of the wise man, whom they only think wise because he is different from themselves in their own foolishness." He spoke in a somewhat sneering manner, and Ralph answered in a calm but bold tone. "We have heard, sir," he said, "that you have studied deeply sciences of which we know nothing, and that you are capable of giving us information, or at least believe so, regarding our future fate. But you seem to know who and what we are already, and now we desire to hear, not what may be judged or fancied from the probabilities of our existing situation, but rather that which is indicated by science and calculation. "You are a scholar, sir," said the astrologer, looking at him from head to foot, "and doubtless hold in contempt the things which other ages venerated. It is the mood of young scholars, but it matters not. I do know you both well. I know you from the cradle until now. The past, the present, and the future, as it regards you, are all before me. I knew when you would come here, and that was why I told you to come up, though I am not willing to be interrupted in my studies at this hour. Now, Ralph Woodhall, what would you that I should tell you? And you, Mistress Margaret, what is it you desire of me? Would you fair dreams and specious promises, visions of bright and golden happiness, love and enjoyment, long life and a good old age? You will have none such from me. Do you wish to hear the truth, or do you not? Are you bold enough, fearless enough, to look upon the future with an unwinking eye, and shape your course accordingly?" "I am," replied Margaret, in a firmer tone than might have been expected from her previous agitation. "It is for that I come. Say, Ralph, is it not better that we should know what is in store for us than go on in doubt and uncertainty?" Ralph was silent. There was something so impressive in the old man's manner, a strong conviction, so clear in his own mind, that some belief was compelled, and yet the youth did not wish to acknowledge that he placed any reliance on the other's pretended science. The pride of argument and reason was against it, and he paused so long that the other went on with a somewhat angry frown. "You are incredulous," he said, "or would seem so. Happily for you, belief or unbelief cannot affect in any degree the immutable decree of fate. Now, mark me. I need not the day and hour of your birth. I know them both right well, and I will tell you broadly that which is coming. To you, lady, in the first place, let me say the little I have to say. Be true, be cautious, persevere, strive not in any degree to resist what seems impending over you. Yield to it, without a pledge, but keep your troth pure and unsullied at the last, and you shall still be happy." "But not without him," exclaimed Margaret, laying her hand upon Ralph's arm, and looking up in the old man's face eagerly. "Not without him, or it cannot be true happiness." The cloud passed away from the old man's brow, and he looked at her with a smile the most sweet and benignant. "Truth will always make happiness," he said. "Without truth there can be none. You know how you are plighted to each other. Be true to each other, and you shall be happy. But it will not be without sorrow, and trial, and difficulty. Now to you, young gentlemen, I will speak. You are full of vain hopes and expectations. Love makes you ambitious, and I tell you that you shall see one bright prospect fade away after another, and hopes extinguished as soon as they are born. You shall struggle on against hope, and meet with disappointment after disappointment. This is your course. Lo, I have told you." He paused for a moment, gazing fixedly upon the countenance of Ralph Woodhall, and then added in a lower tone, "But persevere, be true, and be happy in the end. In the moment when you least expect it, by the means you least foresaw, your fate shall be worked out, and your success accomplished. But hark, there are others coming who must not find you here. Get you into this other room, keep you as still as death, and wait till they are gone." Thus saying, he opened a door in the wainscot, disclosing a small chamber, utterly without furniture, and with one little window looking out upon the moor. There was a sound of horses' feet and people speaking below, and the moment after the great bell rang, scaring Margaret and her lover into their place of concealment with very hurried steps. The voice of the old man was then heard, calling from the top of the stairs, in his loud sonorous tones, "Come up!" and the instant after another tongue was heard shouting, "Where the fiend are you? Do you hide yourself in the attic? Truth, they say, lies in a well, and wisdom, it seems, at the top of the house." "Wisdom and truth are not so far separate," said the old man, speaking rather to himself than to the other. At the same moment, Margaret, who had been leaning on Ralph's arm, took a step forward, and shot a heavy bolt that was upon the door into the staple, and then raising her beautiful lips towards her lover's ear, till the sweet breath fanned his cheek, she whispered, "It is the voice of Robert Woodhall, your cousin and mine, Ralph, though nearer akin to you than to me." "Little akin to kindness," replied the other in the same low tone. "I have not seen him for 7 or 8 years, so I may well forget his voice. His haughty, imperious mother treated me so ill, and abused me so much when last I was at the castle, that I will never go again." Margaret laid her finger on her lips, terrified lest their retreat should be disclosed by any sound, for steps were now heard coming fast up the stairs, and there seemed to be more than one visitor approaching. The next instant a voice sounded in the neighbouring room which both Margaret and Ralph knew well, for it was that of her own brother, and though it was more civil in its tone than that of the first who spoke, there was a great deal of that rough levity in the words which was much affected by the young and dashing nobility of the day. "Good morning to you, Maroba," he said. "I have brought my cousin here, Lord Coldenham's son, or rather, as I should say, Lord Coldenham's brother. We want to see which way the hunt has taken. I tell him you are a wise man, and he says to me, nay, for that no wise man would live in this moor." "Fools might be made judges of wise men, and yet not much hanging done in the land," replied the person he called Maroba. "Not for want of folly enough in the judges, but for want of wise men to be judged." "Come, Master Maroba, or whatever is your name," said the voice of Robert Woodhall, "show us a trick of your art. What in the fiend's name is this you have got on the table?" "Something that you cannot understand," replied the other. "An instrument that makes me see things that you cannot see. What are you holding out your hands for? Do you suppose that I practise chiromancy? Or do you come hither for the purpose of insult? If so, beware of your neck, for that window is high, and you may have a speedy path to the bottom." "No, I don't come to insult you," replied the voice of the other in somewhat craven tones. "How the devil should I know how you tell people's fortunes?" "If you want palmistry, go to the Egyptians. I deal not with such trash. The luminous influences which rule the destinies of mankind, and which have been read with truth and certainty from the days of the Chaldean sages down to this present hour, are the letters of the book I study. If you wish to know anything that they may say regarding your fate, put your questions and I will answer them, for I have the horoscope of every man above the rank of a churl within 50 miles of this place." "I don't know well what to ask," replied the voice of Robert Woodhall, and there seemed to be a whispered consultation between him and his young companion. "Yes, yes, ask him that," said the voice of Margaret's brother. "Well then," said Robert Woodhall aloud, "tell me, if you can, in all these choppings and changes of the times, what shall become of the two kindred houses of Coldenham and Woodhall?" "They shall be reunited," said the old man at once and decidedly, "and that before 4 years are over." "Ay, how is that to be?" said the voice of Robert Woodhall, seemingly puzzled by the reply, and then, after a moment's pause, he added, "I suppose you mean that I shall marry my fair cousin Maggie." Margaret's hand pressed tight on Ralph Woodhall's arm, and her beautiful eyes fixed straining upon the door, as if she hoped that their earnest gaze might reach the face of the old man and read upon it the answer ere it was uttered. The next moment, however, she heard him reply, "I did not say so. I tell you what is to be, not how it is to be." "Well then, tell me," exclaimed Robert Woodhall in a more serious tone, "shall I marry my cousin Margaret?" "You shall go to the altar with her," replied the old man. But ere he could end the sentence, her brother Henry exclaimed, "You must have changed your manners and your morals too, Robbie, before then, or I tell you fairly I would stop it, even if it were at the altar step." "It is not for you to stop it, young man," said the other deep-toned voice, and then suddenly breaking away from the subject, the old man exclaimed, "There, if you desire to know which way the hunt has gone, lo, there it goes over the fens hard by, and if they take not good heed, many a horse, and perhaps some men, will leave their lives there." "There it goes," cried Robert Woodhall. "Come, Hal, come. Do not let us stand wrangling and befooling ourselves here. Let us to horse and after them." And the next instant was heard the sound of the 2 young men's steps running rapidly down the stairs. In the meantime, Margaret leaned her forehead upon Ralph Woodhall's shoulder and wept, and after a brief pause, the old man endeavoured to open the door from the other side. Ralph drew back the bolt, but there were 2 sad faces which met Maroba's eyes, for both the lovers had read his words in one sense, and both, if the truth must be told, put some faith in them. "Why weeping?" said the old man, gazing kindly at Margaret. "You told me," said the beautiful girl, "to be true, and I should be happy. How can I be either true or happy if I am wed to that man, a man whom I abhor, a man who frightens me?" The old man smiled. "It shall all be as I have said," he replied, "though you cannot see the how or the when. If the book of fate, dear lady, could be laid open before your eyes, it would appear to you only full of darkness and contradictions, unless you could perceive all the myriads of fine links and intricate threads which unite event and event together. These I myself cannot see, and much that my art discloses seems contradictory to me as well as yourself. Nevertheless, that it shall be, I know, and if you find that my words come not true, and all seeming contradictions melt away, I give you both leave to call me liar and fool, and if I be still living, pluck me by the beard in the public street. Nay, more, in compassion for your weakness and your partial want of faith, you may, when you find events seemingly going contrary to my prediction, come to me, send to me, write to me in your dread and apprehension, and I will give you renewed assurance, and perhaps clear information. Be not afraid, dear lady, have faith, and it shall go well." Margaret shook her head and sighed, and the old man, turning to her lover, asked in a low tone, "When do you go forth?" "In 2 or 3 days," replied Ralph. "But how did you know I was going forth?" The old man smiled. "I should be little worth consulting," he replied, "if I knew not so trifling a thing as that. In 2 or 3 days you must take a long ride before that. You must go to a place you have not seen for years, and to people that you love not. Tomorrow morning, early, instead of hanging about the nest of this sweet bird, mount your horse and ride away to Coldenham Castle. See the proud old lady, see her eldest son. She will receive you ill, and treat you with neglect, perhaps contempt. But laugh at it, Ralph Woodhall, laugh at it, and mark everything that you see in every chamber that you enter, every chair and table and decoration and piece of tapestry. You shall be better than she is some day, and have rooms as fine and ornaments as gorgeous. If the woman is very fierce, just say to her calmly that she has not done you justice, and that the day will come when she must think better of you." "But I love not to go near her," replied Ralph. "She is hateful to me in many respects, a bold, harsh, bad woman, and, moreover, I see not the use of visiting one whose only intercourse with my father or myself led to total estrangement between him and his lordly cousin, and to my mortification and injury." "Go," said the old man in a tone of authority. "Go, as I have told you. Let her not say that you slunk out of your native county without venturing to see your nearest relations. Perchance she may offer to advance your views." "Then I would spurn her offers with contempt," replied Ralph. "What!" cried the other, laying his finger lightly upon Margaret's hand, which rested on the table. "What! with this in view?" "Margaret would never wish me to do a mean and base thing," answered Ralph, "even for the greatest happiness that heaven could bestow." "Go, at all events," repeated the other, with a look not altogether dissatisfied. "Refuse or accept her good offices as you will, but go. And now mark me further, youth. You will need a servant with you on your wanderings. I know where you will find one who will suit you." "Alas, good sir," replied Ralph, "I have no means to indulge in such attendance. I can neither afford to pay a servant or to feed him." "Did I not say that I knew one who would suit you?" asked the other; "and when I said that, I meant that he would suit you in all respects. The one I speak of will have payment of a certain kind, but not from you, and as to the rest, he will find means to feed himself. You must take him with you, for he may be needful. Now remark, as on your return homeward from the castle you pass through the village of Coldenham, you will see a low white house, 6 doors beyond the church. You will know it by the beams of the framework shining in lozenges through the whitewash, and by the gables being turned to the road. Stop at the door and ask for Gaunt Stilling. A lad will come out to you, and you have but to say to him, 'Mortimer says you are to be at Halling's Corner at such an hour of such a day, in order to go through the world with me,' and if you are punctual to the time you tell him, you will find him at the place to the moment of the appointed time. Ask him no questions, indulge no vain curiosity, and he will serve you well and faithfully. Nay, more, he will, in case of need, be able to communicate quickly with me, should I not be here when you need counsel and assistance." Ralph mused a moment, and then, looking up, frankly answered, "This is all strange enough, but I will do as you desire. I hear all the people round say that you are a good and kind man, that you cure them of their ailments, relieve them in their need, and often, by your timely help, turn the trembling scale of fortune in favour of the good and the industrious. You would not do aught, I am sure, to raise hopes that are vain, or to thwart efforts that are honest." "I would not," replied the old man solemnly, "but I would do the reverse. And now it is time for both of you to speed home. The hunt will soon be over. Do you know the way by the Black Lane?" Ralph answered that he did, and saying, "Take it, it is the safest," the old man led Margaret to the top of the stairs. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne, Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. In a large and handsome room, in a splendid building of ancient date, one of the few which, either in consequence of the political or religious opinions of the owners, escaped ruin during the civil wars, situated upon a gentle eminence on the confines of Nottingham and Lincolnshire, with green turf sloping away to a wood of old trees, to have wandered among which would have rejoiced the heart of Evelyn, sat a lady considerably past the prime of life, yet with all the fire of youth in her jet-black eyes. She was not very tall, and yet there was something commanding in her figure and her carriage, which gave a beholder the idea of greater height than she really possessed. The figure, indeed, had suffered little from the ravages of time, and although youthful grace might be gone, the supple, easy undulation of unstiffened muscles, all the native dignity remained, rendered harsher, but not less remarkable, by a certain degree of rigidity. No one could deny that the features of the face were handsome, but yet they did not possess that outline which is generally pleasing, and there was something peculiarly repulsive in the expression. Perhaps it might be its unfeminineness, to coin a word. To this the general cast of the features lent themselves greatly, now that the plump roundness of early life had departed. The nose was aquiline and strongly marked, though beautifully cut. The eyebrows were thick and still quite dark. The eyes, as I have said, were black as jet, but no small twinkling orbs, as is frequently the case with very black eyes. On the contrary, they were large and oval. The chin had probably been very beautiful, though somewhat prominent, but now it had that tendency to turn up which age generally gives to this feature when the nose is aquiline. The hair, as white as silver, was turned back from the forehead, just suffering 2 or 3 little snowy curls to escape above the temples. Her dress was gorgeous, and even at that hour, it was before noon, she wore a number of costly jewels. To look upon her, one felt that there was a person of a strong will and powerful intellect, but no one could imagine that any of the tender weaknesses of woman's heart had ever found place in that bosom. She had before her, at the moment I have chosen to present her to the reader, a number of papers, steward's accounts, household books, statements of building expenses, and estimates. But with these she seemed to have done, for though her jewelled fingers rested upon them, her head was lifted, and her eyes turned toward the casement, though the sun was shining through it fiercely, and on her face there was a look of stern desolation, of melancholy, not gentle but hard, which might well picture disappointed expectation from those worldly goods, which always, in the words of the poet, turn to ashes on the lips. As she thus sat, a servant entered and approached quietly within a respectful distance, and then stood waiting for her notice. For a moment she pursued her reverie, whatever was its subject, but then, seeming to become by degrees conscious of the man's presence, she slightly turned her head and inclined her ear. Well versed in all her ways, the man immediately announced his errand, saying, "Mr. Ralph Woodhall, my lady, is below and desires admittance to you." "Who? Who?" cried the lady, almost starting from her chair, while her face grew alternately white and red, and her eye flashed with angry brightness. "Mr. Ralph Woodhall," the gentleman said, replied the servant. "Let the beggar's son ride off," said his mistress fiercely. "He shall not. No, he shall not. Yet stay, give him admittance, but not at once, not at once. Give him 5 minutes or so, then bring him in." The servant bowed low and retired, not at all surprised by bursts of strong feeling, to which he was apparently well accustomed. As soon as he was gone, the lady rose and walked up and down the room. "Ralph Woodhall," she said aloud. "Ralph Woodhall! What can bring him here at the end of 7 or 8 years? I thought I had freed this house of him and his miserable inert father. Come to beg, perhaps. Well, no matter. They can do no great harm, now that my good lord is dead. Or perhaps... But no, that cannot be. Ralph Woodhall! But hark, they are coming." And she resumed her seat, smoothing her brow, and affecting to look quickly over the papers before her. The next instant young Ralph Woodhall was ushered into the room, and his name pompously announced. But the lady took no notice, and still turned over the papers, comparing one page with another. Ralph was well dressed, and the glow of youth and exercise were upon as fine and manly a face as eye could look upon. He observed at once the studied negligence of his reception, and his first impulse was to turn upon his heel and quit the room. But he thought that by so doing he would give the proud woman the advantage, and doubting not that it was her intention to keep him standing like a dependent till she chose to notice him, he advanced with wonderful tranquillity of air, and seated himself in one of the green velvet chairs exactly opposite to her, throwing himself back and letting his eye run quietly over the decorations of the room. Her eye was instantly upon him, and a bright red glow came into her cheek. "Young man," she said, after a moment or two of bitter silence, "nobody seats himself in my presence till he is asked to do so. You are unmannerly." "Pardon me, Lady Coldenham," replied the young man boldly. "I seat myself in the presence of any one but my king, and the more readily when I see there are not manners enough to prevent my doing so unasked." The lady gazed at him for an instant with flashing eyes, but then something seemed to give a turn to her motions, and she burst into a laugh, crying, "This is too good! You are a scholar, I think, young man. Pray, under what professor did you study manners?" "Under one, madam, who taught me that riches are not superior to gentle blood," replied Ralph; "that rank is to be respected only where it is combined with higher qualities, and that high station should meet with reverence when it is ornamented with courtesy, but not otherwise, except from fools and sycophants." "By the book," said the lady, "by the book! Marvellous well remembered and recited. And now what brings you here, Sir Scholar, to do what I owe your polite attention? You come not here without cause, without motive, I suppose." "I have been over-persuaded, Lady Coldenham," replied the young man, "to ride over before I set out upon a somewhat long excursion, in order to make a formal call at the house of my father's cousin's widow. The only title by which you can be known to me. The only title which justifies or gives occasion for my visiting you." Instead of a violent burst of passion, which he certainly expected, Lady Coldenham sat perfectly silent, leaned her head upon her hand, and repeated to herself once or twice the words, "The only title." She recovered herself soon, however, and replied with a knitted brow, fiery eye, and stern bitterness of tone, "You are an insolent coxcomb. You always were." The old man's words recurred to Ralph's mind at that moment, and he replied, as he had been prompted, though not with perfect accuracy. "Lady Coldenham," he said, "you have not done justice to me and mine, but the time will come when you must do us justice. I came not here to quarrel with you, or to bandy angry words, but with some hope that time might have made a change in you, or, at all events, might have banished bitter memories. I find it is not so, and therefore I will take my leave." Thus saying, he rose, and was about to depart, but the lady exclaimed vehemently, "Sit down, I wish to speak with you." He did as she desired, and for several minutes the old lady remained in thought, apparently struggling with some strong emotions in her own breast. At length she raised her eyes, which had been fixed vacantly on the table, and said with a quivering lip, "You are bold and harsh, young man, but that I can forgive. I am not timid or tender myself. We are about to part for long, perhaps for ever. Tell me, what can I do for you? If I can do aught, I will. That I owe to the memory of others." "You can do nothing for me, madam, that I will accept," the young man replied. "A man must be base indeed to receive favours from one who grants them unwillingly. Happily, I need nothing, and certainly I would accept nothing at your hands, even if I did. I am glad, however, that you have made the offer, as it suffers us to part with less angry words upon our lips than passed before. I thank you for your offer, and now will take my leave." Thus saying, he arose and left the room, where the lady remained musing without uttering a word. On descending to the hall, he was met, in crossing it, by a young gentleman gaily attired, the eldest son of Lady Coldenham, and the actual possessor of the family title and estates. He might be 2 or 23 of age, but such had been the dominion exercised by Lady Coldenham over her husband during his life, that he had left, on dying, immense and unusual control over his whole property to his widow, besides a large jointure. Whispers indeed had gone abroad that the deathbed of the old lord had presented a painful and unsatisfactory scene, not only because he had died without faith and hope, but because the domineering spirit of his wife had been exercised, at that last fearful moment, with more violence and eagerness than even during his lifetime, and that she had watched his bedside night and day, not with the purpose of soothing and consoling, but, as the servants judged, from her never suffering him to be alone for a moment with anyone, for the purpose of keeping him her slave to the last. The young man looked for a moment at Ralph Woodhall as a stranger, but then suddenly recollecting him, he held out his hand frankly, saying, "Ah, Ralph, how is it we never see you now? Why, your face had well nigh passed from my recollection, it is so long since you were here." "When last I was here, my lord," answered Ralph, "I had no great encouragement to come back again." "Oh, you mean my mother's conduct," answered the young lord. "You should never mind her. She bullies everyone. She always did, and if everyone she maltreats were to fly from her, she would have no companions but the family portraits. Come along with me. I have a famous mew of hawks to show you, which I have trained after the fashion of the olden time." Ralph, however, pleaded want of time, and after a few minutes more spent in kindly conversation, the two young men separated. It must be owned, with some regret upon Ralph's part at least. Lord Coldenham had been the only one of the family who had shown him any kindness in his younger days. He knew him to be like what his father had been, placable, good-humoured, and generous, full of honourable impulses, though too easily governed, and he could well have made him a friend, perhaps to the advantage of the young lord himself. At the great door he found his horse fastened to a ring, the servants, who always take their tone from the leading spirit of the house, having judged it not worth their while to take the beast into the stable, or to hold him till its master descended. Ralph tried to banish all angry feelings, but a deep and indignant sense of ill treatment remained which he could not master, and, mounting without delay, he rode off towards the village, which lay at the distance of about 2 miles. His beast was weary and wanted food, so that his first care was to seek out the little public house, which he remembered well. He there gave the horse to the charge of the hostler, and then set out for the house which had been indicated to him as the place where he could find a servant. As he strolled along through the village, he could not help remarking the increased appearance of decay which was manifest in all the houses, the buildings, and the little gardens. Though never very prosperous, Coldenham, when last he saw it, had appeared at least neat and comfortable, but now the broken thatches, covered but not concealed by house leak, the windows patched, or very often without glass, the railings and fences dilapidated, and insufficient to keep out the pigs and cattle, and the gardens half cultivated and full of weeds, presented a sad change. The only building which had remained much as he had seen it was the old church, standing upon a piece of ground raised a good deal above the road, with its graveyard surrounded by a low stone wall. Ralph paused for a moment and gazed up at the tall, thin, graceful spire, which he remembered having contemplated often in former years, wondering how it had been built to such a height. All was as he had seen it then. The tooth of time had fed upon it largely in years long past, crumbling down the rich cut ornaments, corbels, and gargoyles, but, as if the destroying monster could sometimes weary of his diet, There was no appearance of his having touched the building since Ralph stood before it last, nor had anything been done to improve it. The same green mossy look which had been given to the stone by the damp air sweeping through the fens was still there, and one of the coping stones of the little cemetery wall, which had fallen off, and which he had often seen lying within the fence, was lying there still unreplaced. The door was open, and walking through the cemetery the young man went in. The tombs of his ancestors were there, and he wished to take another look at them before he went afar. Walking up the aisle, he soon stood before the spot where stood the monument of Sir Robert Woodhall, who was considered the founder of the family. A gorgeous monument it was, richly carved and ornamented, and the gratitude of the old knight's posterity had recorded upon a tablet on one side the numerous virtues, real or imaginary, of the dead. How he had fought for his sovereign in the field, how he had aided him in his wisdom in the council, and how he had left 2 sons, both of whom he had lived to see become peers of the realm. Then came the tombs of the 2 sons, Robert, Lord Coldenham, and Ralph, Lord Woodhall, and then the tombs of 2 more, another Robert, the grandfather of his own father, and of the late Lord Coldenham, and another Ralph, the progenitor of the present Lord Woodhall. They were all Roberts and Ralphs, with the exception of here and there a Henry, like a graft upon an old stock. Everyone has felt the eternally speaking moral of old monuments, the comment they are ever reading upon the vanity of all the struggles, passions, and hopes of earth, upon the vanity of vanities, ambition. I will not, therefore, dwell upon it, except as it affected the young man who there stood and gazed. He might feel that he came there with over-eager expectations, with strong desires and aspirations after worldly greatness, after things which, whether as a means or an end, are but as a part of that great strife which ends in happiness. There lay around him, gathered into one small space, not a dozen yards square, a multitude of his own kin, who had struggled and toiled and hoped and desired like himself, who had even succeeded, and had yet inherited nothing for all their pains but 6 feet of earth and that piece of mouldering marble, while the very deeds which had gained them lustre and renown, their hopes, fears, and exertions, occupied but a point far less in the vast waste of time than their grave upon the surface of the earth. Feeling sad and reproved, he was turning away, when a voice near him said, "Would not the best epitaph of all be, 'He lived and died'? It is all that can be said with certainty of any man." On looking round, Ralph perceived standing near him and looking over his shoulder an elderly man in the dress of a peasant well-to-do. He had put off his shoes and laid down his hat somewhere about the church, and by these indications Ralph concluded rightly that he was the sexton. He asked him whether it was so, however, and the old man replied, "Yea, truly, I am the sexton." "You were not here when I was last in Coldenham," said Ralph. "What has become of Harrison, who was sexton here before you?" The old man pointed with his finger to the pavement, saying, "Down there. He is as good as a lord now, and occupies just as much room. When he died, I was sent for by the old lady, for I come from a distance out of Dorsetshire, her own county." "Then of course you are a great friend of hers," replied Ralph. "Nay, why should you think so?" asked the old man. "Because she put you in this good office," said Ralph. "That is no reason," replied the sexton. "Gifts do not always come from favour, nor fortune either. I take what I get, and am thankful. I ask not whence it comes, nor why. I cannot be the friend of a great lady, nor the friend of a proud lady. Good office call you it. Marry, the dead often do good to the living, and so it is with me, but the living do no good to the dead, and so in one sense the office is not a good one. It is like that of the hangman, who is said to do the last offices to the culprit, but mine go beyond his, and are the only true last offices, for I give back to the earth what the earth gave to the light, and there is no hand between mine and eternity." The conversation had a sombre hue, and Ralph sought to turn it, saying, "It seems to me that the village is much decayed since I last saw it. The people do not seem so comfortable, so much at ease, as when I was here before." "How should they be so?" asked the sexton. "The many are always more or less dependent upon the few, and in a country village of this land they derive their prosperity from the great folks near them. Mind, young master, I speak of prosperity, not alone of wealth, of the happiness that cheers labour, of the protection which prompts it, of the example which leads in the right way, and of the generosity which rewards those who follow it. How would you have the people prosperous here, with no one of wealth and station near them, but an old woman all pride and diamonds, whose only object is to maintain her state and her 2 sons, and their only bounties are the riding over our fields and gardens, and the debauching of our wives and daughters? Marry, well may the fences go to decay, the thatch go to decay, and the roof tree fall in. There is a good receipt for rendering a place desolate, and these people have found it. I fear so, my good man, replied Ralph, but you speak freely dangerous things. I fear not, master, replied the old man with a quiet smile, although, to say truth, I might not speak such things if you were not a travelling stranger in the place. I am nearer akin to those you mention than you are aware of, replied Ralph, turning toward the door. But be not afraid, I will not betray you, for I think much as you do. I am not the least afraid, replied the sexton, following him slowly, and taking up his shoes and hat as he went. I shall do very well, whatever is said of me. Ralph walked on and took the little path branching to the right from the church porch, which led in the direction of the house that Mortimer had described. It was at no great distance beyond, so that you could see it from the little gate of the churchyard, and Ralph was surprised, as he advanced through the old elms that shaded the little graves, at the neatness and air of comfort which the dwelling presented. It was larger and more roomy too than most of the other houses near, for the doctor and the lawyer had not yet sprung up in every village in the land, and the parsonage was the only good-looking edifice in Coldham, except the church. Before the door, on a little patch of green which separated it from the road, stood a fine old oak, greatly decayed in the heart, but having a bench underneath its shattered branches, where the cool air might be enjoyed of a summer's evening. And, pausing for a moment beside the tree, the young gentleman looked up at the dwelling with some doubts as to whether he was right or not. The persevering old sexton was upon him the next moment, asking in his ordinary quaint tone, "Seek you any one there, young gentleman?" "Yes, I do," replied Ralph. "If I am right in the house, I am seeking a young man named Stilling." "An old man named Stilling is talking to you," replied the sexton. "But what is the Christian name of the man you seek?" "Gaunt Stilling, I was told to ask for," replied Ralph. "Are you his father?" "So it is supposed," replied the old man, "but he is not within. Will you come in and wait till he returns?" "I must needs see him," replied Ralph thoughtfully, and at the same moment the old man opened the door which led into the house. As he did so, a female figure with a beautiful face, of which Ralph had but one glance, passed quickly across the passage, giving a look round, and then disappearing instantly. The young man made no remark, but he thought he saw traces of tears upon the bright face that glanced by him. The sexton's countenance fell a little, but he bated not his courtesy to the stranger, leading him into a neat sanded parlour, and pressing him to take some refreshment. With his own hands he brought in some cheese and bread and excellent butter, and then went out and fetched a foaming brown jug of good strong ale. "Homely fare for a young gentleman of the house of Woodhall," he said, as he continued to talk and moralise for some 10 minutes, while Ralph, to say the truth, enjoyed his viands amazingly. At the end of that time the young man began to reply and ask questions in return, but their further conversation was interrupted by the dashing up of a splendid horse to the door. To Ralph's surprise, the old sexton started up from his seat, ran to the outer door, and turned the key in it. Then, after looking at it for a moment with a grim smile, he returned to the little parlour, saying to himself, "Nay, nay, not so." He had hardly seated himself when a hand was laid upon the latch of the outer door, and someone pushed hard. The lock, however, barred all entrance, and the visitor knocked once or twice, saying, "Kate, Kate, let me in." "Thou wilt soon have someone to deal with thee," said the old man in a low tone, and a moment after another horse was heard coming quickly along the road, and then followed the sound of angry voices. "Get home with you," cried one. "I warned you before, and be you lord's son or beggar's son, if I see you within 100 yards of that house, I will give you such a hiding as will take some of the rankness out of you." "Insolent scoundrel!" replied another voice, in the tones of which Ralph thought he recognised those of Robert Woodhall. "I have a great mind to send my sword through you, and if it were not for Kate's sake, I would. But you shall be punished for your insolence notwithstanding. Lady Coldenham will soon send you and your old puritanical father packing back to Dorsetshire." "As for your sword," replied the other in a scornful tone, "you dare not draw it out of its sheath, and if you did I would break it over your back. As for your mother, you had better go and ask her what she will do before you announce it. I have seen her since you have, and proud as she is, she will not back you in your rascality. Get you gone speedily, for my fingers itch to seize you by the throat and grind your face into the mud. But you are a coward as well as a scoundrel, and not worth punishing. You have done harm enough already, and you shall do no more harm here." After these words there was a momentary pause, sufficient for anyone to have mounted on horseback, and then the prancing of a horse's feet, while Robert Woodhall's voice uttered some words, apparently of a very offensive nature, for although Ralph could not hear them distinctly, they were followed by a loud and angry exclamation from the other person, who added, "If you boast truly, I will have the best blood in your heart." Someone then cantered away from the house, and the old sexton rose and unlocked the door, giving admission to a youth of 3 or 24 years of age, whose form at first sight appeared so lithe and spare as to be fitted only for great agility, but which, when examined with a more careful eye, showed all the indications of great strength in the sinewy muscles and exact proportions. His face was heated, and he entered the room with a hurried step, but stopped short on perceiving a stranger. Calm thyself," said his father. "Thou art too hot and rash, my son. Hast thou said to the old woman what I told thee?" The son nodded his assent, and the father added, "Not a word more or less." "Not a word," replied the son. "Then he will come here no more," said the father. "But yet, as it is impossible to put bridles upon young men bred up in luxury and vice, it were well to follow the course we have determined, and we must set about it quickly. Here is a gentleman, my son, who has come hither asking for thee. Hear what it is he seeks." "What is it you would do with me, sir?" asked the young man in a civil tone. "I have but a message to give you," replied Ralph. "Mortimer says that you are to be at Halling's Corner at 9 o'clock of the morning on Thursday next, to go through the world with me." "That gives but 2 clear days," exclaimed the young man, looking at his father. "It cannot be." "Yes, it can," cried the old man eagerly. "You must not deny him, boy." "But I will not have her stay here," replied the younger Stilling. "Come what will, that shall not be." "I will go with her myself," replied the old man. "You can remain here till Thursday morning. By that time I shall be on my way back, and at home by Friday night. He shall come, sir, he shall come. Tell our friend that he will not fail." "If you mean by that the person calling himself Mortimer," replied Ralph, "I shall not see him again before I depart. But doubtless he will know of your son's compliance with his wishes." "Oh yes, he will not fail to know," answered the sexton. "But why do you say calling himself Mortimer? Think you that is not his real name?" "That is clearly a foreign name," replied the young gentleman, "and his tongue bespeaks the Englishman." "Oh, he knows many things that you little dream of," answered the old man. "He can speak in one tongue as well as in another. However, my son shall be with you at the time and place." "I would fain know first who I am going with," said Gaunt Stilling. "My name is Ralph Woodhall," replied the young gentleman, "the son of Mr. Woodhall of the Grange." The other paused and mused for a moment or two, after which he said, "Well, sir, I will go with you. I have heard you spoken well of, the only one of your name." Nay," replied Ralph. "My cousin Henry, Lord Woodhall's son, is surely an exception to your censure." "He is well enough," replied the other. "Not so bad as the worst, nor so good as the best, but he may pass among young blades for a phoenix, perhaps." "Well, but his sister Margaret," said Ralph, the colour slightly deepening in his cheek, "surely you have no ill word to say of her." "Oh ho! Sits the wind so?" cried Gaunt Stilling with a laugh. But the moment after he added, in a grave and earnest tone, "No, sir, I have no word to say against her. She is ever named as a good and sweet young lady, gentle to everyone, kind and generous to the poor. She is very beautiful too, that I can testify, for I once saw her. He who wins her will be a rich man, for she is a treasure. However, sir, I will be at the place appointed on Thursday morning, and ready to serve you to the best of my power, and all the more willingly because you are hated by those whom I hate. It is a good sign to have such men's enmity." After this engagement Ralph waited no longer, but taking leave of the old sexton and his son, and thanking the former for his hospitality, he returned for his horse to the little alehouse, mounted, and rode away. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne, Rainsford, James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Happily for Ralph Woodhall, the morning was bright and beautiful. I say happily, because although as far as his own person was concerned, he would have little cared had the rain poured down as it had never poured since the days of Noah, yet the sparkling brilliancy of the morning cheered his spirits and lightened the weight of parting with those he loved. It is curious how much there is in association, and how a sort of latent, diffusible superstition mingles with all associations, especially those connected with the weather. Happy is the bride that the sun shines upon, happy is the dead that the rain rains upon, is an old proverb. The day is said to frown upon an enterprise, and who is there that, undertaking anything in which great interests are involved, sees a gloomy and menacing sky over his head, and does not thence draw evil auguries? The morning was bright and smiling when Ralph Woodhall set out upon his journey. All nature appeared to rejoice. The fresh green trees, the sparkling river, even the dark brown moor, seemed to revel in the sunshine. The light air waved the branches, and carried now and then a small floating shadow from a hardly seen cloud over the bosom of the landscape, bringing out the brightness with stronger effect. The moment was one which Ralph had dreaded. The parting had been very different before, first because the tenderer ties which bound him to that spot had not been so strong, and secondly because, on every former occasion, there had been a fixed limit to his proposed absence. He had gone to the university for his term, and knew or hoped that when it was ended he should return. But now all was vague and misty. Months, years, the better part of his life itself, might wane before he saw his father's house again, and then the long, long absence from his Margaret. It was in vain that he reasoned with himself, that he argued that departure afforded the only chance of winning her, that to linger on there, spending hours which should be devoted to active exertion in the storm-foretelling calm of temporary happiness, was only to ensure bitter disappointment, and to render that disappointment 10 times more bitter. It was all in vain. He had looked forward to the moment of parting with dread, but, as I have said, the brightness and the light and the sparkling of the scene gave preponderance to hope against fear. It seemed a happy omen to him. It seemed to promise the smile of heaven upon his endeavours, the sunshine of success to light his way. Early in the morning, with the first light, he had risen from his bed, and made his final arrangements for departure. All that he intended to take absolutely with him had been packed into 2 large leathern bags, commonly used by travellers in those days, which strapped to the back of the saddle. A large trunk-mail stood filled with a variety of little articles that he prized, books, gifts from friends, some curious relics of olden times, and all the fine apparel that he possessed, to go by one of those innumerable carriers who at that time traversed the country in every direction, following often paths peculiar to themselves, and at one time, when the plague was raging in the land, actually tracking out new roads, or changing small by-lanes into highways, in order to avoid infected places. When he was dressed and ready, he descended quietly to his father's room, and opened the door with a gentle hand, for Mr. Woodhall was never a very early riser, and Ralph fancied that he might be still asleep. He found him, however, lying reading in his bed, and after taking a brief parting, not without its tenderness and depth of feeling, however few the words might be. The young man retired. When he was near the door, however, old Mr. Woodhall exclaimed, "Ralph! Ralph!" and added, when his son turned toward him, "You have not forgotten your Cicero, I hope? You said you would put him in your saddlebags. He is a good companion, Ralph." His son assured him that Cicero had not been forgotten, and then departed. The next parting was a silent one, but not less full of emotion. There was a little rise in the ground upon the road which he travelled, whence the whole of one side of the mansion of Woodhall was visible to the wanderer's eye. The house was indeed so near that small ornaments of stonework could be easily distinguished across the stream, and at one of the windows, which, by one means or another, he had learned to know better than any of the rest, there was a fair face gazing out upon the road. Ralph paused for an instant and waved his hand. A hand was waved in return, and then Margaret retreated hastily from the open window, and he thought he could see her kneel down at the foot of the bed, as if to pray or weep. "I will win her or die," said Ralph to himself, and that last interview armed him, perhaps, more than all else, to struggle with the difficulties before him. There is nothing in the world so invigorating to the wrestler, man in his combat with the world, as a strong passion and a strong resolution. From that spot he rode on rapidly, gaining the high country by degrees, sometimes sweeping over a bare hillside, sometimes passing along under a bank from which stretched forth a canopy of trees. At the distance of about 4 miles there was a small hamlet, from which the inhabitants of the cottages had principally gone forth to their early labours in the field. But one old woman, withered and blear, with such a face as would easily have made a witch in any land more than 50 years before, was sitting spinning at one of the doors. As the young traveller came up, she raised her eyes and said aloud, "Ay, those ride fast who ride to ill." Ralph heard the words, and, somewhat more impressible that morning than usual, he checked his horse and turned to the old crone. "Why say you so, mother?" he asked. "I have never done you any ill, but good, and to your son's family too." "Ay, it does not matter, Master Ralph," replied the old woman, shaking her head. "What I said is true notwithstanding," and she repeated it. "Do you mean to say I am riding to do ill, or to suffer ill?" asked the young man. "Ay, to suffer more than you know of," replied the woman. "Then I do not thank you for telling me so," said Ralph, half angrily, and turning his horse, he rode away at the same quick pace as before. For an instant or two the old woman's words made some impression on his mind, but then hope and expectation bounded up again. He looked to the bright blue heaven, and the glorious sun, and the sparkling landscape, and unconsciously giving a wave of his hand toward it, he exclaimed, "I go with no evil purpose, I will do no base deed, and the God who made all these, who rolls the stars aloft, and brightens the sky above, and sends rain to fertilize, and sunshine to vivify, will guide, provide for, and protect me also." The distance to Halling's Corner, where he was to meet his new servant, was considerable, but when he reached the spot no one was to be seen. It was a place where 2 roads crossed, and Ralph looked up and down each of them. No one was in sight, and taking out one of the cumbrous watches of the day, the young man found that, by dint of riding fast, he had arrived nearly half an hour before the time appointed. There was nothing for it but patience, and dismounting, he loosened the girths and walked the horse up and down. At the end of about 20 minutes, while he was a few yards distant from the corner, he heard the voice of someone singing a common country air of the time, and when he could see down the other road, he perceived another horseman coming quietly up at a jog-trot. Rightly concluding that it was his new man, Gaunt Stilling, he waved his hand for him to make haste, and proceeded to refix his saddle. The other, however, did not hurry his pace in the least, and when he reached the spot, Ralph told him, somewhat impatiently, that he had been waiting half an hour. Stilling smiled good-humouredly, and replied, "Well, sir, you are now master, and I am man, and it is bad for the master to wait upon the man, but I have heard that, in point of punctuality, it is as bad to be too soon as too late. It wants just 5 minutes of the hour, if I judge the time right." "No harm can happen from being a little too soon," replied Ralph. "Sometimes, sir," answered Gaunt Stilling,
Many a man has got his bones broken for being half an hour too soon. As, for instance, if a man appoints another to help him in a fray, and gets to his enemy half an hour before his friend, he will have time to take a mighty good drubbing for his lack of punctuality." "True, true," answered Ralph. "Punctuality is, I believe, the best rule, after all, and punctuality admits of no deviations. My horse carried me somewhat more speedily than usual." "More's the pity, sir," replied Stilling, "for his pace will not be so good nor his strength so enduring as if he had come slower. Take a horse out coolly, bring him in cool, is a good maxim in my part of the country. But here is a letter I have to give you." Ralph took it and looked at the superscription, which imported, "To his Grace the Duke of Norfolk, greeting. These by the hands of Ralph Woodhall, Esquire, a gentleman of mark." "Who gave you this for me?" asked the young gentleman. "I know not, sir," answered Stilling. "It was left at our house." "I have another letter for the Duke," said Ralph thoughtfully. "Who can this be from?" "Two are always better than one," replied his companion. "One may hit the nail that another misses." "If so, it is fortunate," rejoined the young gentleman, "for I am going straight to the Duke's house in Norwich, judging that he might best forward my views." "I fancied that you would wing your flight thither, sir," said the other, "as soon as I saw that letter." "Why so?" demanded Ralph, "if you know not from whom this came?" "Because I judged that no one would send you a letter for a place to which they did not know you were going," was Stilling's reply; and with it Ralph was obliged to be content, for it was very clear that if the man did really know more, he was in no mood for telling it. One question, however, he did ask, after they had mounted and were on their way. "Do you know, Stilling," he said, "whether this letter is or is not from old Lady Coldenham? My conduct in regard to it will be decided by your answer, for if it be from her I will not present it. Not that I fear the nature of its contents, for she can say naught truly against me, but because I will receive no favour at her hands from reasons of my own." "Would that all others had such reasons, or attended to them," replied the servant in a somewhat bitter tone. But then, suddenly changing his manner, he added, "The contents you can easily see, sir, for the letter is unsealed, but I am certain it is not from the dame at the castle, as I know her handshrift right well." "I shall certainly not open it," answered Ralph, as they rode on. "I hold that the man who opens a letter entrusted to his care, and reads the contents, whatever be his excuse, must feel himself a base and degraded being for ever. Worse, far worse, than an eavesdropping spy, for the latter has nothing trusted to his honour, the other everything." "What, sir, if the letter is left open for the purpose?" inquired the other. "Ay, under any circumstances," answered Ralph. "We cannot widen the line between honourable and dishonourable dealing, unless I am clearly told that a letter is intended for my reading. Nothing should induce me to read it." "Did all men hold so?" answered Gordon Stilling. "Many a famous general would have been defeated, many a famous army beaten, many a great victory lost." "Not so," replied Ralph. "When I am at war, any property I can take from my enemy is mine, and his secrets against myself above all. But for opening any other letter except those intercepted from an enemy, there is no excuse. No man can tell what may be in them. No one can tell that secrets, which the writer would not have published for the world, and not at all affecting those to whose sense of honour they are confided, may not lie hid within that little fold of paper. Oh, how we ought to blush, if, venturing upon such an act on any pretence, we were to find within that which no man of honour ought ever to have seen. No, no, Stilling, I will never look into a letter entrusted to me, let the consequences to myself be what they may." "I don't suppose the consequences could well be bad," replied Stilling, "for I suppose that no one would give you an open letter containing abuse of yourself, unless, indeed, they knew your prejudices about such things. So you can put the letter by and give it to the Duke in all safety, I believe." "I have another letter for the Duke," replied Ralph, "which I shall deliver first, as I know who it comes from." Ralph somewhat quickened his pace, but Gaunt Stilling, though exceedingly respectful, seemed to have a will of his own, and not to be at all inclined to overhurry the beast that bore him. He lingered behind then, and the conversation consequently dropped. At the end of about a mile and a half, however, Ralph, who had ridden on for about 300 or 400 yards, and might well be supposed by any observer to have no connection with the young man who followed, had his ear attracted by some sound behind him, and turning round his head beheld his new servant off his horse, and undergoing a very unpleasant process of being well cudgelled by 3 stout men. It was a woody part of the country, properly suited for an ambush, somewhat like the scenes which the famous Dutch painter chose for his attacks by banditti. To save him as much as possible from the infliction which he was undergoing, Ralph returned at full speed, and as Stilling was struggling with all his might, which was not little, and had nearly mastered one of his opponents, although the others were beating him all the time, his master's coming to his help turned the strife in his favour. An immediate inclination to flight displayed itself on the part of his assailants, but Ralph contrived to get a thrust at one of them with his sword-blade ere he ran away, and, at all events, drew blood, while Stilling, taking advantage of the assistance afforded, pummelled the one on whom he had principally fixed his attention in no very gentle manner before he let him go. The men, who speedily disappeared in the wood, were disguised with handkerchiefs tied round and partly over their faces, but Stilling seemed either to know them or to have very little curiosity, for when his master asked him in one breath whether he was hurt, and if he knew the men who had attacked him, or their object, he replied, very briefly, that he was not hurt, and as to the men, that he knew all about them and what brought them there. He showed, in short, so little disposition to be communicative that Ralph resolved to ask no further questions, but only bidding him follow more closely, hurried on at a quicker pace than ever, and soon after reached a better beaten and more travelled road. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne, Rainsford, James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. There is in the fine old town of Norwich, I believe, even to the present day, the remains of a whilom inn, which once stood not far from the river Wonsum. Now nothing remains of it but a gable or two, transmuted to purposes very much below the dignity of receiving 2-legged guests. Then, however, it was the principal inn in Norwich, and a great change had come over the state and condition of our inns since the time of Chaucer. In that day, inns had reached in England very nearly the climax of perfection. Hotels were an abomination unknown, although the name, descended from ancient times, still lingered in various parts of the country. Cleanliness, neatness, perfect ease, and independence characterised the inn of former years. The linen was white as snow, the food was generally of the best kind, however plain the cookery. There a man might take the world as it came. There he might pass his time as in a dream, obtruded upon by none of the hard realities of life, so long as he had in his purse wherewith to satisfy the demands of his host, which in those days were not very extravagant. There he might escape the impertinence, the annoyance, the importunity of the world. There he might riot or revel, muse or meditate, or read or write, or think or sleep, just as he pleased, without interruption. It afforded the most perfect species of liberty, the old English inn, without having any of the drawbacks of confusion and anarchy. No tax-gatherer ever came there, at least with the knowledge of the guests. The constable even was seen drinking his pot, or ladling out his punch, or smoking his pipe, with the other friendly persons round the bar, and, so long as order and decency were maintained, and perhaps a little longer, no one interfered with the quiet and ease that reigned within. The Inn of the Half Moon at the time I mention was one of this sort, and toward it, in the first instance, as directed by others of experience, Ralph Woodhall took his way on his arrival in the city of Norwich, on a somewhat gloomy morning, about 11 o'clock. Before he took rest, however, or did more than brush his clothes from dust, and take off the heavy saddle-bags from their convenient position behind the saddle, to let his beast get a little refreshment and food, Ralph remounted and rode away to another part of the town, higher up upon the Wonsum. This was the old house or palace of the Dukes of Norfolk,
in which, during their brief terms of residence in Norwich, they kept up, in a limited sphere, the state and dignity of a sovereign prince. There had been some doubt in the mind of Ralph when he arrived in the city as to whether the nobleman on whom fancy, for the time, seemed to make his hopes depend, was in the town or not. But as he passed along the streets, the number of servants which he saw in the Howard liveries, and the gaiety and bustle which pervaded one quarter of the city, showed him that, so far as finding the Duke, his first expectations were likely to be fulfilled. The antique gateway, with a number of servants crowded under it, the walls surrounding the grounds extending to the river, the massive pile itself of the principal building, did not much impress him, for he thought it very much like one of the colleges at Cambridge, to which his eye was well accustomed. Appearing on horseback and with a servant behind him, the gates were moved back by the retainers in the porch to give him admission into the court, and, descending there, he was led, while Stilling remained to look after the horses, to a little chamber on the ground floor called the Chamberlain's office. There he explained his business by simply saying that he brought a letter for the Duke from Lord Woodhall, and the grave-looking officer to whom he spoke, looking at the letter in his hand, led him into a waiting-room where he found 3 other persons already in attendance on the Duke's leisure. Each man was amusing the weary moments of expectation as best he might. One looking out of the window, which displayed an orchard in full beauty, one walking up and down the room with eyes fixed upon the floor and hands behind the back, and one seated at a large table examining some books which had been laid there, probably, to beguile the time. Patience and silence seemed to be the order of the day, and Ralph, after looking curiously at the splendid furniture which decorated even that plain room, betook himself to one of those volumes, which soon afforded him amusement to pass half an hour pleasantly. While he read, one after another of his companions in attendance was called out of the room, and at length, laying down the book, he fell into a reverie of that kind which often comes upon us at vacant moments, when brief summings up of the testimony borne by events to the progress of our fate during a certain period just past are made by memory, and left to the judgment of the mind to see if anything can be made of the case or not. The great step was taken. Here he was, many miles from home, seeking his fortune, as the term was then. He had entered the house of one who could at will advance his views or neglect his cause, with nothing to recommend him but one letter from a distant relation, and one from a person he did not know. Something, however, bearing on his destiny, was to be decided soon, and he felt all that eager, fluttering anxiety of youth, which every man in early years must have experienced when the great object of the moment was in the balance. There was not much cause for hope, indeed, and expectation, even under the exaggeration of youth, could hardly see space to stand upon. But love is a great fanner of the flame of hope, and love was always mingling a word with all Ralph's cogitations. The lesser incidents, too, which had lately occurred, presented themselves to the young man's mind when the greater facts were discussed. The interview with the strange personage calling himself Mortimer, the conduct of Lady Coldenham, the meeting with gaunt Stilling, and the misadventure which had occurred to the latter on the road, passed in review. Of all these, the demeanour of his new servant, his circumstances, and his conduct, puzzled Ralph most. What was he? Why did he at once obey the order to follow him? Was there any secret brotherhood or association in the land, like that of the disciples of the old man of the mountains, which bound its members to follow implicitly the orders of an unknown superior? There had been at that time whispers of such a league, and if Stilling was a member thereof, what dangers and obstructions might not his own course be brought among by retaining the services of a person over whose conduct another maintained so absolute and independent a control? Then, again, the man's demeanour had not been without remarkable points. Perfectly respectful he always was, but that he had his own particular notions, and liked them better than all others, he did not fail to show. He seemed to have no feeling of degradation from the office of servant which he assumed. He gave no vain reason for his obedience, but there was something in his manner which seemed to say, I have taken upon me certain duties, and the only proper, the only honourable course is to fulfil them to the very best of my ability. No honest task degrades a man. The vanity of shirking it, or the fault of neglecting its requirements when undertaken, may degrade. These are the only acts which can make the position of a servant degrading. He is as honourable as his master, if he does his duty as well. No task seemed too hard for him. The very words menial services, so often used obnoxiously by the mean and vulgar, he seemed to scorn. His pride was in doing well what he undertook. He appeared to feel that, in doing so, he made himself in nature's book equal with all, superior to many placed continually above him by station and wealth. He would trust the care of the horses to none other. He was careful of his young master's wardrobe. He refused to sit down with him at table, even in small inns, where such a course was common both in England and France. All this showed a high mind and a clear intellect, but his character had other puzzling points. Sometimes, and indeed this seemed his general humour, he was as gay as the lark, full of glee and merriment, but ever and anon he would fall into deep reveries, fits of thought, deep, profound, even sad, from which it was difficult to rouse him. Some days after the period of which I write, indeed, he received a letter by the carrier, which seemed to increase the frequency and intensity of these attacks of moodiness, but that had not occurred when Ralph sat in the room at the Duke of Norfolk's, as I have mentioned, and the temper or character of his servant had, to his eyes, all the first sharpness about it. He was busily engaged in reflections upon all these things when a stately servant, who had previously called the others out to the presence of the Duke, came to summon him also, and led him with slow and formal steps to another room on the same floor. Little do the great of this world know how any stiff, haughty, or repulsive manner affects those who, reasonably or unreasonably, have been building up hopes upon their influence or kindness, what lustre urbanity or gentleness gives to a favour intended to be conferred, how, by kind courtesy, a disappointment is softened and diminished. Very frequently the man who will give thousands in charity will not spare a kind word, although it would relieve pangs 1,000-fold more bitter than any which gold can touch. Honour, high honour, to that man who does generous acts generously. There are some such in the world, and, thank God, I know them, but they are not many. The manner of the Duke of Norfolk was freezing in the extreme. He received his young visitor standing, and before hearing anything he had to say, informed him, in a tone cold though apologetic, that he was in some haste, as he had to go out. Ralph was the more surprised as the Duke had established, generally, a character for courtesy in his dealings with people of inferior rank, but he presented the letter of Lord Woodhall with the hope that that might produce some change in the great man's manner. Such was not the case, however. The Duke opened the letter, ran his eye hastily over it, as a somewhat tiresome ceremony, and then folding it up again, stood silent, as if expecting that Ralph would either say something or go. Seeing, however, that the young man remained silent likewise, he at length said, "Well, Mr. Woodhall, I must think over this, and will let you hear from me in a few days. Tell my chamberlain where you are to be found in Norwich." "I do not think, my Lord Duke, that I shall be here very long," replied Ralph, making up his mind, with the rapid rashness of youth, to expect nothing more from the haughty nobleman before him. "I have another letter, however, which I may as well deliver to your grace now, lest I should not have any opportunity of seeing you again." The Duke seemed surprised and not quite well pleased, but Ralph took out the letter which Stilling had brought him, put it in the nobleman's hand, and was about to retire. The moment the Duke of Norfolk saw the superscription, however, a great change came over his face. "Stay, stay," he cried. "Let me see what this letter contains before you go." And he ran his eye quickly, but with evident attention, over the few lines within. Before he had quite done, he waved his hand toward a seat, saying, "Pray sit down, Mr. Woodhall," and then resumed the perusal. As soon as he had finished, he took a seat himself, and looking upon Ralph with a smiling countenance, inquired why he had not given him that letter first. "Because, my Lord Duke," replied Ralph, I thought the other from my cousin, Lord Woodhall, the most important. I do not actually know by whom the epistle you hold in your hand was written, it having never been sent to me to deliver without any other intimation. But I suspect that it came from a person so inferior in position to Lord Woodhall that it might have less weight in your opinion than the other." The Duke smiled. "You were mistaken," he said. "We in the great world learn to estimate matters somewhat differently from others who have not mingled much with matters of general concern, and we give less weight than people generally imagine to rank and wealth. Lord Woodhall is a very excellent nobleman, and my particular good friend, but this gentleman," and he laid his hand significantly upon the paper, "is a very singular and extraordinary personage. Even in these days of infinite oddities he is very remarkable, and besides his originality, he is a man of immense power of mind, strong will, vast patience, and unchangeable in his purposes, probably from a fixed opinion that certain things are to be, and that it is only required he should shape his course by them, and follow it perseveringly, in order to succeed in his endeavours. This turn has been given to his mind by a passion for judicial astrology, which he imbibed when he and I were fellow students together at Oxford. He then belonged to Brasenose College, where that science, or pretended science, was a good deal cultivated, and although he never made a convert of me, yet I cannot but admit that many of his predictions have had a very curious accomplishment. For instance, he named to me long ago that a change, materially affecting the crown of England, would take place during the first week of February, 1685. I read the prophecy to imply the death of the king, but throughout the whole of January his Majesty remained perfectly well, and I saw him on the 1st of February without one token of decay, either in body or mind. I imagined my good friend's prediction would fail, when lo, came the startling news that he had been struck with apoplexy. You know the rest of the events of that week. His Majesty died on the 6th, and a great change indeed took place." The Duke paused, and seemed to give his mind up to memory for some moments, and Ralph would not interrupt his reveries. At length he again broke silence, returning somewhat abruptly to the subject, and saying, "Moreover, my young friend, these 2 letters are written in a very different spirit. The first is a mere common letter of introduction, bespeaking my good offices for a young gentleman going to see the world. It is not even written in Lord Woodhall's own hand, though signed by him, and was never calculated to ensure you more than merely the civility of an invitation to my house. The second, however, demands in good broad terms that I shall do whatever I can to promote your views, with sincerity and zeal, and good faith, I am willing to do it, though the terms need not have been quite so imperative. First, however, I must know what those views are." "I will explain them in a moment, my Lord Duke," replied Ralph, but the other cut him short, saying, "We shall not have time at present, for I am, in reality, going out upon business of some importance. I shall be back, however, in a few hours, and the best plan will be for you to come and take up your residence here for a fortnight or so. During that time we shall find plenty of opportunity for conversation, in the course of which I can learn all your intentions, and perhaps strike out some means of serving you. In the meantime I will put you into the hands of my chamberlain, who will provide you with what rooms you need, and make you acquainted with the customs of the house." Thus saying, the Duke rang a small bell that stood upon the table, and summoned the chamberlain to his presence. Orders were cordially given for Ralph's hospitable entertainment, and leaving him in the hands of the officer, Norfolk went out to ride. However far the Duke might himself have unbent from his stateliness, the chamberlain remained as dignified as ever. Perfectly civil was he, indeed, for he had seen at a glance that the young stranger was high in the favour of his lord, but he was solemn and slow, with all the rigidity of a hackneyed official, putting a certain degree of state into the slightest movement, and uttering every word in a tone of ceremony. He inquired carefully what number of domestics Master Ralph Woodhall would bring with him, and finding that he was only to be accompanied by one, declared that that would render the arrangement of his apartments very easy, adding, with a pompous air, that gentlemen sometimes came accompanied by as many as 20, which occasionally put the Duke's officers to some inconvenience. All, however, was at length arranged,
a stable pointed out for the 2 horses, a small suite of rooms in the western corner of the building, assigned to the master and his servant, and their names duly inscribed in the Chamberlain's book. This completed, Ralph took his departure and returned to the inn, where Stilling was waiting his arrival with some traces of anxiety upon his face. "Well, sir, how has it gone?" he inquired when Ralph appeared. "Is the Duke courteous or not this morning? For the people here tell me his mood varies a good deal, according as he has many or few people to see. Mighty civil to the first who come, somewhat short to the last." "Matters have gone better than I could have expected," replied Ralph. "Thanks, I believe, to the letter which you brought me, for till he saw that, I cannot say the Duke showed any great urbanity." "Ay, I knew that would do the business," replied Stilling. "Why, I thought you did not know who it came from," observed Ralph. "True, I did not know," replied the man, laughing, "but I guessed. I have a rare bundle of guesses always about me, and they generally turn out tolerably right. But what is to come of it now, master? When shall we hear more? I do not like things to stick by the way." "We shall hear more very soon, I trust," replied Ralph. "But in the meantime you must get ready, Stilling, to take up your abode with me at the Duke's house." "Hurrah!" cried Stilling. "That is progress, to have effected a lodgment in the walls already. But I won't lose a moment, sir, for that which is quick begun is quick ended, notwithstanding all that old women may say." And away he went to lead forth the horses and replace the saddlebags. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. "If you please, sir," said gaunt Stilling on the second day after their arrival in Norwich, as he stood before his young master, who was seated reading, and had hardly raised his eyes at his entrance, "may I ask you a question?" "Certainly," replied Ralph. "What is it, Stilling?" "Why, only just this, sir," answered Stilling. "I should like to know if, before you set out, you mentioned my name to anyone, or whether anyone else knew that I was going in your service." "No one whatever, Stilling," replied Ralph, "except myself, our friend Mortimer, and Mistress Margaret Woodhall, were all acquainted with the fact, for I did not mention the subject to my father, as he might have imagined that I was about to launch into extravagance and encounter expenses incompatible with my small means, and, moreover, might have made himself uneasy during the whole period of my absence with this thought, which I should never have been able to remove from his mind, although I knew the impression to be wrong." "Good, sir, good," replied Stilling. "And so now, by your leave and permission, I will be called Stilling no longer, but, as the old poet man says, your good servant ever. I have my own reasons, sir." "But I do not understand you," said Ralph. "Do you wish to change your name, or rather take one that does not belong to you?" "Yes, sir, any good travelling designation," replied the young man, gaily. "I am not of the rank or manners to dub myself captain, but anything else will do as well." "As far as I am concerned, it will," replied Ralph. "But do not the people of the house know your real name?" "No, sir, no," replied Stilling. "I have waited till to-day to announce myself, and I know you have not betrayed me, for I was asked my name yesterday at supper at the third table, and begged time for consideration and preparation." Ralph did not at the moment recollect that he had written the man's name with his own hand in the Chamberlain's book, and he readily acceded to his wishes, not caring much by what name he went. Stilling fixed upon the designation of Tuckett, Jack Tuckett, and begged his master to call him so for the future, with which Ralph promised to comply, unless memory played him an unpleasant trick, and brought back the old name when he was off guard. This was all settled, and for a time produced no consequences. Ralph did not choose to pry into the motives of this transformation, and, to say the truth, he was so occupied in thinking of the slow progress of his own affairs that he soon forgot the matter altogether, accustomed himself to call the servant Tuckett, and hardly remembered that he had ever had another name. Slow progress! Oh, the eager hopes of youth, how they hurry us on to disappointing conclusions! He had been 5 days in the house of the Duke of Norfolk. He had seen more or less of that nobleman every day,
and had been treated by him with kindness and distinction, but not a word had yet been said in regard to his views or prospects, and Ralph's spirit fretted within him to find the wheels move so much more slowly than he had expected. At length one day the Duke sent up a message to his room, importing that he was about, that morning, to set out upon a visit to a neighbouring nobleman, at whose house the Earl of Sunderland was to meet him. He thought it might be advantageous to his young friend, he said, to be acquainted with that nobleman, and he would take him with him if he would consent to travel without a servant, as the house would be somewhat crowded. Ralph smiled when he received the message, and immediately prepared to go. Stilling, or, as we must now call him, Jack Tuckett, seemed delighted with the arrangement, and asked permission, during his master's absence, to make an expedition of his own. His request was readily complied with, and the two parted not long after, Ralph to accompany the Duke, and the other to go whithersoever his fancy led. Nothing resulted from the interview with Lord Sunderland, and his character is too well known in history for me to dwell upon the impression he produced on Ralph's mind. The young man was naturally charmed with his winning address, and easy, unaffected manners. There was about him, too, a tone of superiority and confidence in his own opinions, which was somewhat impressive to inexperience. It is not to be wondered at when men of great powers of mind, already forewarned of Sunderland's treacherous vacillation, yielded to the peculiar powers of fascination which he possessed, and believed him sincere and steady in his convictions, after he had been weighed 1,000 times and found wanting, that a young man like Ralph Woodhall should be deceived by his pretensions to purity and truth. The Duke of Norfolk, however, from time to time read a comment on the conduct of the statesman, which was of service to his young friend, and several of the gentlemen who were present made observation upon Sunderland's professions, or told anecdotes of his former doings, which served in some degree to open Ralph's eyes. The time passed very pleasantly, however. Lord Sunderland seemed to have conceived a great friendship for the young country gentleman, would take a morning walk with him, and talk of classic law and the stores of art in other lands with eloquence and information such as few possessed. But yet there was something unsatisfactory in the whole, which Ralph felt without being able to detect what it was, a want of something, probably of sincerity and frankness, which deprived his conversation of much of its charm. At the end of 6 days the Duke set out on his return, and the whole party reached Norwich somewhat late in the evening. Ralph found that his servant had not yet returned, but he was already a favourite in the household, and one of the Duke's men came up to his room and volunteered to perform the offices of Mr. Tuckett. "There are to be great doings to-night, sir," he said. "It is a ball night here. A great number of ladies and gentlemen have arrived from different parts to stay with his Grace since you went. All the country round is invited, and the Duke's carriages have gone out to bring in the company from the town. The staterooms, too, are open, where everything is of gold or silver, even to the tongs and pokers, so there will be a grand sight." Ralph dressed himself as speedily as possible in the best array that his wardrobe could afford, and receiving directions from the man who came to assist him as to the way toward the state apartments he had mentioned, descended without any of those emotions which vanity often produces in even the practised in such scenes when they expect to play a conspicuous part. His mind was set upon higher objects, and he neither hoped nor wished to attract attention, or to win admiration in courtly halls. He had to descend from the second floor of the house, where his rooms were situated, a large oaken staircase, from which, at each landing-place, led away in 4 directions different corridors leading to numerous suites of apartments, and as by the time he went down guests were arriving thick, the galleries were thronged with gay groups, hurrying across or pausing for a moment to look over the balustrades at the parties entering the hall below. Among the rest, Ralph stopped for an instant to gaze upon the brilliant moving scene, and, leaning over, bent his eyes upon the landing-place just beneath. Suddenly a figure passed across, the sight of which made him start and run down with a quick step. It was gone before he reached the landing, but if there was any sight in the eyes of love, that figure, he felt certain, was that of his Margaret. He hurried on to the state apartments, where more than 100 persons were already assembled, while the Duke, all affability and kindness, was standing in the third saloon, receiving his guests, and saying some kind and courteous words to each. It was a bright and cheerful scene, and perhaps excelled in splendour the court of royalty itself. But Ralph had no eyes for anything but the search which he made among the ever-increasing crowd for the figure he had seen. The magnificent pictures of the walls, the beautiful statuary ranged around, masterpieces of ancient and modern art, the costly decorations on which the wealth and taste of several generations had been lavished, detained him not for a moment, but onward he passed till he reached the room where the Duke had placed himself. There he paused for an instant to salute the lord of the mansion, intending to hurry on immediately after, but the Duke called him kindly to his side, giving him his Christian name as a mark of familiarity, and introduced him to the bishop and several of the most distinguished guests. Still Ralph was anxious to escape, but his noble patron had other business for him. "Here, Ralph," he said, "this fair lady to whom I present you, Hortensia, Lady Danvers, is anxious to see the bowling green and wilderness illuminated on this fine night. I must, alas, remain here to receive all my coming guests, or I would be her guide myself. I cannot, however, entrust her to anyone who will supply my place with gallant courtesy better than yourself, my young friend. Madam, let me beg you to know and esteem my young friend Ralph Woodhall, whose good qualities he will commend to you himself better than any words of mine could do." The lady whom he addressed was young and beautiful, and looked younger even than she really was, for the features were all exceedingly small and delicately chiselled, the complexion brilliantly fair, while there was a world of youthful, speaking tenderness in her eyes, a sort of beseeching look which seldom survives a long acquaintance with the great hardening world. She was magnificently dressed, but in a style peculiar to herself, approaching that of the earlier part of the last reign, rather than the stiffer mode which was already beginning to prevail. But her rich brown hair, looped up in great masses with diamonds, was arranged in a fashion which probably had never found favour in any country generally, for it required features such as her own, and a brow as beautiful as hers, to render it at all becoming. With her the effect was beautiful and picturesque, and she certainly was as lovely a creature, as she stood there by the Duke's side, as the eye could well behold. Nevertheless, Ralph would have given all that he possessed in the world to be free from the task of escorting her. But that could not be. He had no excuse ready, even if any excuse could have been available in such circumstances, and bowing low, he said, with the pardonable hypocrisy of society, that he should be delighted to be her guide. He knew not, in his ignorance of the ways of courtly life, whether he ought to offer her his arm or not, and he hesitated, but he saw many a gentleman and lady passing through the apartments arm in arm, and bending his head as she took a step forward toward the door, he asked, "Will you not lean on me?" "With pleasure," she replied, taking his arm at once, and they walked on through that room and the next. It must have been difficult for the lady not to see that her companion's thoughts were not so exclusively given to herself as she had perhaps a right to expect, or to avoid noticing that his eyes often wandered from her beautiful face to different parts of the halls, as if looking for something. But woman is a strange creature, and very full of varieties. Some persons, of irritable and all-absorbing vanity, would have felt offended, and might have shown their anger. Not so Lady Danvers, however. What might have offended, or rather, I should say, disgusted her more, would have been the empty compliments and overcharged affectation of gallantry which were so common in that day. At all events, Ralph's demeanour had somewhat of the charm of novelty in it, and she seemed to apply herself diligently to show him that she was worthy of more attention than he paid her. For some little time she was silent, but at length she said in a low voice, "I think you must be looking for someone, Mr. Woodhall." "Only my cousin, of whom I caught a glance upon the stairs," replied Ralph. "And now you are wishing me far away," rejoined the lady with a smile. "But come, let us look for him before we go to the wilderness. I'm quite willing to join in the chase." Ralph felt his rudeness, and, what perhaps was more to the purpose at that moment, he was convinced, for he had used his eyes well,
that Margaret was not in the rooms. He had either been mistaken altogether in supposing he had seen her, or else she had gone to change her dress, which might, for all he had remarked, be merely a travelling costume. He hastened then to atone, saying, "Oh no, I will not lead you such a chase on any account, nor must you suppose any such rudeness in my thoughts. I wished but to say 2 words to my cousin. But it matters not. I shall find, I trust, another opportunity. Now let us go to the wilderness. This is our way." "You are very strange," said the lady, thoughtfully. "I have given you a dozen opportunities of saying pretty things to me, and you have not taken advantage of one. I suppose there is not another man in the whole room who would have neglected any of them." Ralph was about to put forth some apology, and to try to make some amends, but Lady Danvers would not suffer him to proceed, lifting her beautiful soft eyes to his face, and saying, "Stop, not a word of excuse. I like you all the better. For wits, courtiers, gallants, and fools I have a wonderful aversion." "But at all events," replied Ralph, smiling, as they descended the stone steps to the bank of the Wonsum, "you must at one time have liked courtiers better to choose one for your husband." "My husband!" exclaimed the lady, with a clear, merry laugh. "I have no such encumbrance, Mr. Woodhall. I see you do not know much about me, although I know everything about you. Now I will tell you all about myself, which may, perhaps, cheer your task for you. The Duke called me Lady Danvers for the best of all possible reasons, because I am Lady Danvers, but in my own right, and not as the appendage of any husband in Christendom. I and poor Henrietta Wentworth were in the same position, baronesses in our own right, and great friends too, till she went away, though she is older than I am." "Why do you call her poor Henrietta Wentworth?" asked Ralph. "I should think to be an independent peeress did not deserve much compassion." "Oh, ignorant man!" cried his fair companion. "I did not think there was any one in the whole world who did not know that poor girl's history. I cannot tell it to you fully, for there is much therein I would not wish to dwell on. Suffice it that she sacrificed all to love, rank, wealth, consideration, friends, home, country." "I envy her," said Ralph in a serious tone. "Methinks that there could be no greater happiness on earth than the opportunity of making such a sacrifice." "For a worthy object," replied the lady in as grave a tone as his own. "And is he not worthy for whom she has sacrificed all this?" demanded Ralph eagerly. "Not worthy of such a sacrifice in any way," said Lady Danvers, "except in love for her. There I believe he is perfect. Graceful, handsome, affable, kind, and brave in the field he is, but I fear much he is weak, vacillating, inconstant, and ungrateful to all but her. I speak of Monmouth." "What, the Duke?" asked Ralph. "The same," replied the lady. And there the conversation stopped for a moment or two, while, passing over the bowling green, which was surrounded by a ring of lights, as if to shine upon fairy revels on the greensward, they entered what was called the wilderness, where a number of mazy walks, illuminated by many tri-cornered lanterns, afforded ample opportunities for private meetings and whispered tales of love. "This is exceedingly pretty," said the lady, looking around her over the scene, where the lanterns shining through the green leaves produced the effect of a garden lighted by glow-worms. "Yes," replied Ralph in an absent tone; "but you said just now, Lady Danvers, that I knew little about you, while you knew everything about me. The first was unhappily quite true. The second, I doubt not, was quite true also. But yet I cannot well comprehend how anything regarding so insignificant a person as myself can have reached your ladyship's ears." "Now have I a great mind," replied Lady Danvers, "to punish you for all your misdeeds this night, by keeping you in darkness and mystery. I will even aggravate your suffering by telling you that I desired the Duke to introduce you to me, and leave you to discover the interpretation for yourself." "Nay, nay," said Ralph, "I am sure you will not be so cruel." As he spoke, another party, conversing in gay, laughing tones, passed along a walk close to that which they were following, and only separated from it by a thin screen of hornbeam. The lady paused ere she replied, but when the others had passed, she said, "Well, well, I will be merciful, and spare you an unquiet night. You are the son of Mr. Robert Woodhall, of the Grange, the Duke told me. I must explain. I asked him who you were as you crossed the room, for I thought you very handsome, of course, and I thought you better dressed than any other man there, because you had less gold lace and embroidery about you. However, the Duke told me, and then I knew all about you directly. My dear mother, who left me here on earth some 18 months ago, was the early friend of your mother, her constant companion in the days of girlhood, and she has often talked to me about her. She had her picture hanging in her room, and I have seen it 1,000 times, but she always said it did her little justice, that she was the most beautiful creature in the world. Then my mother would tell me how yours had chosen your father against the wishes of many of her friends, and neglected high station and courtly celebrity to become the wife of a poor gentleman on whom she had no fortune to bestow, and how, when she died and left him, he had abandoned all the paths of worldly ambition which he had opened for himself, and retired to his small estate with her only child. Once or twice in the year a letter passed between your father and my mother, for they had both loved the same person, and both mourned her as long as they lived. There was something so touching in her voice and manner as she told the little tale, that Ralph, hardly knowing what he did, took her fair hand and pressed it in his own. Lady Danvers seemed not at all offended, and entered fully into his feelings toward his mother. I am sure I should love your father very much, she added, for I have read several of his letters, especially toward the last years of my own parents' life, and in them he spoke in as beautiful and touching affection of his wife and her loss as if she had not been dead a year. I am sure I should love him. I think you would, replied Ralph, though that one deep grief which he experienced so early has made him very negligent of all those graces which I am told he at one time possessed. He is now immersed in studies, curious and abstruse, and he's little else besides his books. Well, you see, replied Lady Danvers, I have, at all events, an hereditary right to your friendship, and all I can say is that if I can promote your views in any way, Mr. Woodhall, I shall be very happy. To have a right to call you friend, dear lady, replied Ralph warmly, is quite enough, without taxing your kindness further. The picture you have of my mother must be, I suppose, a copy of that which my father possesses, and yet I should like to see it. Oh no, it is no copy, answered the lady. She sat expressly at my mother's request shortly after her marriage. It is very beautiful, the face so full of love and tenderness and self-devotion. Hers was a noble sacrifice, and I am sure, if she had possessed millions to give as well as her hand, she would not have hesitated. I can read it in her face. I am glad to hear you speak thus, replied Ralph. The world judges hardly of such sacrifices. Her own relations blamed and cast her off. The world is very foolish in its estimates, replied Lady Danvers. Surely the best wealth, and jewels, and rank, and station, are happiness and high qualities, peace of heart and contentment. Case me in gold, and I am no better, no happier. Put me on a throne, and I am no wiser, no better contented. But give me the society of those I love, health and enough, and the riches of the world can add very little. Their want take very little away. I would not be the slave to all this decoration, to the mere ornaments of the human frame or of human life, which I see the greater number of women in this land become, for all that earth can give. Nor I either, replied Ralph. But yet, dear lady, wealth and station are sometimes needful, not to happiness, but to the means of attaining that better wealth of the heart. Never, I should think, replied the lady. Let us suppose a case, said Ralph. Imagine that a man, in other respects not ill endowed, but wanting in riches and in high rank, dares to fix his eyes upon some bright particular star, and hopes to win it. Suppose even that he has gained love for love. What chance has he of being made happy, of obtaining her he loves, in short? Friends, relations, guardians interpose, obstacles of every kind arise, which can only be overcome by gaining that wealth and station, the want of which is the impediment. Not so, not so, replied Lady Danvers eagerly. Let her he loves be nobly firm, and bold in affection. Let her do as your mother did, and if there be competence, there will be happiness. But really, let us look about us. We are talking so eagerly," she said, while a warm blush fluttered over her cheek, "that people will say we are making love, and the Duke will ask me about the gardens, and I shall be able to tell him nothing. Then will his Grace have his good joke at poor me. However, Mr. Woodhall, whenever you like to see that picture you can. It is at my seat in Somersetshire, and if I am absent when you pass that way, you have but to use my name, and the servants will show it to you. Bid them treat you hospitably too, for their mistress's sake. Now, tell me, what is this we are coming to?" "It is the fish pond, illuminated too, I see," replied Ralph. "Let us go near the edge and look in. By day one can see down to the marble beneath. I know not whether this light is strong enough. Yes, it is. See how those gentlemen in their gold and silver coats swim quietly about, as if their watery world had no strife or contention in it. They always look to me like the prosperous and wealthy of this earth, who never seem to dream of all the strife and care and agony of body and of mind that is going on around them." "Not so with all the prosperous," replied the lady, in a tone almost reproachful. "Those who are not quite so fortunate often do them an injustice. They cannot see beneath the surface, or know not how often the heart, which has few or no sorrows of its own, bleeds for the sorrows of others. Yet so far you are right, I believe. Prosperity may have a tendency to harden the heart. Without feeling grief or care, imagination cannot picture it distinctly, and we are in danger of forgetting in our own tranquillity the sorrows and the pangs which are not apparent to the eye." They continued for a moment or two gazing into the clear water without noticing the groups that passed by. At length, however, a voice familiar to Ralph's ear said, loud enough for him to hear, "Yes, very lover-like indeed. Do not disturb them." He started, but the speaker was already going down one of the little alleys of the wilderness. "Did you hear that?" said Lady Danvers, looking up with a blush and a smile. "It is time for us to go back, I think. Not that I ever trouble myself much about people's wrong constructions, but it is as well not to give them cause for such observations." Charming as she was, and kind, Ralph was very willing to return, but as they went she gave him a frank invitation to visit her, either in London or the country, adding with a laugh, "I have always some old aunt or ancient cousin of the house staying with me, so as to escape scandal, Mr. Woodhall. And remember, if I can at any time serve you, and perhaps I may be able, all the little influence I possess may be commanded by the son of my dear mother's friend." Ralph thanked her warmly, eagerly, and they walked on through the mazy walks toward the house with somewhat slower steps, perhaps, than he would have taken had he been alone. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne, Rainsford, James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. There was an old white-haired man of distinguished mien standing by the Duke of Norfolk, and the latter said with a good-humoured smile, "You requested me, my lord, to take care of his fortunes. Now I have introduced him this night to the most beautiful, the most wealthy, and the most romantic young lady in the room, who knew something of his family, and seemed exceedingly interested in his fate. To make the matter more complete, I have sent them to take a walk together through the wilderness and by the bank of the river. Now I look upon it as 100 chances to 1 that they come back desperately in love with each other, for as the dramatist has it, they have changed eyes already. The lady has no one to control her, and, if I judge her rightly, she will some day or another bestow her hand and fortune upon some poor gentleman of no rank, just to show the world how completely she despises the gifts the gods have given her." "I am delighted, my Lord Duke," answered the other, "and trust with all my heart your anticipations may be fulfilled. Pray, what is the lady's name?" "Hortensia, Baroness Danvers," replied the Duke. "She was once a great friend of poor Henrietta Wentworth, though somewhat more strict in her notions of propriety. I remember her weeping bitterly when told that Lady Wentworth had followed Monmouth. Before that she would not believe any of the tales that were current. She is a good girl, but a fanciful little enthusiast." There were only 2 other persons besides Lord Woodhall near enough to the Duke of Norfolk to hear his words. One was a very beautiful girl, who turned red and white alternately as the Duke spoke, and the other was a young gentleman of no prepossessing mien, though the features of his face were generally good. He had a haggard and suspicious expression of countenance, and while the Duke was concluding what he had to say of Lady Danvers, the young man addressed his fair companion using a good number of the ribald expletives of the day, not very suitable to the ears of a lady. "D—me, Margaret," he said, "that would never suit your brother, to have Master Ralph carry off the rich Baroness. Gad zounds, I saw Henry fluttering round her in London like a blue and pink pigeon, and, depend upon it, he'll suffer no rivalry from a fellow like Ralph. He'll pink the bookworm in a minute, if there is any of that nonsense." Margaret turned away with a look of disgust, but with a very pale cheek, and her father presented her to the Duke, who received her with a graceful mingling of gallantry and respect. Lord Woodhall then introduced his kinsman, Mr. Robert Woodhall, son of the late Lord Coldenham, adding, with a well-satisfied look, "You see, my noble friend, that I have taken the liberty, in making this little detour on my road to London, to cast a number of my relations on your hospitality. My son Henry, I think you have seen to-night." "When monarchs make progresses," replied the Duke with a smile, "they must always be attended by their suite. Your son I saw half an hour ago, and if our friend Ralph would but return with his fair lady, we would have a family dance in the ballroom. Let me offer you my arm, Mistress Margaret. I think all the guests have arrived by this time." When they reached the ballroom, they found Margaret's brother already engaged in the dance, and the Duke and his party paused for some 5 or 10 minutes, gazing upon the scene, while different groups of guests came forward, said a few words, and passed on. Margaret's eyes, however, were but little on the gay sight before her, and very frequently turned to the door by which they had entered with an anxious and eager glance. Ralph did not appear, however, and at length her cousin asked her to join in the dance with him. She could not refuse, and taking their places, they were proceeding with one of the courtly dances of that day, Margaret with a pale cheek and inattentive mind, and Robert Woodhall with no great grace, but with some agility and skill, when two persons entered the room by the door exactly opposite to the dancers, and Lady Danvers, in all the splendour of her beauty, leaning listlessly on the arm of Ralph Woodhall, was before the eyes of Margaret. At the same moment Ralph saw her dancing with Robert Woodhall, and in spite of all he could do to command himself, his cheek grew fiery red. Margaret was fatigued with her long journey. She had been greatly agitated by the words which she had overheard from the lips of the Duke of Norfolk. She was one of those very few persons who undervalue themselves, and when she saw the resplendent beauty of Hortensia Danvers, arrayed and decorated by all that dress could do to heighten its effect, a chilly feeling of all the perils to which her love and happiness were to be exposed took possession of her. Her head became giddy, the objects swam before her eyes, her heart refused to beat, and she sank fainting on the floor. The music was instantly stopped, a little crowd gathered round, and Ralph, letting Lady Danvers's arm drop from his own, sprang forward to render assistance. In so doing, he came in contact with Robert Woodhall, who turned sharply upon him, exclaiming, "D—me, stand back, sir! You are impertinent. Who asked you to meddle?" Ralph made no reply whatever, but took him by the collar with one hand, and forcibly drew him back into the centre of the room. Then taking his place, he bent anxiously over Margaret, by whom her brother Henry was already standing. The Duke of Norfolk had observed the whole scene, and had advanced toward the group gathered round Margaret, without, however, mingling with it. His voice was now heard exclaiming, "Carry the young lady out to her own room. She is only fainting with the heat, and will soon be better." "Help me to carry her, Ralph," said Henry Woodhall, applying himself at once to the companion of his youth rather than to his cousin Robert. They raised her in their arms and bore her out, Lord Woodhall following, and saying to those around, "She has only fainted. She has only fainted. The girl is not subject to such freaks, but that room was very hot. Pray do not follow, none of you, none of you. We shall bring her to herself very soon." Henry and Ralph carried their fair burden into an anteroom at some distance from the reception rooms, while an attendant ran away to call her own woman to her assistance. And as soon as they had placed her in a chair, Lord Woodhall said, Now leave us, boys, leave us. I will soon bring her to herself. It is not the first time I have seen a woman faint in my life." Henry obeyed his father's directions at once, but Ralph lingered for a moment, saying to the old nobleman, "Can I not render any assistance, my lord?" "Only if you can contrive to unlace this stomacher, my dear boy," replied Lord Woodhall, who had been fumbling at the various lacings which went to complicate a lady's dress in those days, but apparently without much success. "Margaret would not mind, I am sure. You have been always like a brother to her." Ralph hastened to obey, and with hands which trembled with many emotions and associations, dear but agitating, soon unfastened Margaret's dress and gave her fair bosom freer play. As he did so, the beautiful girl opened her eyes for a moment, fixing them with a look of thoughtful anxiety upon his face, and raised her hand faintly so that it laid upon his. Then, however, came the maid, and as he was once more desired by the old lord to leave himself and his daughter alone, the young man obeyed reluctantly, it must be owned, and not without more than one glance turned back to her he was leaving. She was pale and insensible still, having fallen back into a fainting fit again almost as soon as she had opened her eyes, but the momentary look she had given him was not to be forgotten, and it was with regret that he quitted the room. Instead of returning to the state apartments at once, the young gentleman wandered up and down the corridor for some minutes, but at length Lord Woodhall came forth with the welcome intelligence that Margaret had fully recovered, and with him Ralph returned to the ballroom. In the meantime he had formed the subject of conversation in two of the different groups which that room contained. In one part Robert Woodhall was speaking eagerly with one or two gentlemen who surrounded him, saying, "He insulted me, sir, he insulted me, and he shall make me an apology, or I will know the reason why." The words were overheard by the Duke of Norfolk, who had just returned from bidding his guests go on with their dancing, assuring them that the little confusion which had occurred had only been occasioned by a lady fainting from the heat, and ordering more windows to be opened to admit the fresh air. He immediately turned somewhat sharply toward Robert Woodhall, saying, "I beg your pardon, young gentleman, he did not insult you, you insulted him. He shall make you no apology if he would remain my friend. Whether he will be content without an apology from you must rest with himself. I shall not interfere." At the other side of the room conversation of a different character was going on between the son of Lord Woodhall and the fair Lady Danvers. She had remained, after Ralph left her, on the same spot, watching, if the truth must be told, his proceedings with some interest, and suspecting, though not convinced of the truth. Henry Woodhall was an old acquaintance, but in her eyes nothing more, and when he approached her, as soon as he re-entered the ballroom, she inquired, "How is your sister?" It was hypocrisy, I must needs admit, for had the question which first sprang to her lips been uttered, it would have been, "Where is your cousin?" "Oh, she is getting better," replied Henry Woodhall lightly. "Ladies will faint, you know. Most beautiful." "Why, your cousin Ralph seems to take a deeper interest in the matter than you do," replied the lady, not seeking to make any mischief, but moved by a curiosity which perhaps had its source in some deeper motive still. "Oh, they have been all their childhood together," replied Henry Woodhall. "Ralph is as much her brother in all our eyes as I am." "I almost fancied it was something more than brotherly love," said Hortensia in a low voice. "Pooh, nothing of the kind," replied Henry Woodhall in his gay, light tone. "Margaret is to be married to my cousin Robert, by the act in that case made and provided for, uniting lands and money in the holy estate of matrimony. But now tell me, beautiful lady," he continued, "will you dance with me?" "Poor girl!" said Lady Danvers with a sigh, not heeding his request at all. "Why do you say poor girl?" asked Henry Woodhall. "Because she ought to be a poor girl to marry your cousin Robert," replied Lady Danvers bluntly, "and because she will be a poor girl if she does marry him." "Marry him she will, assuredly," replied Henry. "These things always come to pass when the old people arrange them, and they do very well after all. You would be obliged to marry me if your great-great-grandfather had arranged it with my great-great-grandmother." "That I would not," replied Lady Danvers, "if all our ancestors had arranged it from Adam downward." "Well, never mind that," replied Henry, laughing. "Nobody asks you. The question at present is, will you dance with me?" "Then the answer is, no, I will not," replied Lady Danvers. "I shall not dance to-night." "Then I shall look for someone else," answered Henry, and, turning gaily away, he left her. Lady Danvers remained for a moment or two musing in the same place. She asked herself, was there any love between Ralph and Margaret? The heightened colour in his cheek when first his eyes fell on his fair cousin she had not remarked, but she had seen the eager gaze which Margaret fixed first upon him and then upon herself, and the impetuous haste with which he had flown to her aid when she fainted. She argued, however, thus: perhaps the sight of a relation so kind and so noble in his feelings, at the moment when she was dancing with a man whom she could not love, forced upon her by relations, may have moved feelings deep enough to overpower her. Perhaps Ralph's eagerness might be all very natural and right. Nay, it was natural and right, in one brought up with the poor girl in fraternal affection such as Henry Woodhall had described. Perhaps, but there was no end of perhapses. Lady Danvers was willing to believe that there was no love between the two, and did believe it. And yet she asked herself, when her musing came to an end, what matters it to me whether there be love or not? Had she been seeing sights and dreaming dreams? It might be so, and certain it is that among the sweetest of all those dreams which flit deceptive before man's eyes, from the cradle to the grave, are those which are so faint and intangible that we are not ourselves conscious of their passing till they have passed. However that may be, and whatever silent streams of that peculiar current in the mind which runs between thought and feeling, partaking, like the mingled waters of the Rhine and Main, of the distinct colouring of each, had been flowing through her brain, certain it is that she hung about in the ballroom, now in one place, now in another, avoiding all long conversation with any one till Ralph made his appearance again, and that soon after they were talking together as before. Her first questions were for Margaret, but Ralph had by this time recovered full command over himself, and knew how dangerous it might be for all his hopes to suffer the feelings of his heart to appear. He replied, therefore, in as cool a tone of indifference as he could assume, and exerted himself during the rest of the evening to appear at ease and unconcerned. Margaret did not reappear. Robert Woodhall also quitted the ballroom, and was seen in it no more. But Henry continued dancing and talking, and more than once mingled gaily and good-humouredly in conversation with his cousin Ralph and the young baroness, seeming just as well pleased with the intimacy which had so suddenly sprung up between them, as if he had taken part in introducing them to each other. Lord Woodhall was well pleased also. He was not a man of very quick perceptions, no great schemer or arranger of plans, and although he would have been very willing to see his son marry any woman on earth with the fortune of Lady Danvers, it had never struck him that the alliance was worth seeking for any member of his family till the notion was propounded to him, already arranged, by the Duke of Norfolk. Neither did he feel any inclination to meddle with it after finding it thus settled to his hand. All he thought was, that Ralph was a very lucky fellow in having such an opportunity afforded him. Such were the feelings of several personages on the scene when supper was announced, and the guests sat down to one of the most splendid entertainments of the period. I need not pause to give any account of the supper, nor to tell how the guests were served on massive plate of silver gilt, or how they drank out of goblets of pure gold. Is it not written in the book of Chronicles of the House of Howard? And do we not know that even the pokers, the tongs, the shovels, and the fenders of the Palace of Norwich were of solid silver? Before the evening meal was completely ended, however, a servant bent over Henry Woodhall's chair and whispered something in his ear. That young gentleman remained at table for a few minutes longer, but as soon as he could find a good opportunity, he slipped away from the table and did not return. Not long after, the Duke and his friends rose from supper, and dancing recommenced, going on till night had far waned. In common courtesy, Ralph asked his fair companion of the evening to tread a measure with him, and her answer was very different from that which she had given to Henry Woodhall. "I would with pleasure," she replied, "for I am fond of dancing, but I have refused several to-night, and among the rest your cousin Henry." "Oh, Henry would not mind," replied Ralph. "He is hot in temper, but kind and good-humoured. I will take the responsibility upon myself." "No," replied Lady Danvers, "I said distinctly that I should not dance this evening, and therefore I will not. See what it is," she continued in a gayer tone, "to neglect opportunity. If you had asked me while we were walking together in the wilderness, I would have danced with you at once, and then might have refused all other comers at my own will and pleasure. But now that I have declared my intention not to dance at all, I must not offend some very worthy people by dancing with anyone." "Well, if you will not dance, will you walk?" asked Ralph. "The air upon the terrace will be sweet and cool. There are many people walking there also." "Be it so," replied Lady Danvers with a smile. "The fresh air will do me good, for my head feels hot and my brain somewhat giddy, with the multitude of people crammed into the same room. There is nothing so strange as what people call pleasure. All who are here are seeking it in things where it does not dwell; nay, more, are trying to extract it from materials distasteful to most of them. What care they for dancing? What care they for the crowded ballroom? What care they for all the labour and trouble of dressing themselves forth for this grand occasion? It is always something else they are seeking than that which they pretend to be enjoying. Strange alchemy of the human mind, which changes lead into gold, and from things that are fatiguing, hurtful, or annoying, produces what is called pleasure, if not happiness. One dances to show a fine form or graceful teaching, not for any enjoyment of the dance. Another comes here to display a gown finer than her neighbours. A third, who would rather have been in bed, to say that she was at the great ball, or perhaps," she said laughing, "to prevent others from saying that she was not. I'm beginning to think that everything is hypocrisy in this world, Mr. Woodhall. Is it not so?" "God forbid," replied Ralph, and quietly led her on to the terrace, where they wandered about for a few minutes. They soon, however, found their way down to the banks of the Wonsum again, and walked musingly along, gazing upon the lights reflected in the water. Sometimes they talked together, sometimes they mused, but Lady Danvers leaned all the time upon his arm, and certainly, to the eyes of those who passed them, they seemed more like a pair of lovers happy in each other's affection than two persons who had met that night for the first time. At length the sounds of departure warned them to return, and as they parted, Hortensia said, "We shall meet again to-morrow." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. In a room not very large, upon the upper floor but one of the Duke of Norfolk's palace in Norwich, sat Robert Woodhall, by the side of a table on which were placed two large wax tapers. His hat had been thrown upon the ground at some distance. His sword and sword belt lay upon the table. His head was bent forward as he reclined in the chair, and his left foot was thrown listlessly over the right. I have described his features as good, though the expression of his face was unprepossessing, and there was now on it a thoughtful look, slightly varying from time to time, as if he were revolving some subject of much interest, or laying out some plan upon which much depended. Now a frown would gather on his brow, and now the frown would be chased by a smile, and now the smile would give place to a scornful curl of the lip, as if he were mentally sneering at some one present to his thoughts. "Ay, Master Ralph," he muttered between his teeth, "we will fit you with something." And then again he fell into silence. A moment or two after he muttered in the same tone, "Harry's a fool. He's as hot as pepper, though, when put up, and one can make something of that, perhaps." Once more a moment or two passed without his saying anything, and then came the words, "Yes, it must be that way if he has been tampering with Margaret's heart, and is now half won away from her by this bright Hortensia. D—me, it might be my game to let him win the young baroness, and make sure of Mistress Margaret myself. She is very handsome, would show well, and then her mother's fortune, that is all her own at once. No, zounds, I will not play that game, for though I might win the stakes, yet he will carry off more still. And by —— he shall not triumph. My mother told me to avoid him through life, for that if a struggle came between us, he might throw me. That was her word.
Now we have run against each other, and the struggle must come. But we will see, mother mine, which will throw the other. He may have the strength, but I have the trick. What the fiend can be keeping that lad? He has had time enough to learn the whole history of everybody in the house." Once more he relapsed into silence, but if he were waiting for anyone, he had a full quarter of an hour to remain in expectation. At the end of that time a tall, powerful, but agile fellow in the garb of a servant entered the room, and with a sort of tiptoe, sliding, and noiseless step, approached the back of the young gentleman's chair. There standing, he spoke over his shoulder, saying, "I have plenty of news for you, sir." "You've had time enough to get it," replied Robert Woodhall sharply. "Speak out and be quick." "This cousin of yours is not here alone, as you thought, sir," said the man. "He has got a servant with him. And who do you think that servant is?" "Nay, I know not, and what matters it?" rejoined his master, "though where the beggarly animal picked up a servant, or got money to keep him, I cannot divine." "He is none other, sir, but our old friend Gaunt Stilling," said the servant, by those few words causing his young master to start upon his feet with a look of vindictive fierceness, which would have done honour to a tragedy villain. The next instant, however, he sat down again with a laugh, saying, "That is impossible, you fool. That scoundrel Stilling went away with my pretty Kate to take her out of my reach. I will find her, though. I heard the whole plan, and set 3 men to belabour him on the road and bring her back. They failed in the latter, for she had gone on with her old fool of a father, but they succeeded in the former part of the business. At least they swore so, and if they cheated me, I will trounce them. It is impossible, I tell you. The men did overtake him, and one of them got a sharp poke in the shoulder from a companion of his. I saw the wound myself, and it was not such a scratch as a man might give himself for the sake of a little bloody evidence to support a lie. What you tell me is impossible, I say." "It is quite true, sir," said the man in a soft, insinuating tone. "I will tell you all about it. But let me just say, in the meantime, sir, that if you had but condescended to trust me in the matter of the young lady, Mistress Kate, I would have had her back for you, and snug in the little cottage within a single day." "I never trust anybody too much," replied Robert Woodhall in a surly tone. "How the devil did you know anything about the cottage?" "Oh, I know everything that goes on, sir," answered the servant, with a slight touch of self-sufficient confidence in his tone. "I believe you would find it better to trust one than many." "Come, come, leave your preaching," cried Robert Woodhall, interrupting him sharply. "I do not desire to be schooled by such as you. You say this tale you tell me is true. I say it is impossible. Now make these 2 meet." "Why, sir, you have been misinformed," replied the man. "Gaunt did not go with his sister, but the old man did. Gaunt stayed to go along as servant with your poor cousin Ralph, and it was Mr. Woodhall who slit Jack Nazeby's arm. They had not much time to belabour Master Gaunt either, for they took to their heels and ran as soon as his master came to his rescue." "Gaunt Stilling turned his servant?" said Robert Woodhall, in a tone of doubt and surprise. "I cannot believe it, Roger. He is as proud as a prince done me. He would be no man's servant." "Oh, there are ways of taming pride, sir," answered the man. "It would not surprise me if you were to find means to tame the pride of both brother and sister." "What is it you mean?" demanded his master sternly. "Zounds, sir, do not trifle with me, or you shall suffer for it. Give me some connected account at once. Tell me what you have heard, and as you heard it." "Well, sir, well," replied Roger, "I have both seen and heard. But to give you a connected account, as you say, after I left you I went into the still room, and pretended to have a defluxion which required some herb water. I soon got into conversation with the still room maid, and then went with her to talk with the young ladies of the 3rd table. I there heard that Mr. Ralph Woodhall had a servant with him who called himself Jack Tuckett, and that the said Jack had gone, or been sent by his master, on some expedition on horseback 4 or 5 days ago. Now I think I know every man's name within 40 miles of Coldenham tolerably well, but I did not recollect such a person as Jack Tuckett among all my acquaintance. It sounds like a false name too, sir,
and so I determined I would go away to the Duke's chamberlain and find out more. So, when I got to the chamberlain's office, I took off my hat and bowed low, and the old gentleman said with a grand air, 'What do you want, my man?' To which I replied, humbly, below my breath, 'My master ordered me to see that his name was rightly put down in the books, for there are more gentlemen than one who may be marked R. Woodhall.' 'Come, be not so particular,' cried his master, whose oaths and expletives shall be omitted for the future, or supplied by the reader's imagination rather than my pen. 'Come to the point, sir.' 'Well, sir, the point was that I saw the books,' replied the worthy Roger, 'and there I saw written Mr. Ralph Woodhall and Gaunt Stilling, his man, with date and designation.' 'It is impossible!' cried Robert Woodhall, in a tone of doubt rather than negation. 'Why, but a few days ago he was bearding my mother like a lion, and it needs no less to beard her, and now a servant to this poor miserable cousin of mine, who has hardly money enough to keep himself in clean linen.' 'Well, sir, I was surprised too,' replied the man, 'though it must be a tough joke that surprises me. But just as I was crossing the stable yard, who should I see but Gaunt Stilling himself getting off that very good brown horse he rides, and leading him right into the stables. It was dark enough there, and I kept out of the way, but he caught sight of me, and all the men servants being busy in the house, he hallooed to me, 'Good friend, just hold my beast a minute while I go in and get a lantern to look for the rat comb and brushes.' But I answered, in the voice of a blunderbore, 'I'm no servant of the house, hold the beast yourself.' He gave me a benediction, tied his horse to the manger the best way he could, and away for a light. Then it just came across me that I might find something out by a little feeling. So I went into the stable, missed a kick from a skittish mare, and creeping up by the side of the new-come beast, who was as dull as a long journey could make him, I ran my hand over the saddle and its adjuncts. I found a pair of bags with padlocks on them, which there was no time to pick, and I found 2 horse pistols at the saddle-bow, out of which it was not worth while to take the bullets, and I found a horseman's cloak, good broadcloth enough, it seemed to the feel, but it would not do to take it bodily, for people ask after their cloaks sometimes. I could not help feeling it, however, for it was so soft and good, 10 times as soft as my lady gives her people, and as I felt it here and felt it there, I felt something crackle like paper. 'Here's a pocket,' said I, and I soon found it, and gently insinuating my hand, I found these papers which I brought incontinent to you." Robert Woodhall took them, and looked at the first, which was a somewhat crumpled document, written on coarse paper and seemingly a bill. He threw it down on the floor with a contemptuous look, which the servant immediately remarked and commented on. "The next is more to the purpose, sir," he said. "What, then you have examined them?" exclaimed his master, turning sharply upon him. But Roger was not to be daunted easily, and he replied with the utmost coolness, "Certainly, sir, I could not tell there might not be something immoral or irreligious in them, and I could not venture to bring you ribaldry." His master laughed coarsely, and turned the paper, which was an open letter, till he could see the address. It was written in a very tolerable female hand, and was, in effect, "To Master R. Woodhall, these from—" Here the writer seemed to have been interrupted, for the writing broke short off. Without ceremony, Robert Woodhall began to unfold the letter, but his servant observed in a quiet tone, "I do not know, sir, whether it is for Mr. Ralph or you. That is a question. There is nothing in the letter to show—" "What, then you have read it all, you infernal scoundrel?" exclaimed his master. "Certainly, sir," replied the man, "every word." "Then, by —— I will—" cried Robert, with an angry look; but there he stopped, and spreading out the sheet, read as follows: "I am here in bondage, dearest love. If you do but love me half as much as you have sworn, come and deliver me. My father nor brother do not know all, or nearly all, but you know that the truth can not long be concealed. I am ready to fly with you, as you used to ask me, to the world's end. Only come, and come as fast as possible. There is nothing to stop us here. Come, then, to your unhappy
Kate Stilling. The place from which the letter was dated was a small town in Dorsetshire, and the date itself 3 days before. Robert Woodhall smiled as he mused over those few lines, and then he turned to the address again and seemed to consider it attentively, muttering, "Master R. Woodhall." "You see, sir," said his servant, "one cannot tell whether it is for you or your cousin, Master Ralph." "What the devil do you mean?" cried his master, fixing his eyes eagerly upon him. "Why, simply, sir," replied the man, "that it would make a desperate good handle against him if it fell into the hands of the other." "I think I understand you, Roger," said his master in a much more placable tone, "but Ralph does not even know my fair Kate." "We cannot tell that, sir," answered the servant. "He was over at Coldenham lately." "Only one day," replied Robert, "and soon got his answer from my mother." "He was in the church with old Stilling, and in old Stilling's house," said the man. "That I know for sure." "Was he?" exclaimed Robert in a tone of much surprise; but after a moment's thought he added, "Ay, to hire this young vagabond for a servant; but I understand what you mean, and perhaps may act upon it." "Only be so good as to remember, sir," replied Roger, "that the letter was brought by his own servant over here, after being sent away, no one knows where, for several days; and the letter R may stand for Ralph as well as for Robert, or Roger either, for that matter." His master laughed. "Would you make me jealous of Kate?" he said. "No, no, Roger, I understand all this clearly. Gaunt Stilling has gone over to see her while his master was absent with the Duke. He has caught her writing this letter and brought it away by force. Do you not see how the address breaks off? Perhaps he wishes to make use of it against me when he finds occasion, for my lady mother threatened me highly if I continued to persecute these people, as she called it. Luckily the letter fell into good hands." "Do you not think, sir, that those hands deserve some little lining?" asked the man with a grin. They do," replied Robert. "I am marvellous poor just now, but there is a guinea for you. You shall have more some day soon, if you continue to serve me as well. Now go and contrive to get my cousin Hal to come and speak with me as soon as possible. This letter, perhaps, may serve me much in one way, but I have another matter in hand which will need quick attention." The man bowed low and retired, but he expressed no thanks for the present he had received, and when he had reached the other side of the door he tossed up the piece of coin with a contemptuous air, saying, "A guinea." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. "Well, Robert, what is your important business?" demanded Henry Woodhall, entering his cousin's room with a look of haste and impatience. "Be quick, for I want to return to the ball." "The ball will be over before we have done, Henry," replied his cousin in a grave and emphatic tone. "I have several things to say to you of importance." "In the way of homily?" asked Henry Woodhall, laughing. "Come, then, put off your solemnity, Bob, and let us hear what it is." Thus saying, he threw himself into a chair, and his cousin replied, "Some things I have to say affect myself alone, some affect you and me, some affect you only." "First, second, and to conclude," said the gay young man. "Why, what is all this? How comes it that my rattle-pated, dissolute, latitudinarian cousin Robert has, all of a sudden, become metamorphosed into a parson? Where are your demmes and your zounses? Where are your remarkable oaths and your satin embroidery blasphemy? Why, Robert, you must be in love, or have taken physic, had the colic, or the heartache. They tell me that powdered unicorn's horn is a sovereign thing for clearing the brain of melancholic humours, and that a few grains of money, taken in goat's way, will purge the liver of black bile. Let me commend them to your consideration." "All very well laughing, Hal," replied Robert, "but this is no laughing matter, by !" "Come, there's an oath," cried his cousin. "The patient is getting better. Well, if we are not to laugh, what are we to cry about?" "About being made fools of by a raw Cambridge student,"
replied his cousin bitterly, about being cheated, deceived, betrayed, about having all your father's plans and my mother's overthrown, about your losing the hand of a rich and beautiful heiress, and my losing my future wife's heart." "Well a day, well a day," cried Henry Woodhall. "This is a serious matter, but let us hear the particulars. Imprime about your future wife's heart, by which I suppose you mean the heart or muscular pincushion of my sister Margaret. But first let me observe, Bob, before you proceed, that Maggie is not quite certainly your future wife. There is many a slip between the cup and the lip, Robert, and that matter is not quite settled yet." "Quite settled between your father and my mother," replied Robert Woodhall, "and quite settled as far as I'm concerned. With regard to Margaret, the matter may be different, for I am certain that this mean, pitiful fellow Ralph has been trifling with her affections, and has won them too." "Awkward for you," replied his cousin, "and one reason the more for my saying this matter is not settled between you and Maggie. I tell you fairly, Robert, I will have a say in anything wherein she is concerned, and you shall not have her hand unless between this and then you show yourself more worthy of her." "How will you prevent it?" asked Robert Woodhall in a sharp, almost fierce tone. "By running you through the liver if need be," replied Henry Woodhall. "I tell you, Robert, that as you two stand just now, you with your vices and Ralph with his poverty, I would rather see him Margaret's husband than you." Robert Woodhall fixed his eyes full upon his cousin's face and contemplated him for a moment or two in silence, while a dark, malignant smile gradually came upon his lip. "You love hypocrites, I think, Henry," he said at length. "No, I hate them," replied the other sharply. "You cannot say that I have any hypocrisy," rejoined his cousin. "All that I do, be it bad or good, is open in the face of day. I am frank and bold at least. But are you sure that this young lad on whom you pin your faith has not learned hypocrisy at Cambridge as well as Greek and Latin? Are you sure that his heart is not as mercenary as a money-lender's, that his conduct is not as foul and corrupt as a street prostitute's, that his hypocrisy is not as great as a non-juring preacher's?" "Pooh, pooh!" said Henry Woodhall. "I have known him from infancy. We have been boys, have grown up men together. We have been like brothers, and his thoughts are as common to me as to himself." Still that same dark smile hung upon the lips of Robert Woodhall as he listened. There was something triumphant in it, a sort of cool self-confidence which conveyed, before he even spoke, the idea that he possessed the means of overthrowing all the arguments opposed to him in a moment. "Well," he said, "let us look a little at Mr. Ralph's real conduct, and see whether it be such as you quite approve. Men have singular opinions on these subjects. Your own are somewhat curious, and perhaps you may admire all this. First, taking advantage of your father's hospitality and kindness, he makes love to Margaret and wins her heart. Then—" "Stay, stay!" cried his cousin. "Of that we have no proof but your own jealousy, and if there be anything between them, it is more than probable that they have mutually grown up to love each other, and then some casual word or accidental circumstance has betrayed the secret of each breast to the other. I cannot blame him, Robert. Margaret is a little angel, and any man might well love her. But still, I say, we have no proof of this but your jealousy." "My jealousy, Henry!" replied Robert with a sneer which he could not repress, though it injured his own cause. "I have no jealousy, good cousin. I am not in the predicament. However, even were it so, that is a matter very easily settled. Ask Margaret herself. Press her closely, and either by her looks or words you will come at the truth. But for the moment let us suppose that it is so. I would not blame him either, were there any real love in the case, for though I do not know much of the heroic passion, yet I have heard that it sometimes drives men mad. But if there has been no real love on his part, if he has been moved only by mercenary motives, if he has been ready at any moment to sacrifice her when he saw the prospect of greater fortune than her own, if the moment he has seen this young Baroness Danvers he has cast off all thought of Margaret, and paraded their intimacy openly in order that the poor girl might be satisfied at once of his treachery, if he has pursued Lady Danvers the more eagerly because the world gave out that you were to have her hand, Would you think this honest, honourable, kind in your generous, excellent cousin Ralph? No, no, replied Henry Woodhall fiercely. I should think it base, pitiful, mean, deserving instant chastisement. As to the matter with Hortensia Danvers, I care not one straw. Let him win her and wear her if he will. I never thought of her, never thought of marriage at all, never shall, probably, till I find my mustachio turning grey, or have the gout in my right foot. Then it is time for matrimony and a warm dressing gown. But with Margaret he shall not trifle, and if he do, he shall answer for it. On this subject I will make full inquiry from the dear girl herself. I shall know in a moment, for I have been well accustomed to read her looks. It cannot be done to-night, however, for she has gone to rest. Have you aught else to say? Nothing that I hold of very much importance, replied Robert. 2 things, however, may as well be mentioned. First, he insulted me grossly when I was endeavouring to aid your sister after she fainted. That is your own affair, cried Henry Woodhall. You can send him your cartel, and that is soon settled. You are mistaken, replied Robert, somewhat gloomily. The Duke of Norfolk has laid me under an obligation to forbear, and given me to understand that he will have his eye continually upon me. Humph, said Henry Woodhall, with a slight accent of contempt, for, to say truth, he did not hold his cousin's courage very highly. What is number 2? It is a mere nothing in my eyes, answered Robert, smarting a little from his cousin's tone, and doubtless you will think nothing of it either, for your sanctified men are abundant in charity to peccadilloes of the kind, especially when they are committed by themselves or their near relations. It is only this, that while making love to Margaret, and doubtless vowing his whole heart to her, he was amusing himself in another manner with a country girl in the neighbourhood. Nay, do not look contemptuous and unbelieving. Of this I have the proof in my own hands. Nay, more, since he has been here, as it would seem the young lady is in a difficult position, he has sent his own servant over to see her, and bring him news of her estate. Why, he has no servant, replied Henry Woodhall. He went away without one. That I heard at the Grange, for I thought to offer him my own lad, Brown, that he might appear the better here. True, quite true, replied his cousin with a laugh. He kept the matter very quiet, for he would not have his father know of the politic arrangement. Oh, he is the most frank and candid of men. The way he managed was this. He made compensation for the sister's ruin by taking the brother into his high and mighty service. Other potentates and lordly men have done the same. Then, to conceal the transaction, he made the lad join him on the road, and uses him now as the go-between of himself and the sister. And can you prove all this? asked Henry Woodhall in a grave tone. Every word of it, step by step, replied Robert, but I attach no importance to it. I do, answered Henry sternly. I must hear the proofs. Good, said Robert, and rising he opened the door, exclaiming, Roger, see if you can find some servant of the Duke of Norfolk's, and ask him to come hither for a moment. Anyone will do. He then closed the door, seated himself, and remained silent, internally enjoying the varied but painful emotions which sent their traces like cloud shadows over the face of his nobler cousin. There was something in the mental torture which he had inflicted that pleased him well, for Henry had galled him often, and he now had his revenge. At length the door of the room opened, and one of the Duke's servants was introduced, with a look of some surprise and curiosity. You sent for me, gentlemen, he said. How can I serve you? I only wish to ask you a question or two, said Robert Woodhall. Pray tell me, has my good cousin Master Ralph Woodhall a servant here with him? I think he is absent, sir, replied the man, on some business of his master's. Robert Woodhall smiled, and then asked, had he one with him when he arrived? Oh, yes, sir, replied the servant, a man who calls himself Jack Tuckett, but he has been away for about a week, I think. I have not seen him at the third table. Thank you, that will do, replied Robert Woodhall. The man departed, and the young gentleman then called in his own servant, Roger. Now, Roger, he said, examine this letter accurately. You admitted that you read it. Now see if it be the same in every respect that you gave to me about an hour ago. The man took the letter, opened it deliberately, read it all through, and then handed it back to his master, saying, It is the same. Robert threw it over to his cousin, who read it hastily, and then turning sharply to the man, demanded, "How came you by this letter? Who gave it to you?" "Tell the truth, I command you, Roger," cried his master, "the plain, straightforward, unadorned truth." "Certainly, sir," replied the man. Then turning toward Henry, he added, "Nobody gave it to me. I picked it up." "That is a lie, Roger," said his master. "I insist on your telling the truth as you told it to me, about this letter at least. I do not wish you to compromise others, and whatever you say that may compromise yourself shall be forgotten, and you forgiven." "Very well, sir, I close the bargain," replied Roger with the coolest impudence. "If the truth must be told then, I was in the stable yard to-night when I saw Mr. Ralph's servant come in. I was rather anxious to know where he had been gone so long, and seeing him go away for a lantern, I thought I might as well investigate whether he had got anything particular about his saddle. I could make nothing of that, but I found that he had thrown his horseman's cloak over the beast's shoulder, and in the pocket I discovered the old bill I showed you and that letter, which I perused carefully, and then brought to you. But I hope, sir, you will send it to Master Ralph, for I am afraid there will be a fuss about it." "We will take care of that, Roger," replied his master. "Have you any questions to ask him, Henry?" "No," replied the other. "He is a d—d scoundrel. But how do you make out the brothership? This billet is signed Kate Stilling. The other man said Ralph's servant was called Jack Tuckett." "A travelling name, sir, a travelling name," replied Roger, mingling in the conversation. "I know the man quite well, and have seen his pretty sister Kate more than once. He may call himself Jack Tuckett at the third table, if he likes, but his real name is Gaunt Stilling, and so you will find him written down in the Chamberlain's book, for I saw it myself. He was for a couple of years a soldier in the Tangier regiment, and very likely called himself Jack Tuckett there, for that honourable corps did not like to always go by their own names." "Go away," said Henry sharply, and Roger quitted the room. "There are now two things I have to ascertain," said Henry Woodhall, composing himself with a strong effort, which gave a stern rigidity to his manner. "First, whether Master Ralph Woodhall has been trifling with the affections of my sister. Secondly, whether the name of Gaunt Stilling is to be found, as his servant, in the Chamberlain's books here." Robert nodded his head, but was silent, and the other went on. "All this must be done to-morrow, for it is too late to-night, and as soon as I am satisfied we will converse further, Robert, for Ralph must be taught, if he have done these things, that they do not go without their reward. If I have done you injustice, my good cousin, I am very sorry for it. Perhaps it may be so, for when we find that we have been bitterly mistaken in one man, we may suspect that we have been as bitterly mistaken in another. Good-bye for the present." "Good night," replied Robert, who would not add another word for fear of lessening the impression he had produced, and they parted. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne, Rainsford, James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Early in the morning of the day after that of which we have just been speaking, a young gentleman walked up and down the terrace on the garden side of the Duke of Norfolk's palace in Norwich. His eyes were generally bent upon the ground, but ever, when he turned, he raised them for a moment to one particular window on the second floor of the building. His walk continued for fully half an hour uninterrupted. The guests and the servants had been up late, and nobody felt himself inclined to rise betimes except that young gentleman, who, to say truth, had not closed his eyes all night. All the windows of the house were still defended from the attack of the morning sun by the large grey wooden shutters which folded over them from the outside. At length a solitary housemaid appeared at one of the doors which opened on the terrace, sweeping out a quantity of dust, mingled with flowers and bugles and other gewgaws, without noticing at all whether with them might not be mingled diamonds or rubies or other precious things. Shortly after, the window toward which the young gentleman's eyes had been so frequently turned was opened, and the shutters thrown back, in the act of doing which a maid's head and shoulders appeared.
Instantly the young gentleman stopped, saying, "Tell Margaret, Vernon, that I wish to speak with her as soon as she can admit me." "Very well, sir," replied the maid, and withdrew her head. Henry Woodhall took 2 or 3 more turns up and down the terrace, and then brushing hastily past the girl who was sweeping out the hall, he mounted the staircase and knocked at his sister's door. The maid admitted him, and was about to recommence her labours upon the toilet of Margaret, who was seated before a table near the window, with her beautiful hair hanging in large masses over her shoulders. But Henry turned toward her, saying, in an impetuous tone, "Leave us, Vernon. I wish to speak with my sister alone. You shall come back in a few minutes." Margaret had started up at the sharp sound of her brother's voice, feeling some degree of alarm, which was only increased by the strange change which she perceived upon his usually placable and good-humoured countenance. The moment, however, that the waiting woman had retired and closed the door, Henry's whole aspect softened. Margaret was still frightened, however, and throwing her beautiful arms round his neck, she said, "What is the matter, Henry? You frighten me." Henry put one arm round her waist, led her gently back to her chair, and seated himself by her side. Then again drawing her nearer to his heart, he said, in the kindest and tenderest tone, "Dearest Margaret, I have come to comfort and console you. You and I are the only children of the house, Margaret. I have always loved you better than anything on earth, and have seemed to feel no wish or hope separate from your happiness. Let us, dear Margaret, have confidence in one another, and you will always find that you may rely upon me as a stay and counsellor in any moment of difficulty, and that I will think of your happiness without any consideration of avarice, ambition, or prejudice, which may have weight with others." Margaret hid her face upon his shoulder, but he could see the cheek and temple, and the fair, delicately chiselled ear, glowing like an evening sunset. "You need not tell me, Margaret," continued Henry. "I know and see how it is with you and Ralph. But only speak, dear girl, only let me know how this came about. Has he sought you eagerly? Has he taught you to conceal this from my father and me till this moment? Has he instilled into your mind lessons of concealment from those who love you best? Has he taken advantage of my father's kindness secretly to win your heart, without a brother's knowledge and against a parent's will?" "Oh, heavens, no, no, no!" cried Margaret, raising her head and gazing on her brother's face, and then with warm impetuous words, which I cannot repeat, for they were all confused, almost incoherent, but all very natural, she poured forth the whole tale of her love, showing how from early years, almost from infancy, she and Ralph had become attached to each other; how little kindnesses and some important services, and frequent communication, and the interchange of mutual thought, had ripened early regard into fraternal affection, and warmed fraternal affection into mature love. Then she told him how, by the merest accident, their mutual feelings had become known to each other, and how they had trembled and dreaded, and agreed that it was in vain to hope, and had determined to part. How, in consequence of this resolution, Ralph had remained one whole vacation at his college, and how they fancied in the end they could meet calmly and forget their love, and how, when they did meet, they found that passion was stronger than reason, and that it was in vain to hope that the memory of first true love could ever be obliterated. Then she added that Ralph had determined to go forth and seek his fortune, lighted on his way by the hope of winning her, and how he had not even bound her by any engagement, except that deep, strong bond of the heart, which he fondly fancied could never be severed. And then she once more hid her face on her brother's bosom, and tears told the rest. Henry was a great deal moved. "His crime is not so great," he said thoughtfully. "Crime? Crime?" repeated Margaret. "What do you mean, Henry?" "Yes, crime," answered her brother, "for it is a crime, Margaret, to trifle with affection such as yours." As he held her to his heart, he felt her shudder at the confirmation of the fears she herself had entertained. But Henry went on, determined to say all at once, in order to spare the pain of after explanations. "There is more besides this, Margaret," he said. more besides his conduct to you and Lady Danvers. There are other affections he can trifle with, other hearts he can break, Margaret. I am moved by no pride, no family prejudice, no desire of wealth. You could be happy with small means, with a man who deserved you. But I tell you, my dear sister, you must think of this man no more, for he deserves you not." "Other hearts he can break," said Margaret in a low, sad tone. "I do not comprehend you, Henry." "There, read that letter, Margaret," said her brother, putting the billet he had received from their cousin into his sister's hands. Margaret gazed at it, read it by fits and snatches, and then said, "I know not what this means. Kate Stilling? Who is Kate Stilling?" "An unhappy peasant girl," replied her brother. "Look at the back, Margaret. It was brought by his own servant after a long absence, and fell into my hands by chance." Margaret turned the paper, and as her eyes rested upon the words of the address, she sank slowly down into the chair from which she had just before risen, and the letter dropped upon the floor. Henry thought she had fainted again, and took a step to call for assistance, but Margaret's voice stopped him. "Stay, Henry, stay, I beseech you," she cried. "Say not a word of this to any one, if you do love me indeed. Let us never talk of it but when we are alone together. You shall henceforth know every thought of my breast. Only beseech my father to quit this place at once. Tell him I shall be ill here. Tell him I shall die." And starting up with a burst of uncontrollable emotion, she sprang to the side of her bed, cast herself upon her knees, and, burying her face in the coverings, sobbed loud and vehemently. Henry gazed upon his sister for a moment with feelings of deep sympathy and compassion, and then, hurrying out of the room, found her waiting woman near the door. "Go to your Lady Vernon," he said, "comfort her and soothe her, but say no word of her state to anyone, for I have had to grieve her much, and it would only double her grief if others were to know it." Thus saying, he strode on and sought the higher chamber which had been assigned to his cousin Robert. The latter was still in bed and asleep, but Henry soon roused him. "I have inquired, Robert," he said, as soon as the eyes of his cousin were fully open. "I have inquired, and the whole of the tale you told me is but too true. Ralph is a scoundrel and a hypocrite, and must be punished. Get up, you must bear him a billet from me." "No need of such great hurry, Hal," said Robert, in his usual affected tone. "Me, Ralph is not a wild goose that will take wing every time you fire near him. He will stay here as long as the bright Baroness does, believe me." "But I must go," replied Henry. "I, and this very day. Margaret must be here no longer. Last night my father hesitated whether to go on this morning or to stay another day. A word from me will turn the balance, and that word I will speak." "Your plan is a bad one, Hal," said his cousin. "If you attempt to bring your enemy to the ground this morning, you will be frustrated, depend upon it. All the world is up and busy. The Duke of Norfolk has eyes upon us all. There will be no slipping away unobserved for such a time as would be needful to get out of Norwich. No, you must go more cautiously to work." "But Margaret has besought me earnestly to have her taken hence at once," replied Henry. "She says she will die if she stays, and on my life I think she says the truth." "Well, have her taken hence," replied Robert. "Let her and your father go, and let us stay behind. Or, better still, let us all go. It will lull suspicion. 24 hours shall not pass ere I have satisfaction upon Ralph Woodhall," replied Henry vehemently. "No need that they should," replied his cousin. "Only hear me out. Send your cartel this morning before you set out. Take it for granted at once that this ambitious youth will not refuse his good cousin a meeting at the sword's point, and name the wilderness as the place, at any hour of the night when you can be sure, by the almanac, that the moon is up. Give him a hint that, though you seem to be going Londonward, you will be back for the pleasure of pinking his doublet, and bid him come to the ground alone, as will you do." Henry Woodhall mused for some time over this plan, but eventually agreed to follow his cousin's suggestions, and Robert, springing from his bed, soon produced writing materials for drawing up the challenge. Henry sat down to the table and wrote for a few moments in a fine, bold hand, and when he had concluded, read the letter aloud to his cousin as follows: Sir, your conduct, which I have had the sorrow and misfortune of discovering lately, and of which you yourself must be conscious, the evil uses which you have made of my father's unsuspecting hospitality and kindness, and the pain and discomfort which you have occasioned in my family, compel me not only to inform you that I can no longer look upon you as a relation, but to require that you give me immediate satisfaction for the injuries you have inflicted. The circumstances in which I am placed drive me to abridge the usual courtesies upon this occasion, for which I pray your excuse. To avoid all publicity and the chance of interference, I shall apparently take my departure from Norwich this day, but you will not fail to find me in the wilderness of the Duke's house, near the fishing pond, this evening at 10, when there will be sufficient moonlight for our purpose. I send you enclosed the length of my sword, and if you be a man of courage, for which I give you credit, you will be at the spot appointed, and alone, as I shall be. I have the honour to subscribe myself your most obedient and very humble servant, Henry Woodhall. Let me see, said Robert, and taking the note from his cousin's hand, he read it over very considerately, pausing and pondering upon every word. There were some things that he could have well wished omitted, but upon the whole it was better than he expected, that is to say, more suitable to his purpose, and after some consideration he determined to let it go without alteration. Master Ralph, he thought, will fancy that the whole weight of the offence is having made love to my pretty Lady Margaret, contrary to the will and wishes of her papa and brother. That can hardly be explained away, I think. Nevertheless, doubtless he will endeavour to explain it as best he can. He will not like fighting the brother, for whatever comes of it must be ill for him. I must contrive to stop all explanations, and bring them to the point of the sword. There, whatever they may do, will be done for me. This last thought carried on his mind for some little time in a different direction. An important subject of consideration started itself, and he reserved it for future thought, and brought back his mind to the affair of the present. He saw that he must prevent any communication between the cousins, as explanation, if it did not absolutely lead to the discovery of his villainy, would, at all events, frustrate his object, and throw suspicion on his character. To do so, however, was very easy. Henry's absence till the hour of meeting was all that was needful on one part, and that was already arranged. The only chance of another turn being given to the whole affair was, that Ralph, with his frank and open nature, might set out, as soon as he received the challenge, to follow Lord Woodhall and his family, meet all charges boldly, and explain his whole conduct. Some means, he thought, must be devised to prevent such an occurrence, but he determined to leave that also for after consideration, to obtain from Henry the task of delivering his letter, and to delay its execution till after Lord Woodhall's departure. "Who shall I send it by?" said his cousin, interrupting his reveries somewhat impatiently. "Oh, I will take it, of course," replied Robert. "I think the best plan will be, Henry, for me to remain here another day. I can then get Master Ralph's answer." "Remain or not, as you like," replied Henry Woodhall, "but his answer I will have before I quit this place, if any answer indeed is to be given. I appoint a meeting. Any man of courage or honour will feel himself obliged to be there, without further question. Ralph is undoubtedly a man of courage. I have seen him tried, but he may not like to fight me in this cause, and I will have yea or nay." Robert felt that he had made a false step, but he hastened to retrieve it by another stroke of his art. "Well then," he said, "let us send it by my servant Roger. He is skilful in many small diplomacies. He shall be here in a moment. Fold it up, and seal it with your largest seal, remember, while I throw on a dressing-gown and seek for my good man." Henry Woodhall sat down to the table, and his cousin left the room. Close to his own door he met his man Roger, coquetting with a pretty-looking waiting-woman somewhat overdressed. He had no hesitation, however, in breaking through their sweet conversation by calling Master Roger to the window at the further end of the corridor. "Who is that?" he asked, fixing his eyes upon the girl as she retreated toward the head of the stairs. "Only Lady Danvers's waiting-woman." answered Roger with a simper. "She is a sweet creature, and uncommonly kind." "Ah," said his master, "now listen to me." And he proceeded in a low voice to give the man the instructions which he thought needful. He repeated them over twice with great precision, and each time Roger bowed his head and said, "It shall be done, sir." How he fulfilled his mission I shall now proceed to show. Robert Woodhall returned at once to his own room, saying as he entered, "I cannot find the scoundrel, but he will be here soon, for he knows my hour, and that I won't endure negligence." Henry Woodhall rose with a look of impatience and walked up and down the room. A few minutes after there was a knock at the door, and the servant entered. "You are late," said his master in an affectedly sharp tone. "No, sir, to a minute," replied Roger. "The castle clock is now striking." "Well, that matters not," cried Henry. "Take this letter to the room of Master Ralph Woodhall, and bring me back an answer if he thinks fit to send one." "Instantly, sir," said the man, taking the note with a very humble bow, and with a look of perfect unconsciousness he quitted the room. He then directed his course at once towards the apartment of Ralph, but he communed with himself as he went. "A guinea," he said, "a guinea, and something more in prospect. Upon my soul, my honourable master is generous and free of his money. Hang me if I do not spoil this little scheme for him, just to show him that he cannot work without me. But I must be cautious, so that he does not find out who did it." He put the letter in his pocket and walked straight on to Ralph's door, where he knocked. Now most of the rooms in the Duke's palace at Norwich had anterooms to them, which was the case here. Thus the door was opened, not by Ralph Woodhall himself, but by no less a person than Gaunt Stilling, and the servants of the two cousins stood face to face, eyeing each other for a moment with a somewhat sinister expression, like two quarrelsome dogs meeting suddenly at the corner of a street, and deliberating, ere they set to, as to which shall give the first bite. "Good morning to you, Mr. Stilling," said Roger, who was the first to drop his tale, if I may follow out my simile. For a soldier of the Tangier regiment might well be considered a very formidable opponent. "Let us forget all grudges. I have no share, for my part, in doing you any wrong, and I now bear a message from my master to yours. Not very willingly, for, to say the truth, I don't do much of my master's work willingly at all. But a man must gain his bread, you know." "What is your message?" asked Gaunt Stilling sharply, adding something, muttered between his teeth, which the other did not hear. "My master told me to say," replied Roger, "that he will be obliged if your master will be in this room of his at noon to-day, as he has something to say to him at that hour." "Very well, so be it," replied Gaunt Stilling, and was then about to close the door which he held in his hand, in the other man's face. A sudden change of thought seemed to come across him, however, and he opened it wider than before, saying, "Hark ye, Roger, I do not believe you are so bad as the rest of them. I never saw you at our house with your scoundrel master, and if you take my advice, you will quit his service as soon as possible, otherwise bad luck may befall you." "Find me another place first, Mr. Stilling," replied Roger; "but, however, I will talk more with you of it by and by. I dare say we shall soon meet, and I do not like my place much, I can tell you, in any way." Gaunt Stilling nodded his head and shut the door. Robert Woodhall's servant then directed his steps quite in a different direction from his master's chamber, found out Lady Danvers's waiting woman on the floor below, and whispered a word in her ear. "A challenge!" cried the maid. "Yes," replied Roger in a solemn tone, "about some words which passed between them last night in the ballroom." "And when are they going to fight?" cried the young lady. "Some time in the afternoon," replied Roger, "but the hour I did not hear, for I was talking with a pretty little Jill flirt, of whom you know something, in the passage. She was as cruel as Queen Mary, and made me lose the best part of the story. Can I find you again in an hour?" "Not you," cried the girl, with a coquettish air. "I am obliged to go now," said Roger, "but I will hunt the house for you very soon. Mind you don't tell anyone what I have told you." "Oh dear, no," replied the girl. "I would not tell anyone for the world." And away she went, and told her mistress every word. In the meantime Roger made his way back to his master's room, having calculated, for he was a great calculator, that the little interlude which had just passed would precisely fill up any lapse of time that might have been consumed in reading the letter of which he was the bearer, if he had delivered it. He entered without ceremony, and as he expected, the first question was, "Have you taken the letter?" "Yes, sir," replied Roger, mentally adding, "and brought it back again." "What was the answer?" demanded Robert Woodhall. "Very short, sir," replied Roger. "All that was said was, 'Very well, so be it.'" "So I say too," cried Henry Woodhall. "So be it, Master Ralph. I knew he would not flinch, Robert. But now I will go and get my father and Margaret off as soon as possible, and return and join you here from our first halting place." "Good," replied Robert, regarding his cousin with a somewhat supercilious smile, which the other could not help remarking. His thoughts, however, were busy with other things, and he made no inquiry regarding the cause, but at once quitted the room. Robert remained seated, with his eyes fixed upon the table, and for some moments he was motionless as well as silent. There are people, however, who, when thought is very strong within them, love to have some active demonstration of the conclusions at which they have arrived. Robert Woodhall raised both his hands, and with the index finger of the right touched first one and then another of the left hand, pausing between the second and third, and then going on to the third and fourth. "So," he said. "Aye, so." At that moment his eye rested upon his servant Roger, and he exclaimed angrily, "What are you lingering for? Quit the room." "I thought you might want me, sir," replied the man, "and you told me to bring the letter back again and deliver it to you." Thus saying, he placed the challenge before his master, and retreated to the anteroom, where he paused for an instant to consider what he termed the finger-work. "That is to say, as plain as it can speak," said Roger to himself, imitating his master's gesticulations. "Finger 1, Henry kills Ralph. Finger 2, a troublesome rival out of my way, and I revenged by another man's sword. Very good. Finger 3, Ralph kills Henry. Finger 4, a better man than myself taken out of the world, an everlasting barrier put between Master Ralph and Mistress Margaret, Lord Woodhall without an heir, and I, Baron Woodhall, on his death. Very good indeed. Clever, Master Robert, clever. I did not think you had so much wit, but there are other witty people in the world as well as yourself." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne, Rainsford, James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Within 2 hours after the events of which I have just spoken, the family of Lord Woodhall, that is to say, himself, his son, and daughter, took leave of the Duke of Norfolk, and followed by a great mob of servants, mounted on horseback, as was the custom in those days, set out in the family coach on the road to London. Robert Woodhall remained behind upon some one of the many excuses for anything that he liked to do, which he was never without. He waited for a full hour, however, before he proceeded to take advantage of the absence of his family, remaining quietly in his own room all the morning, and cogitating with considerable satisfaction upon the probable result of the arrangements he had made. About noon, however, he called his servant Roger, gave him the challenge, and told him to carry it to Mr. Ralph Woodhall. He did not choose to take it himself, for Ralph, he knew, was somewhat impetuous, and the pass of a sword between them might soon have given an entirely new face to the whole state of affairs. He was cautious too, very cautious, and in giving the letter into the hands of his servant, he said, "You need not tell him that I am still here. Let him think that I have gone with the rest, as he was not about when they departed. If he asks, you may say I will certainly be back to-night." "I understand, sir, I understand," replied Roger, and away he went with the letter. On knocking at Ralph Woodhall's door, carrying this time the letter openly in his hand, Roger was once more encountered by Gaunt Stilling, who received him very graciously, and asked him to come into the anteroom. "What have you got there?" asked Stilling, pointing to the letter. "An epistle for your master," replied Roger with a certain significant smile, "which is to be delivered immediately, Master Stilling." "Mr. Ralph Woodhall is not here now," replied the other. "He was sent by the Duke to escort Lady Danvers on her way home." "I know that as well as you do," answered Roger. "I saw him go some time before our people, but I only obey orders, Master Stilling." "Did you give him the message I left?" "Certainly," replied Stilling, "and he answered, as became him, that if your master had anything to say to him, he must wait his time and convenience." "Proud," said Roger with a laugh. "Proud, but quite right. I must give you the letter, however, though I suspect it will not reach him in time for its purpose." "He will be back before nightfall," replied Gaunt Stilling emphatically. "Of that you may assure your master. Pray, what is the purport of the letter, as you seem to know all about it?" "A challenge, nothing but a challenge," replied Roger, with a jaunty air. "Time and place appointed?" asked Stilling quite quietly. "I suppose you know that too." "Oh yes," replied Roger. "I do not think my master ought to have any secrets from so faithful a person as myself, and therefore, to the best of my abilities, I remedy his negligence when he forgets to tell me anything. You see the letter is very convenient, folded up in haste, and the ends quite open. Just take a peep. There you will see, place, the fish pond at the end of the wilderness, time, 10 o'clock tonight, when the moon is well up, length of sword, 28 inches. "Ralph Woodhall will not stand upon an inch or two," replied Gaunt Stilling, with a grim smile. "You may tell your master on my assurance that Mr. Ralph will be back before sundown, and will not fail to be on the spot named at the hour appointed. Is your master here?" Roger had the greatest possible inclination, for once in his life, to tell the truth, but the reader will remark that the telling of the truth in this instance would have been nearly equal in value to telling a lie, as it was a betrayal of his master's confidence, which might have been as satisfactory to him. However, the fear of something occurring to expose his disobedience overweighed other considerations, and he replied, "No, he has gone away, but he will come back with Mr. Henry to-night." "Good," said Gaunt Stilling. "Good. A pleasant afternoon to you, Master Roger." "What?" asked the servant, in some apparent surprise at the valediction. "I only said good afternoon to you," answered Gaunt Stilling coolly. "I wish to be left alone." This significant hint was sufficient, and Roger took his departure to inform his master that Mr. Ralph Woodhall would undoubtedly return before night, and would be at the place appointed. Robert was well satisfied, but Gaunt Stilling was not completely so. He walked up and down the room several times, thinking deeply, and often muttering to himself. "One push of a sword," he said, "and the account is settled. God speed the good lad's arm. Oh, if he had but used the sword as much as I have! Yet he seems to fence well." He then looked very hard at the letter several times, as if he had a strong inclination to pry into its contents, but at length he muttered, "No, no, I remember what he said upon the road. I will not do a dirty action." Then, after having thought for a minute or two more, and felt perhaps very eager to see the whole, he exclaimed, "Nay, I will put it on his table. There he will find it when he comes back." Let us pass over a few hours, for long details will not suit the conclusion of a chapter, and we must hurry to the end of the first act of this strange, eventful history. It was night, and nearly 10 o'clock. There were 2 persons in Robert Woodhall's room, and his servant Roger standing on the outside of the door. "No, no," said Henry Woodhall, whose face was somewhat pale and haggard. "I go alone. I insist that you do not come with me, Robert, nor follow me. Push over the light. I wish to seal this letter." "For whom is it intended?" asked his cousin, somewhat eagerly. "For the Duke of Norfolk," replied Henry, and he then added, in a calm and easy tone, "The issue of such encounters is always uncertain. The night is darker than I expected, and I may chance to fall. If so, I wish the Duke to know all about this affair. If I live, I can explain all myself." "I will take care that it shall be delivered to him in case of such unlooked-for misfortune," replied Robert, in a tone of very well simulated apprehension. "Your pardon, my good cousin," said Henry. "My own servant is below, and shall have orders to give it to the Duke if I do not return. There, there," he continued, seeing that his cousin was about to remonstrate, "I will have my way, and have not time to dispute." He took out his watch and said, 8 minutes. Then, sealing the letter, he lifted his hat from the table, made sure that his sword moved easily in its sheath, and, shaking his cousin's hand, without another word quitted the room. Robert opened the door and listened, and it were vain to say that his heart did not beat. As soon as he heard his cousin's step upon the stairs, he drew his servant into the room and whispered with a ghastly look and eager eye, "Follow him, Roger. Follow him at a distance to the fish pond at the end of the wilderness. See what happens, and bring me information instantly of the result." The man departed without reply, but there was a curious sort of smile upon his lip as he walked along the corridor. A quarter of an hour passed, during which Robert continued to stride slowly up and down his room, with his hands clasped tight together, and his eyes straining upon the floor as if they would have burst from his head, and his cheek of an ashy paleness. The spirit of Cain was in his heart. He felt, he knew, that at that moment he was committing murder, but the fiery torture of that deed, commencing generally in rage and ending in remorse, with but one momentary point for act between them, was to him protracted through all those long, long minutes. At length he heard a step coming with lightning speed up the stairs, and the next instant his servant burst into the room. There was no smile upon his face now. It was ghastly and full of horror. He panted for breath. "Speak, speak," cried his master. "What has happened?" "He is killed, sir," replied the man. "Who? demanded Robert aloud, forgetting all caution. "Mr. Henry, I believe." "Nay, I am sure," answered Roger. "The night is dark. There is a thin mist all over the ground by the side of the river. I could see nothing till I got very near, but I heard the swords grating. After I came in sight, there were but 3 passes, and then Mr. Henry fell and lay quite still. Mr. Ralph is the taller, is he not?" Yes, replied his master. "Henry was my height, Ralph much taller." "Then Mr. Henry is gone," replied the man, "for it was the short one who fell. The business must have got abroad, for a number of the Duke's people were hurrying out. Hark, they are bringing him up hither." "Take the body to the room where he slept last night," said the voice of the chamberlain upon the stairs. "I will go and inform my Lord Duke." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. In the vast, immeasurable depth of thought, there are so many resources that one would suppose it were quite unnecessary for any one to repeat himself or to copy others, let him write as much as he will. And yet we see continually men of considerable powers of mind, borrowing largely, I might even say systematically, from the works of ancient or contemporary writers, not always the identical words, though sometimes those, not always the identical thought, though sometimes that, but more generally the ideas suggested by the thoughts of others, and so intimately blended with them as to be inseparable, judging themselves safe from the accusation of plagiarism upon the same plea which was put forth by a thief indicted for stealing a scarf, who proved he had only taken the gold fringe. I know many men who never compose, and they are men who write much and well, without having open around them many works of precisely the same character as that which they are writing. It is a dangerous habit, and much to be avoided. Indeed, we pray against it every day when we say, "Lead us not into temptation." As to repeating oneself, it is no very great crime, perhaps, for I have never heard that robbing Peter to pay Paul was punishable under any law or statute, and the multitude of offenders in this sense, in all ages and in all circumstances, if not an excuse, is a palliation, showing the frailty of human nature, and that we are as frail as others, but no more. The cause of this self-repetition, probably, is not a paucity of ideas, nor an infertility of fancy, not a want of imagination or invention, but that, like children sent daily to draw water from a stream, we get into the habit of dropping our buckets into that same immeasurable depth of thought exactly at the same place, and though it be not exactly the same water as that which we drew up the day before, it is very similar in quality and flavour, a little clearer or a little more turbid, as the case may be. Now this dissertation, which may be considered as an introduction or preface to the second division of my history, has been brought about, has had its rise, origin, source, in an anxious and careful endeavour to avoid, if possible, introducing into this work the two solitary horsemen, one upon a white horse, which, by one mode or another, have found their way into probably 1 out of 3 of all the books I have written, and I need hardly tell the reader that the name of these books is Legion. They are perhaps too many. Though I must die, some of them will live. I know it, I feel it, and I must continue to write while this spirit is in this body. To say truth, I do not know why I should wish to get rid of my two horsemen, especially the one on the white horse. Wouvermans always had a white horse in all his pictures, and I do not see why I should not put my signature, my emblem, my monogram, in my paper and ink pictures, as well as any painter of them all. I am not sure that other authors do not do the same thing, that Lytton has not always, or very nearly, a philosophising libertine, Dickens a very charming young girl, with dear little pockets, and Lever a bold dragoon. Nevertheless, upon my life, if I can help it, we will not have in this work the two horsemen and the white horse, albeit in after times, when my name is placed with Homer and Shakespeare, or in any other more likely position, there may arise serious and acrimonious disputes as to the real authorship of the book, from its wanting my own peculiar and distinctive mark and characteristic. But here, while writing about plagiarism, I have been myself a plagiary, and it shall not remain without acknowledgment, having suffered somewhat in that sort myself. Here, my excellent friend, Leigh Hunt, soul of mild goodness, honest truth, and gentle brightness, I acknowledge that I stole from you the defensive image of Wouverman's white horse, which you incautiously put within my reach, on one bright night of long, dreamy conversation, when our ideas of many things, wide as the poles asunder, met suddenly without clashing, or produced but a cool, quiet spark, as the white stones which children rub together in dark corners emit a soft, phosphorescent gleam that serves but to light their little noses. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne, Rainsford, James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. The call was very sudden. Ralph Woodhall was taken quite by surprise. He had calculated upon finding some opportunity during the day of quiet conversation with his Margaret, and now to be desired by his friend and patron, the Duke of Norfolk, to escort Lady Danvers upon her road westward, caused him some trouble and anxiety. He knew not how to refuse, however, for the Duke informed him that intimation had been received of tumults on the road, and the fair Hortensia herself was present, looking as beautiful as ever, but pale and considerably agitated, and apparently alarmed. In such circumstances there was no showing even any hesitation, and turning to the lady, he said, "If you will but wait for me 5 minutes, Lady Danvers, I will be ready. I wish to say a few words to my cousin, who must be up by this time, and—" "Oh, there'll be plenty of time for that after you return, Master Woodhall," said the Duke. "Lord Woodhall announced last night his intention of remaining till to-morrow or the next day. So sure was I of your prompt readiness that I took the liberty of ordering your horse to be saddled, and he now stands at the door, with 5 of my own servants ready to accompany our fair friend's carriage." This was said with some stateliness, and Ralph evidently saw that there was something unexplained. "I will get my hat and gloves then," he said, "and be ready to escort Lady Danvers at once." "I will send for them," replied the Duke, and raising his voice he called a servant, saying, "Minton, get Mr. Woodhall's hat and gloves." Ralph smiled, but made no reply, and as soon as the servant returned with what he had been sent for, he followed the Duke, who, with ancient courtesy, conducted the lady to her carriage, and kissed her fair hand as he placed her in it, whispering at the same time, You see, I have obeyed your injunctions to the letter, but take care of your reputation, dear lady." Hortensia blushed to the eyes, but answered gaily, "Never fear that, my Lord Duke. I do right and defy scandal." The carriage moved on, and Ralph Woodhall followed it, with the Duke of Norfolk's servants and those of the fair Baroness following him. Throughout the first 5 miles of the journey poor Margaret might have seen him with relief and satisfaction to her own heart. Thoughtful and abstracted, he kept near the carriage, it is true, but he never once approached its side. He rode on at the slow, uneasy pace which was necessary to keep up with, but not pass by, the heavy vehicle, with eyes turned toward the ground and a somewhat contracted brow. He was not sullen, for his was a frank and cheerful heart, and though he was grieved to be deprived of Margaret's society even for a few hours when he could have enjoyed it without peril to himself or her, that would never have clouded his bright look, when he sacrificed his wishes to be of service to another. But there appeared something strange to him in all that had passed lately, something that roused suspicions of a vague, unpleasant kind, that showed him that he was made an instrument of for some purpose which was carefully concealed from himself. Could it be at the desire of Lord Woodhall that he was sent away? He asked himself. Could his love for Margaret, or Margaret's love for him, have been discovered? Perhaps it might be so, and the intention of the parties might be to remove him away from the house upon some fair excuse till she was gone. The thought was very bitter to him, but yet his mind clung to it, and the more he reflected, the more probable the supposition seemed. There were objections, it is true. That the Duke of Norfolk should have condescended to have mingled himself with such a deceit was not at all likely, and he could not imagine for one moment that Lady Danvers would have knowingly lent herself to it. All the opinions she had expressed the night before, her whole conduct, her whole manner, her very look, were opposed to it, and yet the anxiety to hurry him away, to prevent him from speaking with any of his relations, or even seeing them before he went, the few whispered words that passed between the Duke and Hortensia, which he had remarked, though he did not hear them distinctly, all seemed to tend to such a conclusion, and puzzled him sorely. He revolved the whole in his mind, first turning the argument one way and then another, at one time convinced and at another doubting. Thus he rode on, pondering, as I have said, for some miles, when suddenly the sound of a horse's feet coming rapidly behind attracted his ear, and he turned and looked round. The servants of the Duke of Norfolk were in the way, so that he could not see who approached, but the moment after doubt was ended by his own man, Gaunt Stilling, riding up. "What is the matter?" asked Ralph, as the servant drew close to his side. "Has anything gone amiss?" "I heard you had gone away for the morning, sir," replied the man respectfully, "and as you had left your riding sword and taken your small sword, and had forgotten your cloak, I made bold to ride after you with them." Ralph unfastened the dangling, inconvenient weapon he carried, gave it back to the man, and put on the other sword, more serviceable on horseback, which he had brought. Then, pausing for a moment, he suffered him to strap the folded riding cloak on the back of the saddle without dismounting, and seeing him linger, asked, "Is there anything more?" Gaunt Stilling approached as close as he could, and spoke several sentences to his master in a whisper. Ralph turned and put a question or two in the same tone, with an expression of some, but not great, surprise on his face. The man replied, and it was only the dumb show which the Duke of Norfolk's servants witnessed. At length the young gentleman said aloud, "I will certainly be back before nightfall, unless some very unexpected circumstances occur to render it impossible, but, at all events, before bedtime." Gaunt Stilling took off his hat gracefully enough, and rode away, directing his horse toward Norwich. And after giving nearly half an hour more to deep meditation, apparently not of the most pleasant character, Ralph rode up to the side of the carriage, and commenced what he would fain have made an easy conversation with its fair inmate. While this little event occurred, and these thoughts and considerations had been passing in his mind, he had himself been the object of some interest and anxiety to Lady Danvers. She attributed, indeed, his thoughtful, gloomy mood and want of ordinary gallantry to very different feelings from those which were really in his breast. "He has received the challenge," she thought, "and is fearful he won't get back in time." And then, addressing the maid who sat opposite, she said, "Look out and tell me what he is doing now." "Just the same as before, my lady," replied the girl, "looking down at his horse's neck as if he were counting the hairs in the mane, and gloomy enough he looks too." "We must prevent him from escaping, Alice," said her mistress, "but I know not well how to manage to detain him till it is too late for him to go back." "Trust to chance, my lady," replied the waiting-room. "It is a rare book, that chapter of accidents, if one knows how to read it rightly. But I dare say the Duke has told his own people how to manage it. I saw him speaking with Master Wilton, the head groom, who goes with us. I should not wonder if the young gentleman's horse cast a shoe, or went dead lame, or something of that kind." Lady Danvers smiled, but replied, "I will not trust to that, Alice. The Duke seemed more indifferent about the matter than I expected. He said that boys would fight, but that, to please me, he would prevent this affair. I trust to his word as far as his ability goes, for he is a man of honour, but I do not think he will be very active in the business." "Oh dear," replied the maid, "I should think, for my part, he will be glad enough to stop two handsome young gentlemen from cutting each other's throats on his own ground. I do hate the sight of those swords, and if I were king I would have them all taken from them and locked up against a time of war. But the Duke certainly cannot like such things." Hortensia Danvers shook her head. "Neither you nor I, Alice," she said, "can understand men's feelings about these things. We have a great objection to be cut or wounded or hurt in any way, and bloodshed is naturally horrible to us. But no man cares much about such things in his own case, and of course cannot be expected to care more in the case of others." It was at this moment that Ralph rode up to the side of the carriage, saying, with an effort, "The roads are bad, notwithstanding the fine weather, but I fear we shall have rain, for there is much mist lying on the low ground." "I do not think that is a sign of rain," replied Lady Danvers, "but I am no good judge of signs and seasons." "Would that I were," replied Ralph, "for there are many that I do not understand." "I must not pretend to be interpreter," replied Lady Danvers in a gay tone. "However, if you wish me to act the Sibyl, propound your questions, and I will try. You must take the oracle for what it is worth, and remember that all such answers always read two ways. But would it not be better for you to give your horse to one of the men, and take a seat here beside me till we arrive at some point of danger, when, of course, my knight will mount on horseback and deliver me?" "With all my heart," replied Ralph. "Then I can question the prophetess at ease." Thus saying, he ordered the coachman to stop, dismounted, and entered the carriage. "You mentioned danger just now," he said, as soon as they were going forward again. "Now tell me, dear Lady Danvers, do you really think there is any danger?" "Undoubtedly," replied Lady Danvers. "Both I and the Duke thought so, or you would not have been with me now." "But have you had any intelligence which should make you fear?" asked Ralph. "Distinct and certain," answered the fair lady. "It is true I am somewhat of a timid nature, and am apt, perhaps, to be frightened occasionally without cause, but such is not the case with his Grace of Norfolk, and he judged that my apprehensions were very reasonable." "May I ask where the danger lies, and in what it consists?" inquired Ralph. "Nay, I do not know that I can give you a consistent account of the whole matter," replied Hortensia, with a quiet smile, "but we heard of much discord and quarrelling, and that there was likely to be a fight." "Indeed," replied Ralph, with an air so perfectly unconscious that Lady Danvers began to ask herself if she had been misled by her maid's information, or if he was acting the hypocrite to perfection. "Have you had no cause to suppose such things are likely to take place?" she asked. "None whatever," he replied; "so little so, indeed, that I almost fancied, from the extremely pressing hurry in which I was dispatched upon this pleasant task, that the Duke did not only desire to confer upon me the honour and happiness of escorting you, but also to get me out of the way for a time." Hortensia raised her beautiful eyes to his face and fixed them there, while she inquired, "Do you know of any motive he could have for such a proceeding?" "I can fix upon none in particular, and have been puzzling myself to divine one," replied Ralph. But at the same time he coloured highly, and Hortensia was satisfied. A silence of some minutes ensued, and then the lady, with all her quiet gaiety, resumed the conversation. "I do think, to use a housemaid's mode of asseveration," she said, "that you are the most ungallant man that I have ever met with. I don't say discourteous, for your manner is fair enough, Master Ralph Woodhall, but I do not believe that there is one man to be found in court, camp, or city, who would have gone about to discover any cause for his being sent on a journey with me, or who would not, if forced to take it, have sworn most devoutly on the holy evangelists that it was the most blessed chance that ever befell him, whether he thought it so or not, Ralph Woodhall. You understand, whether he thought it so or not." Ralph felt that he had in some degree failed in politeness, and he replied, "No one, dear lady, would have told you so more readily, and no one would have felt it more sincerely than myself upon any other day than this. But I had to-day something important to do, which rendered what would otherwise have been a true pleasure the cause of some slight embarrassment. But you see I am too straightforward to be courtly, even when I do my best." "I like you all the better," replied Lady Danvers frankly. "But now let us talk of something else. I dare say and hope that you will be back in plenty of time to do all that you want to do, if it be right and proper. If it be not, I hope you won't, for I am certainly not going to give you up and send you back again sooner than I please, because you are cross at being taken away from Norwich. Be therefore exceedingly civil and amusing during the whole of the rest of the journey, in the hope that your chains may thereby be broken all the speedier." Ralph thought that her philosophy was a good one, and exerted himself to cast off the feelings of disappointment, and to make himself as agreeable as possible for the rest of the way. He succeeded very well, although, to speak the truth, he did so greatly by the assistance of Hortensia, who put forth all her powers to amuse the hour. Thus passed the time upon the long and weary way which lies between Norwich and the western part of the country. It is not very picturesque even now, displaying but little beauty and little variety, except the beauty of exceedingly well cultivated fields, and the variety of oxen and sheep, sportsmen and dogs. But culture could then hardly be said to have begun, and it was not a sporting season of the year. There was no inducement, therefore, for the lady and her companion to turn their eyes from the interior of the carriage, and, to say sooth, if Ralph desired a lovely prospect, he could not have had one more beautiful than the face and form of her who sat beside him. He could not but feel, too, the fascination of her look and manner, and her conversation, gay, light, and playful as it was, had frequently running through it, like dark veins in the clear white marble, a strain of melancholy which rendered it still more charming. It was like a light, blithesome bird that dips its wings for an instant in a cool stream, only to rise again refreshed and brightened. Slowly as the coach proceeded, and it was one of those large lumbering gilded vehicles which we cannot imagine to have travelled at the rate of more than 4 miles an hour, 5 hours had been consumed ere the party reached the little town of . Ralph was glad to see it, for he thought he should be there dismissed, and yet there were feelings of regret at parting with that fair and charming girl, feelings which, could Margaret have seen them really as they were, would have given her neither pain nor offence. It was now between 2 and 3 o'clock, and there was a good deal of gaiety and bustle in the town, the streets crowded, waggons and market carts obstructing the way, and countrymen riding rough-looking horses, with their tails tied up to keep them out of the mud. With some difficulty the carriage moved along the road, and Ralph remounted his horse in order to give directions for clearing the way. They reached at length the inn door, where the horses were to be fed and to rest for an hour or two. Ralph handed Lady Danvers from the carriage, and was leading her through a little crowd which had gathered before the inn, when he remarked that, although the appearance of such a vehicle in a remote place might well attract attention, the eyes of the mob were principally turned in another direction, as if watching for some object coming down the street. "Dear me, my lady, there is something going on," said Mistress Alice, the waiting maid. "What can it be about?" Hortensia made no reply, but quitting Ralph's arm upon the step, walked hastily into the house, and then whispered to the maid, "Send the Duke's head groom to me at once." The landlord was in the meantime bowing low, and his good dame, with abundant keys and more than one pincushion by her side, was curtsying to the ground, ready to show the beautiful lady to her chamber. "What is the matter without?" asked Lady Danvers. "The people seem a good deal excited." "Oh, it is nothing at all," replied the landlady. "Only a nonconformist gentleman who has been examined by the magistrates. They are taking him away to the jail, and the people do not like it. I should not wonder if there was to be a riot tonight, for the Whigs have the upper hand in this town, and they don't bear patiently all that is going on." Hortensia turned and looked through the doorway into the street. She saw Ralph standing on the steps, and a crowd passing hurriedly on before him. The next instant, however, she beheld him spring forward, and heard him exclaim, "Why do you strike the man, sir? You are exceeding your duty. He cannot go faster than he does." What was answered she did not hear, and the steps of the inn were almost instantly covered with a multitude of people, who shut out from her sight what was passing beyond. "Come up, my lady, come upstairs," cried the landlord. "They will make bad work of it." Hortensia followed up the stairs as fast as the landlord could go, and, shown into a large and handsome room which faced the street, she ran forward, threw open the window, and looked out. The signboard of the inn was in the way, so that she could not see the exact spot where Ralph stood, but she heard angry words and fierce tones going on below, and a moment after stones began to fly and cudgels to wave. But the next instant the sound of Ralph's voice rose up over the din, exclaiming, clear and loud, "Keep the peace, keep the peace, suffer the constables to do their duty according to law. And you, sirs, take care that you do not exceed the law, as you have done already by striking this gentleman when he was making no resistance." Though he spoke loud, his tone was so quiet, and his words so reasonable, that Lady Danvers entertained no apprehension regarding his conduct or his safety, and taking one glance over the crowd to a spot where she saw her maid standing on the opposite side of the road, afraid to make her way back to the inn, the lady withdrew into the room to avoid the stones which were flying thicker than was pleasant. The loud and angry speaking continued for several minutes, and once a stone came into the room where Hortensia was sitting, but no one came near her, for the excitement of the scene without had affected even the people of the inn, and it is probable that neither her own servants nor those of the Duke of Norfolk could force their way up to the door. At length, however, a nimble step was heard upon the stairs, and the head groom, whom she had sent for, appeared with an eager and excited countenance. He doffed his hat as he entered the room, saying at once, "They have taken him away before the magistrates, my lady, but Mistress Alice said you wanted me." "Who? Demanded Lady Danvers. "Of whom do you speak?" "Mr. Ralph, my lady," replied the man. "We would have rescued him with the strong hand, and beaten the constables all to mortar, but he would not let us, and ordered us all to keep the peace. But I had better run up at once with the rest to see that he is fairly dealt by." "Ay, do so," cried Hortensia, at first eagerly, but then immediately she fell into a fit of thought, and as the man was quitting the room called him back, saying, "Stay, Wilton, we may turn this to advantage, perhaps." The man seemed surprised and confounded, but the lady beckoned him to come nearer, saying, "I have no time for explanations, Master Wilton, but you must do what you can, without endangering Mr. Woodhall's safety or character, to turn this matter so as to keep him here till tomorrow morning. In a word, the Duke of Norfolk sent him here with me to keep him out of the way. There was some quarrel going on between him and another gentleman in the house, and his Grace wished for time to arrange it before he returned." "I understand, my lady, I understand," replied the man, with a shrewd nod of the head. "His Grace gave me a little hint, but I did not think of turning this to profit. I'll manage it. And away he went at full speed, saying to himself, "My lady does not mind having a handsome young man to sit with her all evening, I'll warrant, though they do say she has refused scores of great people already. Well, there is no knowing womankind." He overtook Ralph walking quietly up the street between two constables, who, from an intimation of his strength which they had received, kept at a respectful distance from him. A number of men and boys were following close, with an unnecessary trot, and all the servants of the Duke of Norfolk who had come into the town with a carriage, as well as one or two of Lady Danvers's people and several women and children, were following at a little distance behind. Wilton made his way through all these and kept close to Ralph's elbow till the party reached the justice room, which was in fact the parlour of an alehouse, and the prisoner was ushered into the presence of the justices, who, booted and spurred, and with their horsewhips in their hands, were just ready to leave the place and ride away. There were 3 of them present, and 2 of them looked exceedingly rueful at the prospect of more business. The third, however, rapping out a great oath, cast himself back into his seat again, and laid his horsewhip on the table. "Why, what the devil!" he said. "You look like a gentleman, sir. Curse my buttons, what have they brought you here for?" "They can best tell you themselves, sir," answered Ralph. "Don't you go to church? Don't you take the sacrament? Are you a nonconformist?" "I go to church and take the sacrament as regularly as most men," replied Ralph, "and nonconformist I am none, having been brought up in the Church of England from my infancy." "Pox take you, then!" exclaimed the choleric fat justice, addressing the constables. "What did you bring this gentleman here for?" The charge was then formally made by the 2 constables, imputing to Ralph the serious offences of riot and an attempt to rescue their prisoner. Ralph, in reply, simply told his own story. The constables, he said, had treated an old and respectable-looking man with unjustifiable harshness, irritated apparently by the great crowd which had collected. One of them had even struck him with his staff, upon the pretence of making him go on, although he was offering no resistance. "That was Doggett, I'll be sworn," said the magistrate, looking round at his 2 brethren. "I told you all Doggett would get us into a scrape some day." Doggett, however, was not present, having gone to lodge his prisoner in gaol for re-examination, and the magistrate continued, turning to Ralph Woodhall and saying, "Well, sir, but who are you? What's your station, rank, profession? What do you know of this prisoner who you say was maltreated?" "I know nothing of him whatever," replied Ralph, "except that he was maltreated, and that I told the man who struck him he exceeded his duty. As to my name, rank, station, etc., my name is Ralph Woodhall, a distant relation of a nobleman of that name, without any rank but that of a Master of Arts, without any condition which can particularly designate me but that of being at present a guest of the Duke of Norfolk, and having undertaken at his request to escort Lady Danvers on a part of her way to the west." The magistrates all looked very blank, for the Duke of Norfolk was the great man in those parts, and great men, whether good men or not, obtained much more deference in those days than at present. The business would have probably ended in a dismissal of the charge and a rebuke to the constables, but Master Wilton, who was a shrewd Yorkshireman, from which county the principal grooms in great families were then generally selected, chose his moment well, and stepping forward, said, "What Master Woodhall says to your worships is quite true, and I can prove it, if I had time to bring forward my witnesses. I am head groom to his Grace of Norfolk, who is the dearest friend of this young gentleman. If your worships like to put off the case until I can get the people together who saw it all, I will be sponsible that Mr. Ralph will be here at any time you like to-morrow." The magistrates looked wise, but Ralph exclaimed with a somewhat sharp gesticulation of impatience, "I would a great deal rather have the case decided at once. I have business which calls me back to Norwich." "This is a very serious charge, sir," said one of the magistrates who had not yet spoken, an ill-tempered man, rendered cross by having been detained. "Recollect, sir, that if we decide against you on a charge of riot and attempt to rescue, we shall have to commit you to prison for trial." "I have plenty of witnesses too, if they talk of witnesses," said one of the constables. "I can prove that there was a riot, and that he had a hand in it. I suppose his being a friend of the Duke of Norfolk is no great matter here." This part of the discussion was the most unpleasant part to Ralph Woodhall. The prospect of being committed to prison if he urged the case forward at that moment was, of course, more unpleasant to him than that of being detained for a whole day, but nevertheless he urged in a few words that the witnesses might be speedily collected, as they could not be far off,
and that the Duke expected his return that night. "That is of no consequence to us, sir," said the chairman of the magistrates, with solemn dignity. "And we cannot wait here all the evening collecting witnesses. We must adjourn the hearing till to-morrow morning, and in the meantime should be sorry to do anything harsh if we could be quite certain that you will be here present at the hour appointed." "I'll pull my body and soul, your worship," said Wilton, "that he does not stir out of the town to-night, and if he do, you can come and take me out of the Duke's stables, and lose me my wages and my place." "Will you give your word of honour, sir," asked the magistrate, addressing Ralph, "that you will appear at the hour appointed?" There seemed no help for it, and Ralph replied, "I will, if the hour be an early one." "9 o'clock," replied the magistrate with a laugh. "We are all early men." "I hold you to your word, then, and you too, Master What's-your-name. Clerk, make out the bail bond for him. We won't be too particular as to the property." Once more there was no help for it, and it is good policy in life, as Ralph well knew, to submit patiently to that for which there is no help. The clerk, however, was tediously slow. People always are slow when we want them to be quick, and by the time the whole business was concluded, and the young gentleman had once more issued forth into the air, the clock in the old steeple was striking 5. A little crowd had gathered about the doors of the justice room, and they greeted Ralph when he appeared at liberty with a warm-hearted cheer. He got clear of the people as soon as he could, however, and followed by the servants of the Duke of Norfolk and Lady Danvers, made his way back to the inn. A day from which he had expected some of those golden moments which are the treasures of the heart had nearly passed by without affording him one look of her he loved. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. How often, as society is constituted, does the passing of one single hour affect the whole of the hours that gather into life? A moment is sometimes enough, but it is more frequently an hour, 2 hours, an evening. I wonder if it was so with the patriarchs. I rather think not, for if so, they would not have lived so long. If Methuselah had gone on at the railroad pace at which we live in modern days, if he had crowded into each day of life the same amount of thought, sensation, act, event, which now fills up the space of every 24 hours, between 17 and 70, the whole history of the world in its 100,000 folio tomes would have been a joke to the annals of his existence. But we make a great mistake if we think those old gentlemen, in anything, lived as fast as we do, and this, I feel sure, was the secret of their longevity. Oh no, they moved from place to place with their flocks and herds, travelling not much more than 5 or 6 miles a day. They struck their tents in the morning, they pitched them in the evening, they milked their cows, tended their much cattle, and the day was done. Sometimes they did not even strike their tents at all, but remained upon one spot till, like the locusts, they had eaten up every green thing. An occasional combat with a lion or a bear, a fight with a neighbouring herdsman, or the procuration of venison to make savoury meat, was an event agreeably diversifying the monotony of existence. I have a strong notion that thought and feeling marched at as slow a rate as all the rest. Thus was it probably that their thoughts were so grand, their feelings so powerful. In mighty masses they moved slow, but whatever they touched they overwhelmed. We, on the contrary, can never go too fast, forgetting that there is but a certain portion of life allotted to every man, and that life is not mere time, measured by suns or moons, but a certain amount of action, event, idea, sensation. We crowd more into 7 days than a patriarch put into 7 years, and then we wonder that life is so brief, that so little time has been allowed us. There was an evening, a long evening, before Ralph Woodhall,
and Hortensia Danvers. What might they not have done in that space of time? How completely, under many circumstances, might it have altered the whole course of the fate of both? And it did affect their fate considerably, perhaps not in the event, perhaps not in that course and conduct of external life which is open to the eye of the world, which consists of act and influences others, but much in that internal life where thought and feeling are the actors, where spirit speaks to spirit, and their proceedings are only open to the eye of consciousness. But let me tell as briefly as possible, for I must hurry on to other things, what did actually take place. When Ralph returned to the inn, he was led at once by the landlord, with every demonstration of the most profound respect, to the apartments which had been assigned to Lady Danvers. He found one of the servants of the Duke of Norfolk with her, one of her own men, and her own waiting-woman, and he saw at a glance, by the sparkling look with which she gave him her hand, that she had heard all, and had approved what he had done. He was somewhat surprised to see, indeed, the state and condition of the room into which he was shown. It had been understood that Lady Danvers was to go on that night, as soon as her horses had been refreshed, but now everything seemed prepared for her longer stay. Hortensia had an art of giving any place of her temporary abode an air of graceful refinement which was very charming, and it was done with a rapidity and precision which could only be accomplished by the aid of the fairy or order. The room was a large, old-fashioned, dingy room, well furnished enough, and reserved for persons of high degree, who might chance occasionally to visit the house. But since Hortensia Danvers entered it, the furniture had been rearranged, a number of little articles of taste and ornament had been taken by the maid from her baggage, and laid out upon the tables with apparently a careless air. Here was seen the Book of Common Prayer, in its cover of crimson velvet, with silver clasps, there a beautifully finished miniature in a golden frame. In other places were seen materials for writing, arranged in quaintly formed stands of the workmanship of the 15th century, while all the flowers that could be procured in the neighbourhood decorated different parts of the room. The maid was still busy with these arrangements under her lady's direction, when Ralph entered and gazed round with a look of wonder. His fair young companion seemed to enjoy his surprise, and asked in a cheerful tone if she had not decorated the room gaily. "You have indeed, sweet lady," he answered. "But is not all this labour thrown away? I thought you were going forward this evening." "So thought I," replied Lady Danvers, "till you chose to get yourself apprehended by constables, Master Woodhall. Then, as you had courteously come so far to take care of me, I found myself bound in courtesy to stay to take care of you. You would not have had me go on and leave you in the hands of the Philistines, surely? I have just heard how it has all ended for the time, but, over and above a wish to know how the matter goes with you to-morrow, it is too late now, at 5:30, to think of moving my quarters for the night. I therefore invite you to sup with me here, and to spend such portion of your time with me in this dull solitude as you can withdraw from more weighty occupations." She spoke in a gay and jesting tone, and seeing a certain look of uneasiness upon Ralph's countenance, which she justly attributed to the thought of being detained, though she misunderstood entirely the circumstances which rendered the detention painful, she added, "Moreover, I lay my commands upon you to clear your countenance instantly, to submit with a good grace to the will of fate, to cast off all thought of repining at being cooped up for a whole evening with Hortensia Danvers, and, if possible, to make yourself exceedingly agreeable and more civil than ordinary. Alice, you stay here," she continued, addressing the waiting maid, who seemed about to quit the room, and then, with a laughing look to Ralph, she added, "It is well that she should have the benefit of our learned conversation, both for her own instruction and the instruction of others." Ralph could not help smiling, and, seating himself beside her in one of the window-seats, he made up his mind to do as she bade him, to think no more of what could not be avoided, and to let the present pass as agreeably as might be. There was no very romantic scene before them. A wide old street, with the quaint gables of the houses turned to the highway, edifices of wood, with galleries and sometimes staircases running over the outside, edifices of stone and brick, for the country afforded both, with flights of steps descending from the path to the reception rooms. There was the market cross in the middle of the highway, where the latter grew wide, about 20 yards above the inn door, enlarging into a sort of market square, and the church tower 100 yards beyond, with a group of boys playing at marbles before the gate by which the dead were borne into the cemetery, and wrangling over their game as fiercely as if they had tasted human blood. Some knots of people still lingered in the streets, gossiping sagely over the events which had just passed, and presaging more sagely still the events which were to come, and numerous carts and waggons, with their loads still packed, or ready for removal, occupied a considerable portion of the street. It was like a dream of the age fading away, and ready to give place to a period fresher, stiffer, more practical. Yet over the whole there hung a light, misty haze of sunshine and vapour commingled, not uncommon on an English afternoon, and not unlike the dim, magnifying fog which shrouds from the eager eye the transition from the present to the future. How richly the sunshine streams down the street upon that old carved cross and the straw-strewn market-place, said Ralph. All the more bright because we see not whence it comes, replied Hortensia, and the warmer, to the eye at least, for passing through an atmosphere grosser than that from which it issues. What is it most like, Ralph? Like woman's love, or heaven's bounty, or the rays of hope that stream between the close dwellings of man's earthly aspirations, gilding the straws upon his onward way, and making the stones on his path shine like jewels? Like woman's love, methinks, said Ralph, because, as you say, it pours from sources we do not see, brightens the dimmer air that it pervades, and often lends a lustre to worthless objects, which shine in its light alone. True, said the lady with a sigh, but see, it catches on the cross upon the steeple-top, and makes it shine as if with fire. It will rest there longest, replied her companion, shining after all is dark below. Even so, said the lady, retiring from the window. I love the shaded light of a quiet room better than the wide garish sunshine abroad. Come, let us talk of other days, when you and I were boy and girl, and knew not of each other's being, and chased butterflies, and sought to catch the rainbow, and did all that the common bond of nature uses to link with all the human hearts through the wide world in one community of universal sympathy in early years. Tell me, Ralph Woodhall, why is it that all mankind, thus one in happy youth, should part so widely in maturer years, part in feeling and in thought, in conduct and in course, in object and in means? Because, replied Ralph, at least so I suppose, infancy is one general starting point from which all the roads diverge, leading further and further asunder, till all guide us to the great precipice which surrounds our arena on every side, said the lady, and we take the leap from points wide apart. But we are getting dull, Mr. Woodhall. Do you remember your mother? But faintly, replied Ralph, yet brightly too, though it may seem a contradiction. The long look back through life is to me like the prospect down that street, where there are many long shadowy spaces in which I can see nothing clearly, while every here and there comes a bright gleam of light, displaying everything as vividly as in midday. Memory, memory, said the lady, it is ever like the setting sun. Sometimes, continued Ralph, the objects furthest off seem to catch the light of that sun of memory most brightly, and where a dark lapse of shadow intervenes, the objects beyond are the most brilliant. One of my earliest recollections is of having been taken into a large room, dimly lighted by a shaded lamp, and seeing a pale, beautiful face pillowed on my father's arm. I remember being lifted up by a nurse upon the side of the bed, and my father's raising gently that fair, faded form, while my mother cast her arms around me, and I heard her say, 'God bless and keep thee, my child,' and then some tears fell upon my face, and I was carried away. All around that scene is dark and obscure, but it is as clear to memory as the events of yesterday." "It may be that such is the happiest parting," said Lady Danvers, shading her eyes with her hand. "It is very sad to watch the decreasing strength, to gaze anxiously upon the waning colour, to listen terrified to the panting breath, to see the eyes we love lose their light, and to mark the dull, awful change steal over the face once warm and eager with affection. Yet who can tell? Each one has his sorrow. Nature's lamp is only lighted to go out, and leave the heart it cheered in darkness. What matters if it be suddenly extinguished by some harsh wind, or slowly flicker out for failing oil? Come, let us be more cheerful. Let us talk of the gay, great world, or of country scenes and happy life at home. Surely we may find some more cheering themes than death or sunset." "Both have a morrow," replied Ralph, and then he tried, with some success, to vary the conversation with lighter topics. But still the sombre tone which it had at first assumed spread through it all a quiet, gentle melancholy, which was not without its danger to one heart there. Ralph had but little knowledge of the world, none of courts or courtly scenes. By nature he was a gentleman, by habit, by thought, by feeling. His collegiate life had not been long enough to stiffen or to harden, and his studies had been directed to all those things which embellish as well as enrich the mind. Thus his conversation was new, almost strange to Hortensia's ears, unlike aught she had heard before, yet full of sympathies with much in her own heart and mind, and for several hours the time passed sweetly, till towards 8:30 Ralph rose to retire. Surely, she thought, all danger of an angry meeting must have gone by for to-day, and perhaps with too strong a consciousness that she would willingly have detained him longer, she let him go. Shortly after, an undefinable feeling of dread took possession of her. There is no knowing, she thought, what men in their intemperate courage may do to satisfy themselves upon their point of honour. "Alice," she cried aloud, "go and see for Mr. Ralph Woodhall. Tell him I want him, that I had forgotten something which I wished to say." "Lord, my lady, I dare say he is gone to bed," replied the girl. "Ascertain, at all events," said Lady Danvers. "Ask one of the Duke's servants." The waiting woman left the room, and remained away for some 5 minutes. When she returned, she said with a laugh, unconscious of her mistress's anxiety, "The young gentleman has gone forth, my lady, to amuse himself in the town, I'll warrant, but Master Wilton says he will give him your ladyship's message as soon as he returns." Lady Danvers sat up for more than 1 hour, but Ralph did not make his appearance, and with a heavy heart she at length retired to rest. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. "It is hopeless," said the Duke of Norfolk sadly, as he stood by the side of the bed on which they had laid the body of Henry Woodhall, and let the cold hand, which he had taken in his own, sink slowly down by the dead man's side. "Quite hopeless, I fear, your grace," replied a surgeon who stood on the other side. "The sword, I suspect, has passed right through his heart." "Did not someone say that Mr. Robert Woodhall is still in the house?" inquired the Duke. "Why is he not here? Has anyone told him?" "He knows it, your grace," answered one of his servants, who had aided to bear in the body. "His own servant went up to inform him. I saw him pass that way in haste." "Has anyone seen Mr. Ralph Woodhall?" inquired the Duke, but no one replied, and he sent up to Ralph's room to ascertain if he had returned. In a moment or two the messenger appeared again, saying, "He is not there, your grace. His servant said that he went away this morning with Lady Danvers, and he has not yet returned." The Duke mused thoughtfully, and then made inquiries as to whether the wilderness and the grounds adjacent had been searched, observing at the same time This poor youth has evidently fallen in a duel, for when he went away this morning he concealed his intention of coming back. Nevertheless, it is right we should know his opponent, that we may ascertain if the circumstances of the combat were all fair." "The poor young gentleman's servant is below, your grace," said the chamberlain, "but I would not let him come up till I had your commands." "Bring him hither at once," said the Duke. "Perhaps he can throw some light on this sad affair." The man was immediately brought into the room, a tall, stout, fresh-coloured, good-looking fellow, but he turned ashy pale when his eye fell upon the breathless form of his master, and without noticing anyone in the room he advanced to the bedside, while the tears rose thick in his eyes, exclaiming, "Alas, alas, poor Master Henry! A better gentleman did not live. Little did I think when you told me to give the letter early to-morrow what you were going to do to-night, or I would have stopped it one way or another. But your father will have vengeance upon him who killed you, if it cost him his heart's blood, or I do not know him." "Of what letter do you speak, my good friend?" asked the Duke. "Is it one from this poor young gentleman to his father?" "No, your grace," replied the man, drawing forth a letter from his pocket, but apparently hesitating as to whether he should deliver it. "I am to give it to your grace to-morrow." "Give it to me," said the Duke, in a tone of authority. "No time like the present." And taking the letter, he opened it at once. The contents were as follows: "My Lord Duke, a quarrel having taken place between myself and my cousin, Mr. Ralph Woodhall, which we are to avoid to-night, in the manner which befits gentlemen of our station, and as the issue of such encounters is always uncertain, I write you these few lines to be delivered in case matters should go unfavourably with myself. Although I think he has behaved ill in some affairs of domestic concern, and has certainly caused great pain and uneasiness in my family, for which I have demanded satisfaction this night, I hold Ralph to be a man of honour, and I beg to inform you that the challenge was given by myself in such terms that he could not refuse to accept it, that I appointed the meeting to take place by moonlight in order to avoid the eyes which I had reason to believe were upon us, and that it was at my express desire that no witnesses or seconds were present. I say this, lest, from the above circumstances, some undeserved imputation should fall upon the character of my cousin. From my knowledge of him during many years, you may rest assured, whatever is the result, that all has passed honourably and fairly between us, and, so long as I have life, I beg you, my Lord Duke, to believe me your Grace's most faithful and obedient servant, Henry Woodhall." The Duke mused much over this letter, and hesitated in some degree how he should act. He doubted not, from the warm and impetuous temper of Lord Woodhall, that the servant's words would prove prophetic, and that the old nobleman would suffer nothing to stand in the way of his vengeance. "I must have time for thought," he said to himself. "This youth, Ralph, has given his fair guardian the slip, it seems. Well, I cannot blame him. I should most likely have done the same myself in his circumstances. He should have stayed, however, to confront what he has done, and yet perhaps not. It is better as it is. His presence would have been very embarrassing." And as he thus thought, and his eyes fixed upon the door, Robert Woodhall suddenly entered the room, and the Duke, though not a very acute man, could not help remarking that a sudden change came upon the young man's countenance, even as he passed the threshold. The expression of his face, at the moment he pushed the door open, was anything but one of dissatisfaction. There was even a faint smile upon his lip, though his face was pale enough. But a look of deep sadness was assumed in a moment, and advancing to his noble host, he first apologised, in good set form, for not having come sooner, alleging that he had been partly undressed when the news arrived, which, the reader knows, was false. The Duke replied by pointing to the corpse, and saying, somewhat stiffly, "This is a sad sight, sir. I hope you have had no share in urging this quarrel forward, and think it might have been better if you had taken means to prevent its fatal termination. By good advice such matters are sometimes obviated." "Ah, poor Henry!" cried Robert, with a look at the dead body, and a shudder which was natural enough. I do assure your Grace that I had nothing to do with this squabble at all. Henry wrote the challenge with his own hand. I did not even bear it to my cousin Ralph, and surely a man of honour like yourself would not have me betray a secret entrusted in full confidence to my keeping." "And yet," said the Duke sternly, "at the very moment when your two near relations were about to shed each other's blood, you were undressing to go to bed." Robert coloured whether he would or not, but he excused himself by another lie. "I did not know the precise hour, my Lord Duke," he answered. "Henry only gave me half his confidence. He would not even leave a letter, which he wrote to your Grace, to my care. He acted in everything for himself." "Perhaps he did right," replied the Duke, somewhat bitterly, for there was that in the young man's conduct and demeanour which did not please him, nay, which excited suspicions, just in themselves, though not very definite. "I think it will be better, Mr. Woodhall," he continued, "for you to mount on horseback as early as may be to-morrow morning, and break the tidings of this unfortunate affair to poor Lord Woodhall." "I will go at once, my Lord Duke," replied Robert. "That is needless," replied the Duke in a grave, melancholy tone. "You would but break in upon his rest. Do not rob an aged man of one night of calm repose that he can enjoy. Do not add more hours of bitterness to the many hours he must endure. I will write to him myself by your hands, and you shall have the letter by the grey of the dawn to-morrow. That will be time enough." "But will your Grace take no means to cause the apprehension of the murderer?" demanded Robert Woodhall, with a look of well-assumed surprise. "Murderer!" said the Duke. "Do you mean your cousin, sir?" "He was my cousin, sir," replied Robert, a good deal nettled by the Duke's tone. "But I shall regard him as my cousin no longer, and a man who drives another by his bad conduct to call him to the field, and then slays him, I can only look upon as a murderer, be he my cousin or not." "That dead hand there," said the Duke, pointing to the corpse, "wrote, while yet in life, a full exculpation of his adversary's conduct in the affair of the duel. At least, Ralph Woodhall was only acting, it would seem, as any man of honour would have acted, and those who best deserve the name of murderers are they who urge on petty quarrels to a fatal result." "Your Grace's opinion seems harsh of me," said Robert Woodhall, with feelings of rage he could hardly suppress. "I have not forgotten," replied the Duke of Norfolk, "that the first quarrel last night was between yourself and your cousin Ralph. What may have been your conduct since I do not pretend to say, but certain I am that until Henry Woodhall quitted the supper-table, he and his cousin were upon the most friendly terms, and I am not aware that they met afterward until this last fatal occasion." Thus saying, he turned and left the room, giving some necessary directions to his servants as he descended the stairs. Robert Woodhall remained standing at the foot of the bed, with his eyes gloomily fixed upon the floor. Several of the attendants still continued in the room, and they all drew back from the young gentleman with a feeling of dislike and suspicion, for which they might have found it difficult to assign a cause, though undoubtedly the Duke's words gave direction to their thoughts. There are instincts, however, in the human breast, and those instincts probably had some share in the feelings of the men who surrounded Robert Woodhall. He remained there, as I have said, with his eyes fixed gloomily upon the floor, not upon the corpse, but he was roused from his reverie by the voice of the surgeon, who still stood by the bedside, and who said, "Mr. Woodhall, will you come here for a moment?" Robert approached him slowly, and then the old man said, in a peculiar tone, "Will you put your hand upon the breast of your poor cousin?" "No!" cried Robert Woodhall, almost fiercely, and, turning sharply on his heel, he quitted the room. About 2 hours after the events I have just related, the Duke of Norfolk was seated in his own fine library, with lights and papers before him, but quite alone. The door opened, and his chamberlain appeared, saying, "Here is the young man, your Grace. He had not gone to bed." The chamberlain had been followed into the room by Gaunt Stilling, whose large massive brow was very heavy, as if with deep grief. The Duke waved his hand to the chamberlain, and that officer withdrew to the other side of the door, keeping watch there, but not approaching too close. "Your master has not returned yet, I hear," said the Duke, fixing his eyes upon Stilling's face. "He has not, my Lord Duke," replied the other gravely. "This is a serious affair," said the Duke, "and I fear that the consequences may be very serious to your master. Lord Woodhall is a man of much influence at court, and of a warm and vehement temper. This young gentleman who has been killed was the general favourite." "And well he deserved to be so," cried Gaunt Stilling warmly. "He was not perfect, no man is, but as people of his rank go, there were few like him. Had it been his cousin Robert, who would have cared? But fate seems to make mistakes sometimes as well as others. The good are taken and the bad are left." The Duke listened quietly to this outburst of feeling, and then inquired if the man thought he could tell where his master was to be found. "I think I can find him, your Grace," replied Gaunt Stilling, "but I will not say where, if any evil is to come of it." "I do not wish to know where," answered the Duke of Norfolk. "If you can find him, well, bear him this letter from me, and it will be as well to take with you as much of his baggage as you can, for I think it will be inexpedient for him to return hither for some time, till this storm has blown by. I will find means to befriend him during his absence." "What am I to do with the rest of the baggage, my Lord Duke?" asked Gaunt Stilling. "There is a good deal more than a horse-load." "There is a carrier crossing the country, I think, to-morrow," the Duke replied. "The Chamberlain will give you surer information. You can send the superfluous baggage by him to any place you like, northward or westward. Perhaps it will be better to send it to his father's house, but my people will see it expedited if you will give it into their charge." Gaunt Stilling bowed, took the packet which the Duke held in his hand, and which deserved that epithet rather than the name of letter, and withdrew in silence. But he did not set out immediately. An hour was spent in packing up the baggage of his master, and another hour in writing a long letter, which, when finished and sealed, he placed in another half sheet of paper, on the inner side of which he wrote a few lines to his father, and put old Stilling's address at Coldenham upon the whole. This, together with the larger trunk mails, he delivered to the Duke's night porter, to be forwarded by the Chamberlain on the following day, and then, after making some inquiries as to the shortest roads, he placed the 2 pair of saddle-bags upon his horse, and set out in the same direction which had been taken by his master and Lady Danvers on the preceding morning. It was by this time nearly 4 o'clock, and until daylight Stilling rode as fast as he could go, except where, every now and then, he met with a corner, or a turning, of which he did not feel very sure. When daylight did break, and the labourers began to trudge forth into the fields, he found that he had gone somewhat out of his way, which obliged him to retrace his steps for nearly a couple of miles. He then proceeded more cautiously, but contrived to reach the little town where Lady Danvers was a few minutes before 9. At the inn he asked eagerly for his master, having some fear, indeed, that Ralph might have passed him while he had been wandering wide of the proper track. The reply, however, satisfied him, for the landlord stated that the young gentleman, Mr. Woodhall, had that moment gone down to the justice-room with all the Duke of Norfolk's servants. Thither Stilling followed him, as soon as he had given his horse into the hands of the hostler, and placed his bags in security. Round the door there was a small crowd as usual, but the stout young fellow elbowed his way in, and arrived just at the moment when the fat magistrate in the chair was announcing the decision of the bench. "There is no pretence whatever," said the justice, "at least such is the opinion of myself and my brethren, for detaining Mr. Ralph Woodhall even for an hour. It is clearly shown by a multitude of witnesses that he endeavoured to calm the riot rather than to excite it, and that the brutal conduct of the Constable Doggett was the sole cause of any commotion, for which brutal conduct we have determined to reprimand the said Doggett, and he is reprimanded accordingly. Mr. Woodhall, you are at liberty, and we hope that your detention may not prove inconvenient." Ralph was about to make some reply, but Stilling, stepping forward, placed the packet in his hand, saying, "From his Grace of Norfolk, sir, in haste." Ralph took it, and was breaking the seal, when Gaunt Stilling whispered, "You had better read it in private, sir, for there is matter of much moment in it." Hurrying out of the justice-room, Ralph returned to the inn, sought his own chamber, and opened the packet. It contained several sealed letters addressed to different gentlemen in Dorsetshire and Somersetshire, and for himself a brief note to the following effect: "My young friend, after finishing the enclosed, I have but a moment to write to you, but it is absolutely necessary for your safety, for your present comfort, and your future happiness, that you should leave this part of the country as speedily as possible. The anger of Lord Woodhall, when all is made known to him, will be excited, as you may well suppose, to the very highest pitch of fury. He has immense influence at court, and can destroy you. I am not sure that it would not be better and safer for you to betake yourself to Holland for a time, in which idea I have enclosed for you a letter for a gentleman at the Hague, who will show you kindness. You may trust upon my doing all I can for you during your absence, both out of consideration for yourself and our friend Mortimer. You can consult Lady Danvers in the West as to the best means of keeping yourself concealed till this storm has blown by. But, whatever you may think of the circumstances in which you are placed, believe that my judgment is best, and take the advice of your sincere friend, Norfolk." Ralph gazed at the letter for several minutes with a pale cheek and anxious eye, but then someone knocked at his door, and the voice of one of Lady Danvers's servants said, "My lady, sir, wishes to speak with you immediately." "I will come in a moment," replied Ralph, and folding up the Duke of Norfolk's letter once more, he proceeded with it in his hand to Hortensia's apartments. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. In one of the largest houses of that day in London, and in that fashionable suburb which lay in the immediate vicinity of the palace, sat a young lady in deep mourning, weeping bitterly. She was quite alone in her own room, and the face, once almost ruddy with the hue of country health, looked now pale and delicate. The wits about the court, who by any chance had seen her, either at her father's residence or during a former visit to the court, had not failed to have their remark, their jest, or their gallant speech upon the occasion of her altered appearance. One man, of exceedingly refined taste, declared that she looked far more lovely since she had cast away what he called that very vivid rose, which made her look like a lovely dairymaid. Another replied that his lordship was fonder, he believed, of lilies than of roses. Another rejoined that these were not lilies, but faded roses, and another declared that his two noble friends made it out clearly that the lady had the gift of weeping rose-water for her brother's death, as it was evidently by the process of distillation she had become so pale. Little did any of the gay mockers know all the sources of poor Margaret's tears. True, she wept much for her brother's death. She had loved him well, as he had loved her. There had been something in his frank and generous nature peculiarly attractive to a heart like hers. Even his rashness, his vehemence, which were occasionally excessive, were all tempered toward her, and had only the effect of making her shrinkingly withhold from him the one great secret of her life, the thought that that secret love, which might have been the near or even the remote cause of her brother's violent death, added double bitterness to her tears. But this was not all. Margaret wept for her lover as well as for her brother, wept for the slayer as well as the slain. She knew, with a certainty that might have made her swear to the fact, that the provocation must have been great indeed that could induce Ralph to draw the sword upon her brother Henry. She felt for the severe struggle which must have taken place in his mind before he sought the fatal spot. She felt for all that he must have experienced when their swords crossed and Henry fell. She felt for all that he must have endured in the anguish of his flight, and for all he was still enduring wherever he might have sought refuge. "Remorse and despair, both in one," she said. "These must be his portion now, poor Ralph. Remorse for having taken my brother's life, and despair for having by his own act placed an impassable bar between us for ever. Oh yes, whatever they may tell me, I know, I feel he loves me still. If he have indeed trifled for an hour with this bright and beautiful Hortensia Danvers, when he saw my poor Henry lying on the grass, all his love for Margaret has returned, I am certain. No man can forget the love of early years so easily, at least not Ralph. I know what he will feel, I know what he will think, and sure I am that no one here, not even myself or my father, will weep for poor Henry as bitterly as he does. Oh, abiding confidence of woman's love, what is like thee? No other passion, no other feeling, no other thought pervades the whole of being, takes possession of every faculty, clings to the heart, rules and subjugates the mind, sets reason and argument and conviction at defiance like thee. It must be true love, though not the paltry passion, the half-indifferent liking, the admiration warmed a little by propinquity and habit, the convenient, half-mercenary, half-ambitious tenderness. None of those lukewarm mixtures of heart and brain, which stand white-gloved and orange-flowered before the altar of a fashionable church, and are recorded under the desecrated name of love, to have that very record blotted out, ere a few short years are over, by the bitter drops of regret or the burning spots of shame. No, no, it must be true, full, whole-hearted love, the love that gets a grasp upon the very soul, the love that is immortal as the soul itself. And such was Margaret's love for her poor cousin. For him she wept as much as for her brother Henry, for she felt and knew that his life was dead if his body lived, and that the fallen man was happier than he whose existence was prolonged. At that moment Margaret thought little of herself or of her own future fate. She was of an unselfish nature, and her first thoughts were never, as so many's are, of the cares, anxieties, and griefs which the events of the day might bring upon herself. Imagination would indeed, from time to time, force upon her some recollection of her own fate and situation, dim, hovering phantoms, wandering the extreme verge of thought, but never coming near enough to be tangible. But, for the time, her feelings rather than her thoughts were alive principally to the fate of her brother and of her lover. Of her father, it is true, she thought often and painfully, but his deep grief might have affected her more had it been of a character more like her own. But there was an eager, fiery fierceness in it with which she could have no sympathy. He called down curses upon the head of him who had deprived him of his son. He vowed vengeance, ay, and sought it, and declared that life only should bound his purposes of revenge. Margaret, indeed, did not give much credence to such vows. Without having studied it, without having even thought of it, she knew her father's character well. It had sunk into her mind, as it were, making its impress, from infancy upward, more and more deeply every year. She knew him to be warm-hearted, kind, generous, passionate, somewhat careless, not without ability, but without consistency, if not continuity of purpose. She had never seen any passion maintain a long and powerful influence over him, however vehement might be the outburst at first. Grief, from which man usually flies the most eagerly, as his natural enemy, as the enemy of all his desires at every period of life, had had a greater hold upon him than any other affection of his mind to which she had ever seen him subject. She remembered well the period of her mother's death, which had occurred some 5 or 6 years before, and how long afterward a deep, brooding melancholy had hung over Lord Woodhall, how slow was his return to cheerfulness, how frequently the fits of gloom would come back. But even that had passed away, and she doubted not that this present frantic rage against poor unhappy Ralph would pass away likewise. She somewhat feared, indeed, what might be the result when the violence of passion should subside, when that which for the time seemed to bear away grief upon its fiery wings should sink down either gratified or wearied out, and leave him alone in sorrow and desolation. Then, she knew, would be the struggle. Then, when he daily saw the empty place at the table, when he missed the beloved face, when he heard no more the cheerful voice, when the presence which was sunshine to him, and the gallant bearing in which he took such a pride, were all found wanting, when the house looked vacant and lonely, and the meals cheerless and solitary, and the evenings went by unenlivened, and the day ended with the knowledge that he was gone, then, she thought, when her mind turned in that direction, then will sorrow be fully felt in all its heavy weight. Then will the anguish which is now divided by rage bow him to the earth. And then must be the time for me to struggle with my own griefs in order to enlighten his. Now it would be vain to say a word. To oppose his wrath against poor Ralph would be madness. To offer him consolation as vain. From time to time these thoughts came upon her, and, even sad and bitter as they were, they offered her some relief. For the others, those I have described before, were so much more intense and painful that anything which led her mind away to other things was a blessing for the time. She might have looked round all the world for some surpassing woe, without finding any which would compare in her heart with that which the death of her brother by the hand of her lover had inflicted. They were both so dear, so unutterably dear, they were both so linked with every affection and every memory and every hope, that the one who was dead to all, and the other who must be dead to her, left the once flowery landscape of life, which had lain so lately smiling before her, nothing but a dark, desolate wilderness. It was like a fair scene just torn by an earthquake, and bearing not one trace of its former aspect. It was over such thoughts that she was now weeping, somewhat more than a fortnight after her brother's death. Her father had gone forth, still moved by the same fierce desire of vengeance, to move every power of the court to gratify that burning thirst, for those were days in which influence and even wealth, money, base corrupted money, made the very scales of justice quiver. He had been more harsh and ferocious that day than usual. He had dwelt upon the particulars of her poor brother's death with a painful, lingering minuteness which tore poor Margaret's heart. He seemed anxious to lash his resentment to such a pitch that it would bear all before it, and he left the house declaring that he would bring Ralph to the gallows or perish. This scene, as he had walked up and down the room, looking angrily at the floor, and every now and then stopping to add some bitter or painful word more, was full in Margaret's mind when she retired to her own chamber, and there sat down to weep as I have described. It was one of the darkest hours which had fallen upon her since her brother's death, for the probability of her lover's being found and taken, being brought to trial, being condemned, was brought more painfully home to her heart than it had ever been before. All seemed darkness and despair around her. What should she do in such a case, she asked herself. How should she act? Throw herself at her father's feet and beseech him to forbear and be merciful? She knew it was vain, all vain. She might as well beseech the hurricane. Should she leave him whom she so dearly loved to perish unseen, unsupported, unconsoled? She knew her own heart would perish also. Should she fly to him, cast off all restraint, make her fate with his, interpose between her father and his vengeance, and say, "Strike him through me"? But her brother's spirit seemed to stand in the way of the very thought, crying, "Margaret, Margaret, he slew me." Poor Margaret could but weep, and bitterly, painfully did she weep. But while the tears were still streaming as rapidly as ever down her cheeks, there was a light tap at the door, and without waiting to be told, her maid entered the room. She was an old and faithful servant, who had waited many years upon her mother, somewhat stiff indeed, but full of love for all the children of the house. One of those old attached servants of an English household, which are hardly to be found in any other land. She had wept over the death of poor Master Henry, as she called him, as bitterly as anyone, but she had shared Margaret's feelings rather than those of the old lord. She had loved Henry well, but she loved Ralph nearly as well, for she had known him from the cradle, had known his mother, and everyone who had known her had loved her. Ralph had always, too, shown a great attachment to her. As a child, he would sit with his arms round her neck, and call her, in his infant prattle, his Dodie. Her name was Dora Vernon, and the very first comfort which Margaret had received came from her lips, very shortly after the fatal news arrived. "Do not take on so, Mistress Margaret," she said, adhering still to the term mistress, which was but beginning to decline. The dead can never be brought back by weeping, and if your tears are for the living, as I can't help thinking they be in part, I dare say, if you knew all, Master Ralph is not so much to blame as you think. I don't see, for my part, why the good old Lord goes on so madly against poor Master Ralph. He fought 2 men in his day himself, and killed one of them. He would not have a gentleman refuse to fight, I am sure, when he was asked. Master Henry, God rest him, was hot and passionate enough, as you know, and I dare say he provoked poor Ralph more than he could bear. Perhaps he was deceived about something, and wouldn't listen to reason about it, for he took up things very hastily, and all things are not as they seem at first, and I am sure Master Ralph would not give real cause of offence to man or woman either, for he is as good and kind and noble-hearted a lad as any in all the world. But if people will not listen to reason and hear things explained, what can one do? And that was always Master Henry's way, a word and a blow, and the blow came first. I have said that this speech, somewhat incoherent as it was, had comforted Margaret greatly, and it gave her comfort in more ways than one. She remembered the letter which Henry had shown her, and the impression which it had produced upon her mind, and a doubt, a thought, a hope, that they might both have been deceived, that the letter was either a fabrication or might be explained, arose and grew stronger and stronger every moment. What right had she to judge him unheard? She asked herself. What right had Henry? And knowing the weakness of her brother's temper, his rashness and punctiliousness upon the point of honour, she easily conceived that he actually compelled Ralph to draw his sword, without listening to anything he might say in his own defence. The sight, therefore, of her good Dora was now pleasant to her, and she did not even try to wipe away the tears that she was shedding when she entered, but holding out her arms to her, leaned her head upon her shoulder and wept there. "There, there, my dear child," said the good woman, "you have been sorry enough, and don't you be afraid of all that the old Lord says. He'll not do half that he thinks. It's poor powerless work when old men begin to swagger. I heard him going on when you were in the withdrawing room with him, but he'll do nothing, and I dare to say that Master Ralph will easily show that he was driven to do what he did. And now, my bird, wipe your eyes, there's a dear child. Here's a little saucy boy downstairs wants to see you. He has been out there, over the way, for an hour, till the old Lord went out, and then he came over and asked for you. Harrison sent for me, but the lad won't talk to anyone but you, for he has got a letter to deliver into your own hand, he says. A love letter, I don't doubt." And the old woman laughed a little. "I don't doubt that it's a love letter, for it isn't in Master Ralph's hand. That was my hope at first, but it's a great sprawling twisting hand, and the boy's all decked out as fine as a groat. A sort of page-looking lad, with a band of feathers round his hat, quite fantastical." "Send him away," said Margaret sadly. "I will not see him. I have naught to do with love letters, Dora." "But you cannot tell it is a love letter," replied the waiting woman. "That was only my fancy. And indeed, my dear child, you should see him, for he won't give it to anybody but you, and you cannot tell what it may be about. And it's always right to look at a letter, and it is but civil." "Well, bring him up," replied Margaret. "But stay you here, Dora, till he is gone." The boy was brought up so rapidly that had Margaret been in a very observing mood, she might have suspected he had not been very far from the door while the conversation just detailed was passing between her and her woman, but she only noticed that he came, that he was a gay-looking boy of some 13 or 14 years of age, very much like what Dora had described, that he asked her carefully, ere he gave her the letter, whether she was Mistress Margaret Woodhall. Her mind was too much occupied with other thoughts to notice or attend to anything more. She answered his question in the affirmative, took the letter, and then, gently bowing her head, dismissed the boy, saying, "I will send my reply, if this should require one." "Well, I do think," said Dora, "seeing he is so smart a youth, I would have tried to find out where he came from. Letters do not always tell who sent them, and—" "Nonsense, nonsense, Dora," said Margaret. "I care not whom it comes from, nor whence it comes. and much to the good woman's inconvenience she continued to hold the letter unopened in her hand, gazing upon the ground and falling gradually into thought. "Well, really," exclaimed Dora Vernon, after she had waited some 5 minutes, and Margaret, rather startled by the sharpness of the sounds than clearly understanding their meaning, languidly opened the letter and fixed her eye upon the page. The moment she did so, the whole expression of her face altered. Her eyes recovered their brightness, and fixed eagerly on the lines beneath them. The colour mounted up into her cheek, her lip lost its dejected stillness, and bent into a sweet, hopeful smile. And then, as if there were magic in the ending line, she started up, let the paper drop, and pressed her hand tight upon her heart. Dora pounced upon the letter in an instant, took it up unchidden or forbid, and gazed at the words it contained. They were large enough, heaven knows, but still her spectacles were habitually needful, and retreating a step, for fear her young lady should attempt to stop her, she mounted them on her nose and read, "Fear not, my child," so the letter ran, "fear not. Fate has done its work with your poor brother. It could not be otherwise. It was doomed to be so. I warned you, you would have many trials, but fear not, shrink not. More must yet come, and they will pass away, and though a multitude of obstacles may seem to stand between you and happiness, yet shrink not, doubt not. Your fate depends upon yourself. The stars do not rule, but counsel you. Be firm, be true, be happy. Above all, doubt not him who loves you. Trust to tried affection and long-known truth, and be assured that he who may now seem guilty is innocent as yourself. He who seems most innocent is guilty. You sent not to me in the hour of need as I bade you, but I watch over you, and come to your comfort even when you seek me not. Be firm and true. Mortimer." "Goodness gracious, if that is not the wise man in the old tower!" exclaimed Dora when she had arrived at the name, and made it out with some difficulty. "Lord bless me, Mistress Margaret, how can he know anything about you?" Margaret had sunk into her chair again, without an effort to prevent the good woman from reading the letter, and in deep thought made no reply to the question till Dora had repeated it twice. "You talked to me much about him, Dora," she replied at length. "I went to see him, that is all." "And never told me a word," muttered Dora. "Ah, my pretty child, I can guess, dear one, I can guess, my bird. Well, love sees with his own eyes, and I say not they are bad ones, though folk call him blind. He's no bad judge, I wot, though he judges not as old lords and great people judge. Marry, they would have people, men and women of the world's making, not of God's. But you can't fashion flesh and blood like a coach or a coat. Nature says shall, and who shall gainsay her? Love's not a loose cloak to fit everyone, and it's a garment which can but be bought once and won't turn. Don't tear it, my dear, for patch it you can't, and old Mortimer is right, depend upon it, he always is." "Pray God he is so now," replied Margaret fervently, and then throwing her arms round Dora in a wild burst of strong emotion, she wept again as profusely as ever, but far more happily. How the heart catches at the least assurance of that which it longs to believe! O dry and dusty earth of which we are made, how soon is it fired by the least spark of hope! I remember hearing of that famous lost Greek fire, how, one time, spilled by accident in the baths of a great city, no effort could put it out. It burned through theatres and dwelling-places, through the great church, through its stone pavement, down to the very graves beneath. And this is hope, unextinguishable even into the tomb. Does it end even there? I know not, but beyond is the first world of reality, where hope, the wanderer, meets her sister, joy. Yes, from so slight and frail an assurance as that of the strange, wild letter she had just received, Margaret's thought-world was relighted. The darkness passed in part away. She dared to look forward. She dared to withdraw her eyes from her brother's tomb. She boldly said to herself, "Come what may, I will be firm and true." But, as a consequence of that letter, another comfort, not more substantial, not more sustaining, but still infinitely great, was afforded her. Her old servant's words showed her that the secret of her heart had been penetrated, that no glowing explanation, no timid hesitation, no word, no sign was needed further, that she had some one to confide in, some one to counsel and to aid. The counsel might not be the wisest, the aid not the most powerful, but she stood no longer alone in the sorrow of her own heart. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. We left Ralph Woodhall proceeding toward the apartments of Hortensia Danvers, with the Duke of Norfolk's letter in his hand. He seemed puzzled and confused, but his determination was soon taken. I might have foreseen this, he said to himself. It could not be long concealed, and I must bear my destiny. But I will not encounter the good old lord with any attempt at justification. The Duke of Norfolk is perhaps right. It would be better for me to be absent for a time, seeking fortune in the West, or perhaps in Holland, till the first burst of wrath has passed. I can trust to Margaret's love. With these thoughts he entered the sitting-room of Lady Danvers, where he found her standing by a table, dressed for her journey, and looking toward the door as if anxious for his coming. "Well, they have set you free," she said, "but I have been in some fear about you. Not that you would not appear at the time, if you could, but that you might not be able. I sent to ask you to speak with me last night, but, to my surprise, found you were absent." She spoke with a peculiar emphasis, and Ralph replied in a faint, melancholy tone, "I was absent for some hours, Lady Danvers. How employed, I may find another opportunity of telling you. At present, let me show you this letter from the Duke of Norfolk. I have, unfortunately, incurred the anger of my noble relation, Lord Woodhall. He is a good man, but violent to an exceeding degree when excited, and the Duke advises me strongly to hurry away into the West till I can take ship for Holland. There is his letter. You can read what he says." No need," replied Lady Danvers, putting the letter aside. "I know it all that has happened. Poor young man. Well may you speak in so sad a tone, Mr. Woodhall, but the Duke is right. There is no resource for you but to keep in retirement for a time, till this has passed over. Depend upon it, Lord Woodhall will move heaven and earth to ruin you. To the West? I'm going to the West, but my course will be too slow, for you must set off instantly." "So I propose," replied Ralph, "though to what exact spot I shall turn my steps I do not exactly know. That is a part of the country I am unacquainted with." "I will decide it for you," replied Hortensia. "Let it be Danvers's New Church. Stay, let me give you a letter to my steward, who is the man of all others to aid you, and to take means for ensuring your safety." "Nay, dear Lady Danvers," replied Ralph, "I am under no such great apprehension as you seem to think. I have done nothing that any man of heart would not have done, or that any man of honour might not have done. I would fain, it is true, avoid all personal collision with Lord Woodhall in his present state of rage, but for my personal safety I have no fear. He is a man of too much honour to resent what has occurred by any unworthy means." There is no knowing," said Lady Danvers. "Your life is too precious to others, to your father, to be lightly risked. Is your horse in a fit state to carry you? If not, take one from my servants. They are well mounted, and their beasts must be quite fresh by this time." "Oh, mine is quite fit and strong," replied Ralph. "The little journey he has had can have had but little effect upon so strong and tried an animal." "Well, I will write the letter," replied Lady Danvers, with the same eager and quick manner in which she had hitherto been speaking. "You go and order your servant, who is arrived, I am told, to get all things ready. Alice, bring me back the ink and paper." Ralph hastened to follow her suggestion, and found Gaunt Stilling in somewhat sharp conversation with a man considerably taller than himself, but who seemed to stand in considerable awe of him. "Get you back to Norwich, Master Roger," said Stilling, in a more angry tone than Ralph had ever heard him use before. If I find you watching our movements, I will break every bone in your skin, and take that as an instalment of what your master owes me." "I must wait till I have baited my horse, Master Stilling," replied the servant. "I should like to know what the devil brought you here," cried the other, but he was interrupted by the call of his master, and only paused to add, "Mind what I have said. I am not one to be trifled with, as you ought to know by this time." Ralph gave his orders rapidly, then returned to his own room for a few moments, and then once more sought Hortensia for the letter she had promised. It was written, sealed, and addressed to Master William Drayton, Danvers's New Church, by Harstock, Dorset. She placed it in Ralph's hands, gazing at him with a look of deep and melancholy interest. There was also an air of hesitation about her as she asked, "Is all ready?" "I dare say it is by this time," replied Ralph. "Accept my best thanks, dear Lady Danvers, for all the kind interest you have taken in me, especially in these painful circumstances in which I am placed." She waved her hand almost impatiently, saying, "Not a word, not a word, my good friend, but there is one thing more I wish to say." Again she hesitated, and then added quickly, and in a tone of kindly feeling, "Ralph, I look upon you as a relation. I cannot regard your mother's son in any other light. You came away with me hastily yesterday. You had no time to provide funds for a long journey. No false delicacy between you and me." Ralph took her hand and raised it to his lips, and as he did so he thought that it trembled very much. "Thanks, 1,000 thanks," he said, "and I would accept your kind offer as frankly as it is made, but I have quite enough here, Lady Danvers. My servant has brought a large part of my baggage with him, and I have there all the little store which was to last me for 6 months." "Well, well, go then," she said. "Do not delay a moment, for I am apprehensive till you are out of the old lord's reach. We shall meet again, my friend, and talk over all these details more at leisure. At present, nothing is to be done but to part as soon as possible." Again Ralph kissed her hand, which was beautiful enough, though, to say truth, her lip was the more tempting of the two. He was soon in the stable yard, and found his horse saddled and the baggage all arranged. In another moment he was riding out under the archway of the inn, and remarked a face gazing from a little window at the side, which commanded a view both of the stable yard and of the street. Gaunt Stilling shook his fist at it as they passed, and while his master paused to say a few words to the Duke of Norfolk's servants, who were gathered round the gate, laid his finger significantly on the hilt of a good strong sword, which by this time he had added to his travelling equipage. Ralph was then turning his horse to the right hand, in the direction of the western road, but Gaunt Stilling rode up to his side, saying in a low voice, "This way, sir. We are watched, and must give them the slip. I can find the way, I think, by the back lanes, as they have directed me. After we get past Ely, I know every rood of the road for 100 miles." Ralph readily followed his suggestion, but inquired, after riding a few yards, "Who is watching us? One of Lord Woodhall's people?" "No," replied Stilling, in his quaint, bluff way. "Knave Roberts, knave Roger." "I wish to heaven it was his master and said Ralph, with a quick glow of the cheek and flash of the eye. "Ay, so do I," answered Gaunt Stilling gloomily, "but he always contrives to put someone else in his place when that place is a dangerous one. Every man has his time, however, and his is waiting for him." He then relapsed into silence, and they pursued their way without interruption. Nothing remarkable occurred upon the road throughout the whole journey, though, as the reader knows, it led them across nearly the widest part of Great Britain. Ralph himself was silent and melancholy, and many painful considerations pressed upon his mind, withdrawing it from that enjoyment of changing scene and rapid motion which a young and ardent heart like his might well have experienced in traversing the beautiful counties which lie between Norfolk and Dorsetshire. His thoughts were almost entirely of Margaret. He saw little, he observed little, and conversation he had none, for Gaunt Stilling, though evidently a man superior by education to his class, and who had received the education of the world as well as of books, was taciturn and gloomy. He had never spoken much, and what he had said was generally brief and blunt, but now he hardly uttered a word, and remained usually totally apart from all other servants or society of any kind in the inns where they chanced to stop on the road. Ralph remarked, too, that when his bill was brought to him at any of these places, no charge was ever made for his servant or his servant's horse, and the strange circumstances in which the man had been placed with him came back, from time to time, upon his mind, with a feeling not altogether agreeable. That he had been useful, serviceable, ay, and zealous in his service, Ralph fully felt, but it was unpleasant to him to have such gratuitous attendance, especially where it involved no light expense to the person rendering it. He determined he would have some explanations upon this subject with Gaunt Stilling. But the man's taciturnity, his own busy thoughts, and the rapidity with which they passed from place to place, made him delay the execution of his intention till they reached the place of their temporary sojourn. Upon the frontiers of Somersetshire and Dorsetshire, Gaunt Stilling seemed to enter upon a well-known land. He had before displayed a very good knowledge of the country lying between the Isle of Ely and the Mendip Hills, an extent sufficient to try his geographical information, but now not a single lane or by-road was unknown to him. He was aware where comfortable inns could be found in the most remote parts of the country, not at that time well cultivated or largely populated, and Ralph could not help thinking that, if it were really necessary for him to play at hide-and-seek at all, which he began to doubt, he could not have a better instructor in the game than his good companion. Still, however, Gaunt Stilling maintained the same dull silence, answered in monosyllables, though civilly, and never exceeded above 2 or 3 words, except once, when crossing the beautiful Mendip Hills, he said, "I have brought you 40 miles out of the way, sir, not for the sake of giving you that fine view, but for the purpose of avoiding the lands of old Lady Coldenham. I should be soon known there, and you would be found out through me. Then the news would fly across the country as rapidly as possible." "I really do not see the need of such extreme precaution," replied Ralph, musing. "Don't you, sir?" said Gaunt Stilling, and there the conversation dropped, for Ralph did not think it needful to enter into the particulars of his situation with his taciturn servant, and knew not how far the facts might have been bruited abroad in the household of the Duke of Norfolk. At length, one afternoon, about a couple of hours before sunset, they passed through a long, deep lane, sunk beneath the level of the neighbouring fields, and overhung by tall and shady trees in the full richness of their summer foliage. Even at those spots where the head of a horseman rose above the bank, no view of the country was to be obtained, for rich orchards, already begin to glow with their blossoms, spread all along on either side for more than a mile. At the end of a quarter of a mile's riding, the sunshine was seen streaming up the end of the lane, and in a few minutes more Ralph stood upon the verge of a gentle descent, where the eye ranged free along one of the most beautiful valleys he ever beheld. A considerable portion of the ground in front was laid out as a park, with sloping lawns and large ancient trees on both sides of a stream of some extent, which ran rapidly, dashing and sparkling, down the dell. An old grey bridge, too, was seen here and there along the course of the stream, even in the wilder land, which spread forth beyond the limits of the park, and on an elevated spot some 200 yards from the river appeared a large stone edifice, perhaps of the reign of Henry VII or VIII, for it bore some of the characteristics of the best period of Tudor architecture. At the distance of about a bow-shot from the house, but within the limits of the park, rose a beautiful church, from the bosom of a small grove of trees. Not less than 3 centuries and a half before, it might have deserved the name of New Church, for even if any architect could have been found to imitate so perfectly the inimitable architecture, the lichens and mosses, the hue of the stone, and the crumbling of the antique mouldings would have clearly denoted how long it had been constructed. "There is Danvers's New Church, sir," said Gaunt Stilling, "but we must take a little round to get to the gates." "It seems a peaceful spot enough," said Ralph in reply. "Peaceful?" murmured Gaunt Stilling. "Is there such a thing as peace?" In a few minutes more they had entered the park and were riding up to the house, under the old stone gateway of which were sitting a hale, good-looking, well-dressed man, past the middle age, and an elderly woman with a young child reading a horn-book at their feet. "That is Master Drayton, I take it,"
said Gaunt Stilling, and, riding up, Ralph dismounted and presented Lady Danvers's letter. "This is for me," said the man upon the steps, opening the letter. "I suppose my lady will soon be coming." At the same moment he unfolded the sheet, and fixed his eyes upon the contents. They seemed to startle him, for although he said, as a sort of comment while he read, "Of course, certainly, to be sure," his broad brow was contracted, and his whole face assumed a hesitating look. "You are quite welcome, sir," he said, when he had done, "and I will do the best I can for you. My lady's orders shall be obeyed to the utmost of my power, but I can't resist the law, you know." "Resist the law!" exclaimed Ralph. "Surely Lady Danvers does not ask you to do that, and there could be no necessity on my account." "Well, sir, you know best," replied Mr. Drayton, "but I think it will be best if you would just step into this room and talk with me for a moment." And opening the door of the house, he led the way to a small anteroom off the great hall. When there, he said, after having closed the door, "What I meant just now, sir, was merely that I would do everything as in duty bound to hide you, but that, if officers should come to take you, I could not think myself justified in resisting with a strong hand." "Officers come to take me?" said Ralph, completely bewildered. "There must be some mistake, my good sir. May I be permitted to look at Lady Danvers's letter?" "Oh, certainly, sir," replied the steward. "There is nothing that you need not see," and he placed the letter in Ralph's hand, who read as follows: "Master Drayton, this will be given into your hands by Mr. Ralph Woodhall, the son of my poor mother's dearest friend, and consequently mine. You will show him every attention in your power, and let him make use of Danvers's new church as if it were his own, providing suitably all things for himself and his servant. It will be necessary to keep good watch around the place, and not suffer him to be at all molested by any one, as he has had the misfortune of killing in a duel his cousin, the son of Lord Woodhall, who is highly incensed against him." Ralph let the paper fall from his hand, and gazed upon Mr. Drayton with a look of unmingled astonishment. "In the name of heaven!" he exclaimed, "what is the meaning of this? Henry Woodhall killed in a duel! And by me? I cannot believe my senses when I see such an assertion under the hand of Lady Danvers. She must have been grossly and terribly misled. But there must be some foundation for this," and opening the door vehemently, he made his way to the outer porch and called aloud, "Stilling! Stilling!" The man, who was leading the horses up and down, returned to the door, and Ralph at once demanded, "What is this? Lady Danvers, in her letter to Mr. Drayton here, declares that my cousin Henry has been killed in a duel." "Well, sir, did you not know it?" asked Stilling in a cold tone. "Know it!" exclaimed Ralph. "How in heaven's name should I know it? You never mentioned the subject to me during the whole course of the journey." "I thought it would be too painful a subject, sir," replied the man, with a very peculiar look. "You had the Duke of Norfolk's letter." "The Duke never mentioned a word of it," said Ralph. "Good God, this will drive me mad!" And turning on his heel, he walked back into the house, followed by Mr. Drayton, and casting himself into a chair, covered his eyes with his hands in an agony of grief and consternation. Gaunt Stilling tied the horses to an iron railing and followed him quietly, and good Mr. Drayton, as much moved to attention and respect toward the young gentleman by the agony he saw him suffer as by his lady's letter, did all that he could think of to comfort and console him. It was not much he could think of, it is true, for he was a man of material thoughts and habits. He could tell the number of acres, roods, and poles in every farm upon the estate, and how they should be cultivated. He knew the condition and the wants of every labourer, every tenant, and he tried his best to ameliorate the one and to diminish the other. But to deal with deep sorrow, to soothe an intelligent mind and feeling heart, were tasks above or beyond his scope. At best, and it was his only resource, he might try to divert the thoughts of one afflicted from the causes of grief. He had done so with many a mendicant at the hall door, for he was no harsh and cruel deputy despot, and he tried at least to add comfort to gifts. He did the same even now. He even teased Ralph about bedrooms, and first and second tables, and what he would require during his stay. till at length he pressed him so hard upon these subjects that Ralph rose and followed him to the rooms he proposed to show him, with a gloomy air and heavy step, from which all the elasticity of youth seemed gone. Gaunt Stilling looked after him with a hesitating, uncertain expression of countenance, as if he did not know whether to follow him or not. But after a moment's consideration he turned round, led the horses to the stables, and after having given them, with some directions, into the hands of a country lad whom he found there, returned to the house and sought out his master, whom he found sitting sorrowfully alone, Mr. Drayton having quitted him in order to make the necessary preparations. The moment Gaunt Stilling entered the room, Ralph motioned him to shut the door, and said, "Now, tell me more of this sad affair, Stilling. I am calmer now, and though I do wish you had spoken to me on the subject as we came hither, by which you would have stopped my journey entirely, yet I dare say you are under the same mistake which it seems has been made by others." "Why, sir," replied the servant, in a tone of some feeling, "I saw you very melancholy and sad, and as the Duke himself had written to you, I naturally concluded that you were right well aware of all. You may easily judge that the death of Mr. Henry Woodhall was a subject of talk with the whole of the Duke's house, and when he had written to you, I could not presume to speak to you on the subject without your speaking to me." "The Duke's letter I must have misunderstood entirely," replied Ralph. "Fearful of wounding my feelings, it would seem, he wrote in vague general terms of unfortunate events and unhappy circumstances. My imagination, utterly ignorant of what had taken place, fixed upon other events and circumstances. But all that matters not. Now I would know the whole. It would seem that they attributed poor Henry's death to me?" "Yes, sir, everybody thought so," replied Gaunt Stilling. "They said that Mr. Woodhall had discovered that you and his sister were in love with each other, contrary to the wishes of the family, that he had challenged you, and that you had killed him." "But you must have known better," said Ralph, somewhat sternly, and the man's countenance fell, and his brow became clouded, as if the tone of the master, whom he served gratuitously, had wounded his pride. Ralph went on, however, saying, "You should have contradicted it at once, Stilling. The Duke might be deceived, for he could not tell that I had not returned secretly, but you must have known I never re-entered my room from the time I quitted it in the morning." "Yes, sir," replied Stilling in a quiet tone, "but there was no need of re-entering your room. You had a sword with you, and had but to ride back, fight your adversary, and disappear." "True, true," replied his master, "but did you really think I had done so?" Gaunt Stilling hesitated, but replied at length, "I certainly did not, sir, but I was in no circumstances to speak my mind. Everything, indeed, seemed against your having done so, in my mind, till the morning after." "And what happened then to make you change your opinion?" asked Ralph. "Why, I heard at the inn where Lady Danvers stopped," replied Stilling, "that you had gone out about 8:30, and had not been seen by anybody for some hours. Now the duel took place between 10 and 11, and, with a quick-going horse, you might easily have got to Norwich within the time." Ralph pressed his hand upon his brow, saying, as if in reply to some question which had arisen in his own mind, "That explains it. That explains it all. How Lady Danvers could have imagined that I had been guilty of this act, I was at a loss to comprehend. But now I see it all." "Guilty, sir!" said Gaunt Stilling, whose old soldier's habits made him view such events in a very different light from that in which his master regarded them. "No great guilt, I think, in killing a man in fair and open combat, without advantage, especially when he was the person to seek it." "We may think differently," replied Ralph, "but this, at least, I will tell you, Stilling, that if my hand had shed poor Henry's blood in such a quarrel as this, I never should forgive myself to my dying day. Leave me now, Stilling. You'll be well taken care of here, and I will send for you soon, to seek for any further information I may want. At present, my mind is all in wild confusion, and I must try to calm my thoughts, and decide upon what is to be done next. My first impulse is to set off at once for London, to clear myself of this deed." "Better give the horses some rest, sir," said Gaunt Stilling. "We have come at a rattling pace, and they won't do much more just at present. Besides, it would be well to think whether you could clear yourself so easily as to prevent disagreeable consequences. 4 or 5 months' imprisonment, waiting for trial, is no very agreeable thing, and the very fact of your running away here in such haste would require a good deal of explanation, for other people might not understand it quite as well as you do yourself." Ralph looked at him earnestly, and asked in a low, deep voice, "You surely do not believe me guilty still?" "Not in the least, sir," replied the man frankly. "I am quite sure you are not, and I can even give a guess, and a pretty shrewd one, as to what was the mistake which made you follow the Duke's advice so readily. But all I think is, that other people may not understand the matter so easily, and that, in order to clear yourself in a hurry of this accusation, you might be forced to explain other matters which might be unpleasant for you to touch upon." "I will think over it, replied Ralph, and Gaunt Stilling, seeing him fall into a deep reverie, quietly left the room. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. Candles were lighted in a small, beautiful room at Danvers's new church, and Ralph Woodhall sat at a table covered with delicacy, which he could little have expected to find, at that season of the year, in that remote place. He gave small heed to them, however. He ate what was merely needful for sustenance, and drank several glasses of fine old wine, which were pressed upon him by the care of 2 old servants of the Danvers family, blue bottles, as they were called in those days, who, with less to do at any time than they altogether liked, were left behind by their lady in the country, when she journeyed far, in consideration of their age, were not apt to believe in very much. They thought themselves strong and hearty as ever, and able to do any sort of work which might be assigned to them. But Hortensia was not one to overtask any one's willingness, and she had more consideration for their years than they had themselves. Right glad they were, then, to pay every attention to a favoured guest during her absence, and old men, being very often apt at calculation, and especially at putting 2 straight ends of circumstances together, and linking them, as it were, with cobbler's wax, reasoned internally upon the probability of the handsome young stranger, in regard to whose fortune and fate they knew nothing, becoming ere long their legitimate lord and master. Toward the end of the meal, when some early fruits at that time brought to perfection with great difficulty and at vast expense had been put upon the table, Mr. Drayton himself appeared, and stood for a moment by the side of Ralph's chair, excusing the scantiness of the dinner on the ground of the short time allowed for preparation. "We shall treat you better to-morrow, sir," he said, "but in the meantime, is there any wine in the cellar you would like better? The keys are always left with me, and there is some very rich Burgundy, as well as Bordeaux wine of the finest quality, even imperial Tokay. For my late lord was a great judge, and the wines have only improved since his death, which, come Martinmas, will be 13 years. "Nothing more, Mr. Drayton, nothing more, thank you," replied Ralph. "I have had quite enough, and all has been very good." "Perhaps, sir, you would like to look through the house," said Mr. Drayton, determined not to leave the young stranger to his own bitter thoughts if he could help it. "It is a curious old place, and, to my mind, looks better by candlelight than at any other time. I think old places always do, for there is something about them which makes one feel that their real light is gone, and that they can only be viewed pleasantly by something manufactured and modern. I think you would like to see it." "Very well," replied Ralph in an indifferent tone. "I will accompany you, Mr. Drayton, when you like." "This minute, if you please, sir, if you have done your wine," replied Mr. Drayton. "Stay, I will call people to take the lights on before, and we will go through the whole suites of apartments, beginning with the yellow guest chamber, and going on to the green guest chamber and the blue guest chamber." "Yellow and green and blue guests," said Ralph. "Methinks that there must have been some heavier hearts than even my own here." "Oh, sir, it is but a name," replied the good man, "and I dare say what we call the rooms has little to do with those who sleep in them. But now, sir, I will be ready in a moment," and ordering one of the men servants to take up 2 of the lights and precede them, he led the way with a step as slow and solemn as if the place had been a nunnery, and he had feared to interrupt the devout orisons of the inmates.
I will not detain the reader in much particular account of the various rooms and passages through which Ralph was led, but simply dwell upon the general aspect of the place, which was solemn, stately, and meditative. The effect, too, was heightened by every ornament and decoration to be seen, for the late Lord Danvers had a consummate knowledge and a real taste for art. Thus along the old corridor, which had been converted to the purposes of a picture gallery, the young gentleman was led, pausing every now and then to examine more closely one or other of the portraits which hung upon the wall. The whole history of each was well known to Mr. Drayton, who gave it in full to his young companion, not perhaps without a little embellishment, in order to keep his attention engaged. At first Ralph walked listlessly enough, but gradually his mind assumed an interest in the subjects which were laid before him, and he stopped several times to gaze at the different portraits as he passed by, asking the name and history of the personages. Some were by Sir Peter Lely, some were by Van Dyck, and the collection went as far back even as Holbein. The Danvers family, of course, figured conspicuously. There were Danverses of all ages, from the infant swathed up like an Egyptian mummy, to a white-bearded senior in his high-backed chair, men in suits of armour, with pages holding the casque, and a horse looking over the left shoulder, gentlemen in long gowns and venerable ruffs, and ladies in stiff bodices, or with collars buttoned up to the chin. But there were also a number of portraits representing persons either allied to the family by blood or affection, or figuring remarkably in history. Howards there were many, Percys not a few, and in fact the records of each age since the family rose to distinction had their representative on the walls. Among the rest were two full-length portraits of ladies in the early spring of life. One was represented standing with a large Spanish fan in her hand, while a greyhound, raised upon his hind feet, and with his curling tail dropping gracefully nearly to the ground, had his forefeet upon a table supporting a globe of gold and silver fishes, which he seemed to be eyeing with intense curiosity and some appetite. The face of the lady was exquisitely beautiful, and Ralph had no occasion to inquire the name of the original, for the likeness to Hortensia was so strong, though the hair was a shade less dark, that no one who had seen her could fail to recognise her mother. The other portrait was of a somewhat taller lady, leaning upon a marble urn, which had something sepulchral in its character. Her eyes were raised, so as to seem gazing directly at the spectator, and her right hand was stretched out as if she were offering it to the figure in the other picture. In those eyes there was that deep, intense expression which is never seen, no, never, except in persons whose feelings are strong and permanent, and the painter had caught that look and expressed it with a wonderful power, making even the beauty of the features and of the colouring subservient to that. It was a face that Ralph knew well, and to see the portrait of his own mother side by side with that of the late Lady Danvers made him feel indeed as if there were nearer bonds between him and Hortensia than anything like a sudden friendship or the acquaintance of a few short days could twine. I must always feel toward her as a brother, he thought, and she has nobly proved toward me that she regards me as such. One of my first acts must be to disabuse her mind of the idea that I would so lightly draw my sword against my cousin Henry's life. Then turning to Mr. Drayton, he asked, "Is there any picture of Lady Danvers here?" "Only one, sir, in her own morning room," replied the steward. "It was taken when she was quite a child, and she would never sit for one afterward. This is the room," and taking a step or two forward, he opened a door on the left. The lights the servant carried slowly penetrated the gloom, and Ralph gazed round with deep interest at the arrangement of the place where so fair and interesting a creature as Hortensia made her ordinary abode. Nowhere could his eye rest without finding some proof of her fine taste, and of a certain spirit of order, neatness, and decoration rarely met with in one so young. Antique cabinets of ebony, with silver hinges and locks, were in several parts of the room, containing doubtless many little treasures of virtue. A large table in the middle, supported by richly carved and twisted columns of dark black oak, was covered with miniatures, carvings in ivory, pieces of rare china,
curious ancient ornaments, 1 or 2 small books in very antique bindings, and 2 or 3 small statues in bronze or ivory, which might, perhaps, have employed the hand of Cellini or Bologna. There, too, were a number of specimens of the Cinquecento art, placed beneath glass covers to keep them from the dust. A crucifixion in ivory, where the intense passion of the expression seemed to make the dead material live. A drinking cup of silver, from the sides of which stood out in bold relief some scores of figures holding up wreaths of flowers to the brim, as if to catch the drops of wine that might rim over. And every figure differing from the other, but anatomically perfect and full of grace. A salt cellar of gold, used probably at high festivals in days of yore, where, on a large cockle shell intended to contain the salt, stood the figure of Neptune, waving his trident over the heads of 2 sea-horses, while round about were exquisitely grouped, with arms sometimes linked together, sometimes cast round each other's necks or shoulders, in every different attitude that can be conceived, the numberless deities of the wave. On the walls around, between the various cabinets and the windows, were a number of small and beautiful pictures from the hands of the greatest masters. They were principally landscapes, though here and there a figure-piece of the Dutch or Flemish school found admittance, where the subject fitted it for a lady's eyes. There was only one large picture in the room, and that was the portrait of a young girl, somewhat fancifully dressed, putting aside with her hand the green leaves and branches of a tree, and seeming to look out from the shadowy bower beneath upon those who gazed upon her in return. The face was full of life and light and intelligence and joy. Youth was evidently holding revel in her heart, and the spirit of the free greenwood seemed over all. Although Lady Danvers's eyes had deeper things in them now, although the expression was now generally more thoughtful, more timid, and the form, there in the bud, had blossomed into womanly loveliness, yet Ralph had no difficulty in recognising Hortensia in the delicate features and wild graces of the child. He paused longer there, and with deeper interest than he had done anywhere else, and as the servant continued to hold up the lights before him, and Mr. Drayton stood a step behind, a slight smile came upon the face of the latter, arising apparently from some conclusions that he was drawing in his own mind. "This is my lady's dressing-room," he said after a while, opening a door beyond, "and this is her bedroom." Ralph followed and gazed round. Here, it was evident, the same spirit resided, but the bedroom itself was very simply arranged. There was a fireplace for a wood fire, with a mantelpiece of rich white marble, supported by 2 beautiful columns, and the andirons, according to the ancient mode, were decorated with 2 large dogs' heads, beautifully sculptured in brass. Above the mantelpiece was another picture of the late Lady Danvers. The chairs were of green velvet, and the hangings of the bed the same. The pillow and the sheet were edged with lace, and as Ralph gazed at the spot where Hortensia laid her head to rest, he said to himself, with a strange feeling that he did not stop to analyse, "May peace and happiness ever rest there with her." Turning away with the good steward, he proceeded through a number of other rooms, but though the house had some historical associations, and a number of those old dreamy staircases, passages, and halls, which filled the unoccupied mind with strange imaginings, no part had such an interest for him as that which he had visited first, and he returned to the room in which he had been sitting with the more painful feelings busy in his heart, but mingled with some pleasanter thoughts by all that he had seen in the apartments of Hortensia. "I will now, Mr. Drayton," he said, "write some letters, and then retire to rest." "Ay, sir, it is always better," said Mr. Drayton, in that commonplace tone which sometimes jars with strong emotions, "to write a letter at night, take counsel with one's pillow, and read it over before one sends it in the morning. It seems my lady has made some mistake about this duel, and it has taken you by surprise. You had better think well, sir, before you act in any way, for one does not always do the wisest when one acts in a hurry." "True, Mr. Drayton," said Ralph, in an absent tone. "I will think before I act, but still I must not suffer an imputation to rest upon me which I do not deserve." And after having procured writing materials, he proceeded to indite several letters, of which I shall only give one as a specimen. It was addressed to Lord Woodhall, and was to the following effect: "My honoured and very dear lord, I have this evening, and only this evening, learned the sad and terrible event which has occurred in your family, and which has deprived me not only of a very dear relation, but of one who has been my friend from boyhood. Though your lordship's grief must naturally be greater than that of any other person, believe me that mine, upon receiving this intelligence, would have been hard enough to bear without any aggravation. But coupled with the sad information comes the strange tidings that by some mistake, to me unaccountable, my name has been mingled with the transaction which deprived you of your dear son, and me of my friend and cousin. I cannot leave you to suppose for one moment that I would have drawn my sword upon your son, but I have further to declare that there was no quarrel or dispute between us whatsoever, that we parted on the night of Wednesday last in perfect friendship and good feeling, and that I have never either seen or heard from him since, as I set out early on the morning of Thursday to escort Lady Danvers westward, and have never been in Norwich from that hour to this. Nay, more, it is utterly impossible that I could have been there, as I am willing to prove at any time, by accounting for every moment of my time, and producing persons who were with me. If, notwithstanding my most solemn assurance, your lordship still entertains doubts of the fact I mention, which cannot be removed by private investigation, I am not at all unwilling to abide fair and open trial, and if I do not show that there was no possibility whatsoever of my having been on the spot, and at the hour where and when the unfortunate transaction took place, let me be condemned as a murderer. One thing, however, I would fain avoid, which is lengthened imprisonment; but if it is publicly given forth on what day the charge against me can be tried, I pledge you my word of honour, as a man and a gentleman, I will come forward at the place named, and surrender myself to abide the result. With the hope that God may comfort you in the sad affliction which he has been pleased to visit you, and that he may shower every blessing upon yourself and your daughter, I have the honour to subscribe myself, my lord, your lordship's most faithful and humble servant, Ralph Woodhall. Another letter of similar import was addressed to the Duke of Norfolk, another to his own father, and another to Lady Danvers. He would fain have written to Margaret also, but paused, hesitated, and finally abandoned his intention. When all these were concluded, he sent for Gaunt Stilling, to consult with him as to the best means of dispatching the letters from that part of the country, communications by post being in those days not very rapid and not very secure. "I will have them conveyed, sir," said Stilling, taking the letters, "though Norwich and London are far apart, and Lincolnshire a good way off too. But if the object of these letters is what I guess, I think you might save yourself the trouble and expense, which will not be small." "What do you guess the object is?" asked Ralph. The man paused for an instant, and then answered, "To tell all these people that you are not the man who killed Mr. Henry Woodhall." "Do you not think it worth my while to clear myself of shedding my cousin's blood?" asked Ralph, with some feeling of anger at the man's cool tone. "Certainly, sir," replied Stilling; "but I think it is done already, in all probability. Either you do not know well the person who first placed me with you, or he has not told you how his eyes are always on those in whom he takes an interest. His eyes need no perspective glasses, sir, and he is just as well aware of the whole facts as you or I, better, indeed, most likely, than either of us. Nor will he let the knowledge sleep, depend upon it. He will make your cause good with those who are most concerned, whether you ask him or not." Ralph smiled faintly. "You seem to have great faith," he said, "but I must not trust to anything like a chance in such matters. I should like the letters to go." "Well, sir, they shall go," replied Gaunt Stilling, "but one must trust to chance in all matters. For instance, I must give this letter for London to the King's post. There's a chance of his being stopped on the way. This must be sent to Lady Danvers by a special messenger, who is just as likely to miss her as not. The Duke of Norfolk will be gone from Norwich by this time, and—" Ralph waved his hand somewhat impatiently. "I wish them to go," he said. "There is no chance, at least, of the messenger not reaching London." "The greatest in the world," answered Gaunt Stilling. "But I see, sir, that you are not aware of all that is going on. Do you know that the country between this and London is all in a flame? If civil war has not broken out already, it won't be long first." and depend upon it that no letter will reach London, without being stopped and examined, for this month to come. I haven't got all the particulars right, but you shall hear more to–morrow morning, for I have got friends in Lyme, where this matter first broke out, and I have sent over a boy to inquire." "Give me the letters," said Ralph Woodhall, "and I will decide to–morrow, when we have heard more." Thus saying, he took them back, determined, on account of the difficulties stealing through in his way, to see them dispatched himself. The news of insurrection made but small impression upon his mind at the moment, occupied so fully as it was by personal feelings; but he asked a few questions in an indifferent tone, and receiving nothing but a report of vague rumours, to which he attached but little importance, he retired to bed, determined to rise early on the following morning and transact his business for himself. Chapter 23